If you are not watching part 1 and 2, then go to I button and watch this now. Start chapter 56. The power that can destroy the world. Chapter size 3,132 words. Third person POV. Cocoyasi Island. East Blue. Somewhere in the sea, East Blue. Captain, we've lost contact with the base. A sailor reported beside Nezumi. Don't bother me with that now. I'm in the middle of a deal, and I don't want to be interrupted by a technical communication issue. Captain Nezumi growled at the sailor, who shrank back to his position after the scolding. Shahahaha. You humans are so impatient. A man with blue skin and a shark-like appearance laughed, observing the group of inferior humans before him. Sorry about that, Lord Arlong. Where were we? About a large amount of gold buried somewhere on this island. The captain became quite excited about it. That's right. I want you to retrieve that gold in the name of the Navy. Since I made a deal with the owner of that gold, I can't lay my hands on that money directly, so I'm counting on you for that, Arlong said, as all the fishmen surrounding him displayed malicious smiles at these words. Nami won't be able to do anything in the end, one of the fishmen mocked. I almost feel sorry for her, despite being an inferior human. I'd love to see the girl's expression when she realizes her gold has been taken. Shahahaha. So Nezumi, can you handle this? Arlong asked with a big smile. Yes, Lord Arlong, I'll do it, considering my 30% share of the loot, he said maliciously. It didn't take long for the men to set sail with the Navy ship to the other side of the island. Meanwhile, out at sea, the Black Pearl was sailing at high speed, being pursued by a Navy ship with a steel cable trailing behind. We won't be far with this speed, Nami said, but Luffy could sense the anxiety in her voice. Worried? We'll settle this soon. Don't worry, Luffy said, trying to reassure her. Yeah, you're right, Luffy. I'll handle this, she said. Luffy had warned that this would be her fight, and no one should interfere. Luffy, something big is coming from the depths of the sea, Yamato suddenly exclaimed, sensing the movement beneath the ship using observation haki. A sea king, Usopp asked, alarmed. Yeah, looks like it, Luffy said calmly, knowing whom Nami was thinking of and why she was concerned. Before long, water splashed ahead of the ship, revealing a giant sea cow with fierce eyes. I'll go, Nami declared with newfound determination, seeing Arlong's pet appearing. She wanted to prove her strength by defeating this creature. Wait, someone else is going to handle this. Nami? Luffy said, holding Nami's shoulder before she could take off to confront the sea monster. I'm counting on you, Luffy said confidently towards their rear. Yes, a young voice was heard, and everyone was surprised when Shirahoshi flew directly towards the sea cow. Momoo spotted prey on the surface when he saw their shadows above him. He had been wanting to eat human flesh, so he was surprised when human boats appeared here. As Momoo emerged from the water, he saw 2 human ships. On the second ship behind, humans seemed to panic, but on the first one, they conversed calmly, even though he displayed his majestic size. There was no fear in most of them. Suddenly, he saw something he didn't expect to find here. A mermaid, something he hadn't seen since he left the Fishman Island with Arlong and the others. He expressed surprise when the mermaid opened her arms protectively, preventing him from approaching the ship. Meanwhile, Shirahoshi looked at the small sea king with determination, despite some fear. She wanted to prove herself after having a conversation with Luffy a few hours ago. Start of flashback. Shirahoshi. Luffy's voice echoed from behind, interrupting the mermaid's thoughts. Megalo, by her side, shared a worried expression. Luffy, Sama, she replied, a tone of discouragement in her voice. It seems seeing the people from that ship at the base in that state affected you deeply, didn't it? Luffy spoke calmly, as if trying to understand the whirlwind of emotions that plagued the mermaid's mind. I'm just quite shaken. The world on the surface is as beautiful as I've heard and read in books, but there are such ugly sights too. Humans can be so cruel, capable of enslaving fishmen and even their own kind. Shirahoshi lamented, her voice laden with sadness and disbelief in the cruelty of humans. Luffy sighed as he absorbed Shirahoshi's words. It's hard to explain, but all of us, regardless of species, humans, fishmen, minks, or anything else, we are mortal beings. There will always be both good and bad sides everywhere, Luffy said, trying to convey a broad view of his perspective. But Luffy-sama is good, isn't he? You saved those humans and faced various other bad humans, she said, tears starting to flow down her face. I'm not a good person, princess. I just do what I want and believe in. Some may call me a hero, but others will condemn me as a demon. The only thing that keeps me headstrong, indifferent to others' opinions, is the desire to live a life without regrets and achieve my dreams. For example, now you are my people and I will protect you. Even if I have to burn half the world or the whole world for it. I would do it if it meant you would be safe, Luffy asserted, expressing his determination sincerely. Shirahoshi remained silent, reflecting on Luffy's words. I know you must be thinking how cruel the world is and that everyone should live in peace. I met a girl a long time ago who believed in that. She wanted to change the world, make it better. Luffy shared, his thoughts drifting to the old Luffy. What happened to her, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked, a glint of curiosity lighting up her eyes. There was an incident. It wasn't her fault, but horrible things happened. And I believe she's been eaten away by guilt all these years. Luffy gazed at the sea, sighing as he thought of Yuta. I hope to reach her before she completely loses herself and does things she'll regret. Luffy murmured, anticipating future events. You'll save her, Luffy-sama. I'm sure of it, Shirahoshi declared suddenly, expressing her confidence in the captain. Thank you, Shirahoshi. A peace where all beings can live without the dark side of this world is very difficult, almost impossible, I would say. But two things are necessary for that, Luffy said, returning to the main topic. And what would those be, Luffy-sama? Shirahoshi asked with great curiosity. First, never give up, no matter how many times you fall. You must always get up and keep pursuing your goals. However, remember that death is the end, so you must be careful with your life too. The second thing is to be strong enough to achieve your goals. The world is a jungle where the strongest intimidate the weaker ones and control the world. You see those people on the other boat, their fate is like that because they are not strong enough. I know it's cruel for me to say something like this, but the world is like that, and we can't pretend otherwise. That's why I care about strengthening you every day. I want you to be strong enough because I alone can't change this world. I need reliable companions by my side. Do you understand that, Shirahoshi? Luffy said sincerely. Reliable companions by your side, Luffy-sama? But I am so weak to achieve my dreams of protecting the island and the race of fishmen, like my mother's wishes. I still don't know why Luffy-sama chose me. Even though I miss my father and brothers on the Fishman Island, and despite witnessing horrible things, you freed me from the shackles of that room, where I couldn't leave. Now I can appreciate the beauty of the surface without worrying about being hit by an axe from that evil being. But I still wonder why Luffy-sama chose me. Shirahoshi cried, still not feeling worthy to be there, by Luffy's side. I believe in you, Shirahoshi, and I always will. You should do the same for yourself. No matter how weak you are now, I believe it's just a temporary state. There's no doubt you will become a woman who will stand by my side for many years. Luffy, by choosing these specific words, inadvertently caused a different reaction in Shirahoshi than he intended. He wants me as his woman to stand by his side for many years? Is this what they call husband and wife like mommy and daddy? Is Luffy-sama proposing to me? But this is too sudden. I have to talk to daddy, and we've only known each other for a few weeks. Shirahoshi blushed with these thoughts. Sharky, are you okay, princess? Megalo and Luffy noticed this and asked with some concern in their voices. No, I mean it's okay, Luffy-sama, Shirahoshi practically shouted, like a startled cat, waving her hands to express that everything was fine. As she uttered these words, her face remained red, avoiding direct eye contact with Luffy. I hope so. Anyway, I trust you, silly girl. I know you'll become strong, not just to be a solid foundation on this ship, but also to protect your people in the future. so they can experience the same good things you're experiencing here," Luffy declared, and this made Shirahoshi look at him stunned, no longer as embarrassed as before. "Do you believe I'll be strong?" she had to ask to make sure. "Yes, you have great power within you, waiting to be unleashed one day. I'm sure I'll entrust my life to you in the future, Princess. That's why I want you to be strong. I'll never regret bringing you here." Luffy opened a large charismatic smile. "Thank you, Luffy-sama, for trusting me. I want to be strong, to protect my people on the Fishman Island and help build a better world," Shirahoshi expressed with newfound determination. "That's good, Shirahoshi. When we get close to Arlong Park, a creature will approach us. I want you to use that moment to control your hidden power. Then you should." End of flashback. Looking at the small Sea King, Shirahoshi could still hear Luffy's memories in her head. "You have the ability to control all marine life, Princess. Your power is something that could even destroy the world. Use it to protect your people. Just by getting strong, you'll achieve your goals, and no one will dare to enslave another fishman or mermaid again," Luffy warned in her mind, and she looked at the opponent with determination. "Lord Sea King, I ask you to step aside," she declared, revealing a newfound determination never seen in her life. Momoo looked strangely at the mermaid and did not like her demand. He didn't want to hurt her, but that wouldn't stop him from kicking her to be able to devour the other humans on the boat. "You are powerful and you have the right to command all marine life, Shirahoshi. Never forget that. You were born with that right. Use it to your advantage to build a better world, where no one else has to go through what you've been through for so many years. Replace your fear with determination and courage. With that, practically no one in this world will oppose you in the future." Luffy's voice echoed once again, and Shirahoshi realized that the Sea King merely snorted at her previous declaration. This filled her with a bit of anger, and she felt the need to be firm. "I told you to get out of the way." With this shout, as she closed her eyes with determination, 2 shockwaves emanated from the mouth of the mermaid, now reduced to 10 times her original size, advancing relentlessly, hitting everything around. Boom boom. The first wave, charged with Conqueror's haki, was pure willpower, an invisible pressure that swept in all directions. It was as if the mermaid's imposing presence demanded respect and submission, making everyone around feel the intensity of her dominion over the sea. The second wave, the result of Poseidon's power, was an elemental force, a manifestation of the control she exerted over the ocean. This wave swept like a furious torrent, creating a sense of turmoil and unrest in the surrounding waters. It was a demonstration of the mermaid's innate power over the seas and all creatures inhabiting it. Both waves collided and interlaced, creating an impressive display of energy that extended to the far reaches of the horizon. The impact of this combined power not only knocked some of those present unconscious but also left everyone stunned by the magnitude of the force Shirahoshi could invoke. Luffy looked surprised at the scene. It wasn't just the power of Poseidon. The king's haki was also present there. "What is this? HM?" Johnny and Yasaku fell unconscious. Megalo, Chaochu, and Usopp too. Nami shouted a bit alarmed as she went to check their conditions. Johnny and Yasaku were sprawled on the deck, unconscious, with peaceful expressions after being affected by the shockwaves. Their bodies indicated that they hadn't suffered any visible damage, but they were completely out of commission. Megalo, the shark, floated motionless, falling onto the ship's wood, his glazed eyes reflecting the state of unconsciousness. Chaochu, the dog, lay on the deck, tongue out, indicating that he too succumbed to the impact of the waves. Usopp, on the other hand, lay beside Chaochu, a bewildered look on his face. He seemed surprised and perplexed, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. "What was that? What did she do?" Zoro asked, alarmed, realizing that it was caused by the mermaid and had some effect on him too. "She did the same thing Yamato did to the Marines. What kind of power is this?" Reiju couldn't help but be intrigued, feeling her knees almost giving way in the face of the event's impact. "She has Conqueror's haki too." Yamato expressed her surprise in her tone, being less affected than everyone else. Conqueror's hockey? What is that? Kuina asked. She almost fainted, but her determination was stronger than most, even though she still had the mental age of 11. That will be explained later, but she didn't unlock it, just released it unconsciously. Luffy commented while crossing his arms. Darn. She released it before me. I don't even know how to do that yet. Luffy commented mentally, as he was being left behind in this area by his companion. Things calmed down after the wave passed through them, but then it came. Boom, a thunderous roar echoed, making everything tremble and frightening everyone who was still conscious. Luffy, looking around, witnessed the sea being stirred up as if responding to Shirahoshi's demand with a massive seaquake. The imminent occurrence of this phenomenon made him wonder if a group of giant sea kings would appear at any moment. The ocean began to get even more turbulent, creating a breathtaking sight that shook all who were still conscious. What is this? Nami shouted, her eyes fixed on the tsunami forming on all horizons. It was as if the sea gained a life of its own, and its fury was evident. None of them could contain their surprise at this. Even Luffy, usually fearless, looked stunned at the spectacle before them. The sea, which was calm just seconds before, now churned in a chaotic scene, like a storm that had arisen on a sunny day, something that seemed impossible to happen. Suddenly, without something extraordinary. What did she do? Yamato was equally astonished, and this situation was no joke even for Kaido's daughter. I don't know, and it doesn't matter now. Just be careful not to be caught by the waves that are forming around us, Luffy quickly ordered. Although he expected to see colossal creatures emerging from the sea since this event was triggered by something dormant that must have been called by the mermaid's demand. In the end, nothing happened. Luffy's gaze checked if everyone was okay, including the former slaves on the marine ship. Almost everyone was knocked out on the other ship, but one was still conscious. This man looked dazed as he remained on his knees, watching the princess floating in the air in front of the Sea King. He resisted the princess's conqueror's haki? What kind of determination could he have? That's interesting, Luffy commented, watching the man intrigued. Meanwhile, in front of the mermaid herself, Momoo stood still for a moment. He felt a fury in the mermaid's voice like he had never felt in any other being. Her voice exuded authority, and the sea responded to her demand to the point that he couldn't go against that voice. His body couldn't disobey that command, even though he was on the verge of fainting with another unknown power. He had to struggle to remain conscious, and soon, he rushed into the water, so scared that he wished to return to the island of the Tritons at that moment, no longer caring about Arlong and the others. As Momoo swam into the depths of the sea, the surroundings took on the contours of an intimidating aura. The water, once calm and serene, now became turbulent and dark. Rays of sunlight, penetrating the depths, cast a sinister shadow over the underwater scene. As he advanced, the fierce gazes of the Sea Kings, gigantic and imposing, fixed upon him. These majestic and terrifying creatures, with eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul, were 10, 50, and 100 times larger than Momoo. Their colossal forms floated at the bottom of the ocean, shrouded in mystery and unquestionable authority. The presence of these Sea Kings conveyed overwhelming power, as if nature itself responded to the mermaid's command. Momoo felt small and vulnerable in the face of the magnitude of these marine entities as he cut through the water with desperation, eager to escape from that imposing and terrifying environment as quickly as possible. Chapter 57, Hugo, Chapter Size, 3,595 words. Third-person POV somewhere at sea, East Blue. The waters, which had always been synonymous with serenity, now acted as a stage for a chaotic spectacle. The once calm and imposing ocean was in a state of unusual turmoil. The horizon, which used to be a tranquil line between the sky and the water, was now a turbulent sight of roiling waves. The unrest was not only superficial. It was as if the very depths of the sea were in tumult. Giant waves rose and fell, defying the logic and tranquility expected from the vast blue expanse. The constant and deep roar of the ocean echoed like a distant lament. Boats daring to sail in these turbulent waters rocked violently, struggling to maintain balance against the unknown forces now ruling the surface. Sea birds, once masters of the maritime skies, now circled uncertainly, disturbed by the intensity of the turmoil below. Even non-kingly marine creatures, natural inhabitants of these depths, seemed confused and apprehensive. Schools of fish scattered in disarray, while more imposing creatures like whales and dolphins swam in erratic movements, trying to comprehend the sudden change in their kingdom, despite seeing giant shadows passing through the sea. It was as if the very heart of the ocean was pulsing with an unknown energy, sending waves of disturbance throughout the expanse of the sea. In this tumultuous state, even distant islands, which had never before felt the agitation of the event, were touched by maritime unrest. This was not just an ordinary chapter in the vast history of the ocean. It was a deep echo, a call that reverberated through the waters, leaving an indelible mark on the fabric of the marine world. The sea, normally a silent witness to the ages, now told a story of turmoil and mystery that challenged the understanding of those who ventured into its depths. Somewhere in the vast turbulent sea of the East Blue, surprise painted Shirahoshi's face as her eyes were fixed on the turbulent horizon. Incredulous at what had just occurred before her, she questioned her own accomplishment. Why is the sea so agitated? The tumultuous change in the waters did not go unnoticed by the princess of the Tritons. The moment she shouted in anger, closing her eyes in an emotional impulse, coincided with the sight of the retreating Sea King, avoiding her as if its own existence were threatened. Despite the sudden chaos unleashed in the ocean, Shirahoshi delved into deep thoughts about what she had just accomplished with the sea creature. A torrent of reflections flooded her mind. I could feel its fear. It obeyed my words, even though I am weak. The princess's eyes watched the spot where the immense sea monster had retreated, leaving only the trail of roiling waves indicating its escape. The scene before her witnessed the magnitude of the newly discovered power residing within her. She turned her face toward Luffy, ready to share the success, but her contentment was replaced by shock as she noticed half of the crew lying on the ground. Everyone? Megalo, what happened to you? Her desperate cry echoed, and she ran towards her oldest friend. You did this. Didn't you feel the shockwave release? Zoro inquired, curiously watching the mermaid grab her friend while shaking him, trying to wake him up. Ha 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 ha. He's fine, just passed out like the others. Now we need to worry about the giant waves. Luffy laughed, trying to reassure Shirahoshi. Are they okay? Did I do this with the others too? She asked, still frightened. They're all fine. You unleashed something even I didn't expect. I'm proud, very well done. You did much more than I initially imagined. Congratulations, Shirahoshi, praised Luffy, smiling enthusiastically at his companion, impressed with the manifested power of Poseidon. Wait, but Luffy, can this thing called Conqueror's Haki make the sea tremble for a moment? Did it cause this? Reiju raised her eyebrow, intrigued. One thing was making others faint. Another was making the sea act as if undergoing a global earthquake. She was unaware that Shirahoshi's shout had awakened beings thousands of meters deep in the sea, almost emerging in response to the call. However, as it was a quick and unconscious call, there was no need to bring these creatures out of the water. Still, this movement shook everything from one horizon to another, raising questions even in Luffy's mind about the possible consequences for the islands in the region. No, Conqueror's Haki shouldn't have this effect, Yamato confidently asserted. That's a matter for another time. Let's focus on getting out of this chaos first. Nami, take care of the giant waves, Luffy ordered, instructing her to use her wind power to prevent the sea from hitting the ship. Nami created white wings behind her and took off into the air, using the power of the wind to fend off the large waves forming. Now let's wake up the others. We're almost at the destination. Meanwhile, I'll have a chat with that Hugo, said Luffy, jumping onto the marine ship amid the maritime chaos. Meanwhile, at Arlong Park, they were content after the Marines left to retrieve Nami's gold. However, while they smiled and made jokes, something unimaginable happened. Everything suddenly fell silent, and all the fishmen looked at the sea immediately, ending their momentary fun. "What is this?" Everything went silent. "This isn't normal," they murmured, witnessing the sudden unrest, feeling something big approaching them. Then a shockwave came from the open sea, making the fishmen feel the greatest kind of fear possible they had ever experienced in their lives. As if something powerful wanted all sea creatures to bow before this thing. Everyone without exception became scared, including Arlong. "What was that?" One of the fishmen stuttered, seeing that everything calmed down shortly afterward. Everyone had their eyes on the horizon, wondering what that was. The tremor not only affected the sea, but even the island shook with it. But the major chaos was the sea getting agitated at that moment. Countless waves erupted from the depths of the sea, as if the sea came to life, creating turmoil like never seen before in their lives. "What is this, Arlong-san? The sea seems furious. What could cause something like this? Didn't you feel it?" I felt a powerful shockwave suddenly, as if something much more powerful than anything I've ever felt before wanted me to bend my knees in reverence. Yes, it was a horrible sensation. "What the hell is happening?" Arlong said, alarmed. He was also scared, and seeing the sea act like this, something unimaginable must have happened where that wave of power came from. "Hachi, call Momoo. He must have the answer," someone said. "Nay, yes," Hachi said and ran to beat the drum and call Momoo. Drum, 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 drummed. Dot, dot, dot. Where is Momoo? Why isn't he responding to the call? Arlong demanded. "Nay, I don't know, Arlong. Something must have happened to him. This turmoil is too recurring," Hachi said with a bit of fear of the unknown. Seeing the waves hitting on all sides, where it was a calm sea just moments ago, all the fishmen had a little fear in their hearts. "Hachi, dive and look for Momoo," Arlong ordered. "Nay, yes, Arlong," Hachi said and quickly jumped into the water amid the giant waves. While these shock events echoed through distant islands, thousands of kilometers from the Black Pearl, the power unleashed by the world's largest creatures generated maritime chaos that transcended common understanding. The immediate result was an oceanic whirlpool, a small tsunami that spread relentlessly, reaching half of the East Blue and even invading a portion of the Grand Line. This phenomenon left entire kingdoms in a state of apprehension, a palpable anxiety that spread like an epidemic. Leaders and citizens, equally perplexed, gazed at the skies, seeking answers they could not find. Chaotic waves hit ports and shores, triggering widespread panic among those who had never witnessed nature rebelling with such intensity. Concern spread like wildfire, fueled by the uncertainty of the unknown. Distant realms, united by common fear, wondered if this maritime disturbance was a harbinger of imminent disaster or simply a momentary whim of Mother Nature. Even the most skeptical, who had never witnessed anything so extraordinary, were forced to reconsider their notions of stability, as the ocean, for a brief moment, revealed its unquestionable power and mystery. Smoker, the marine captain in Logetown, watched with a stern expression as chaos unfolded before his eyes. What was once a serene and calm harbor had now turned into a naval battlefield, with the violent waves crashing against the docks and ships, challenging the skill of the local sailors. He stood on the deck of his ship, the smoke from his cigar playing with the stirred sea breeze. The smoke dissipated into the air, echoing the tension he felt as he watched the sea revolt against its own nature. "What the hell is happening?" Smoker grumbled. He could feel the abnormality of the situation. The sea didn't usually act this way, as if it were in disagreement with the laws of nature. The waves, now towering like hills, crashed against the hulls of ships, testing the resilience of the anchored vessels. Local fishermen, desperate, cried for help as their small boats were tossed back and forth like leaves in the wind. "Captain Smoker, we can't venture into the sea in this state." Tashigi looked with concern at the sea, where 5-meter waves were hitting the port of Logetown. Many seafaring fishermen were asking for help, and the Marines were trying to assist them in this chaos. "TSK. Yeah, damn sudden event. It will be too late by the time we reach the distress call from Naval Base 16. Smoker growled, frustrated with the situation. "Captain Smoker, what should we do?" asked Tashigi, his subordinate, holding her sword firmly amid the turmoil. The sailors around were equally perplexed, unable to comprehend the origin of this maritime phenomenon. Smoker clenched his jaw, looking at the choppy waves with a serious expression. "This is not natural. It seems we're dealing with something out of the ordinary. Prepare to evacuate the fishermen and ensure the vessels are securely anchored. We can't allow any more damage." As Smoker gave his orders, he couldn't help but wonder about the cause of this maritime unrest. Something significant was happening, something that transcended Logetown's everyday concerns. He wondered if this was a harbinger of an imminent threat or just a momentary whim of the ocean, but his intuition told him that the sea was about to reveal its deepest secrets. Meanwhile, the main instigator of the event that could be the greatest disaster of this era was happily singing like an excited little girl. "I did it! I did it! I commanded a sea king! Sharky, sharky, sharky! I did it! I did it! I commanded a sea king! Sharky, sharky, sharky! I did it! I did it! I commanded a sea king! Sharky, sharky, sharky!" The crew couldn't help but smile at a scene where Shirahoshi sang along with Megalo after he woke up and celebrated with her friend for her accomplishment. Meanwhile, Luffy headed towards the marine ship in search of the Black Pearl. "You held up well against that." Luffy smiled at the man, who was panting, trying to maintain composure. The man just stared at Luffy, exhausted, his eyes revealing the fatigue of an intense confrontation. "I wonder what's the reason for you not succumbing to the Conqueror's haki." Luffy examined the man's eyes and, for a moment, was surprised by what he found. "Your determination is hatred," Luffy commented, narrowing his eyes, trying to decipher the intensity of the emotion emanating from the man's eyes. "Shut up. You know nothing about me," Hugo suddenly growled. Although the man seemed grateful for his comrades freeing him from the cells, the mention of his inner self seemed to touch a sensitive point, turning his normally cheerful expression into a sudden coldness. I guess you're right. It's not my problem, although I'm inclined to want to know. Well, anyway, goodbye." Luffy, realizing it was a personal and sensitive matter, chose to leave the man alone. His curiosity was piqued, but he respected boundaries when it came to personal and emotion-laden matters like this. Seeing Luffy walking away, Hugo suddenly spoke. "You wouldn't understand. No one would." Hugo stares at Luffy, sighs deeply. "Try explaining it to me then. Sometimes it's good to share." Luffy asked with curiosity. He's always interested in people with powerful wills. "Do you think I haven't tried? People just don't want to listen." Hugo said, frustrated. "I want to listen. If we don't try to understand each other, how can we hope to change the world?" "It's a long story," Hugo spoke reluctantly. "I have time, and if it helps, telling the story can be a weight off your shoulders." Luffy said, smiling. "You know, I lost everything. My family, my home. All because of an injustice I couldn't prevent." The man said, looking at the ground. "Luffy," with empathy, "I'm sorry to hear that. Anger took over me. Every time I think of that moment, it feels like my heart is about to explode," he said, taking a deep breath. Luffy remained silent. "They came to our town like a black storm. Our king quickly kneeled before their arrival. We were a simple kingdom made up of simple people, farmers and fishermen, with nothing that could interest them. But they wanted to come to our humble land. They wanted our souls, our submission." The man paused, his voice choked with the weight of resurfacing memories. Luffy, with a serious gaze, silently encouraged him to continue. "They came to our town, and we couldn't do anything to prevent it. We tried not to get involved. I lived in a small neighborhood, but one of them wanted to come to us to see people like the people they considered trash live their lives." Tears began to stream down the man's face, a torrent of accumulated pain. The salty sea breeze seemed to mingle with the salt of his tears. "When one of them saw us, even kneeling in respect and fear, he didn't seem satisfied. He came to my family and started humiliating us, had the audacity to want to take my daughter as a new slave right after. saying all kinds of horrible things that would happen. I couldn't allow that to happen, so I ran to attack that man. I tried, but I was stopped by his guards, strong enough to not even let me get close. Amidst the words, tears continued to flow down the man's face, releasing a burden he had carried for a long time. It was as if, by telling his story to a stranger who had helped him, he could finally share the weight of his deepest and darkest secret in life. Hugo didn't know why, but when he saw Luffy walking away, he couldn't control his mouth and began to talk about the darkest moment of his life, something he had kept to himself for months. His tears fell like a weeping man, and he continued his story, while Luffy just looked at him without showing any emotion. He was dissatisfied that I had dirted his clothes in the middle of my fight. He said that as his punishment, he would kill my daughter, and he did, killed her with a shot eye in front of me. My daughter died like a beast slaughtered, and I couldn't do anything. I saw her die, and my wife went into despair, which resulted in another shot for her. She joined my daughter faster than I could react. It felt like I was in a terrible nightmare. I just wanted to wake up. The man cried in despair, and Luffy continued to calmly look at him. But he didn't know what to say after hearing all of this. Can you imagine seeing your own daughter and wife die in front of you like animals just because someone decided it? I wanted to die in that moment. I wanted to kill him, torture him. I wanted to burn the whole world. He shouted, not caring about the cascade falling from his eyes. His yelling drew the attention of people on Luffy's ship as well. Even some former captives woke up at that moment, looking scared at the man screaming, wondering why there were so many people unconscious around them. What happened to you? Luffy asked calmly, curious about how these events unfolded afterward. I tried to kill him. I looked like a raging animal at that moment. I just wanted to tear that damned demon apart, but I never had a chance. I was beaten by his guards. No matter how many times I got up, he laughed at me every time I tried to kill him. He called me an inferior being and shot me in the chest right after. He continued with the shouting. I thought I would die right away, but he never gave me that mercy. He wanted me to die slowly and left me there, bleeding to death, saying I should be thinking about how I shouldn't fight against the gods of this world in my last moments of life. Hugo yelled like an animal. Even Luffy felt a bit disturbed by this story. How did you end up in that naval base as a slave? Luffy asked curiously. I was saved, left to die bleeding in the mud, but some slave traders saw value in my strong body. They pulled me off the street and healed me, but sold me shortly after. I traveled for 2 months before reaching that base you guys attacked. He answered, but he seemed calmer now. Luffy never imagined someone harboring so much anger against that people before. Do you hate them? I mean, the world nobles? Do you want revenge? Luffy wondered what the man would answer. There were many like him, but not many would show discontent so openly to a stranger. Of course I do. I want to kill them all, exterminate every last one of them. His voice had a great fury, which left Luffy with raised eyebrows. Ha 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 ha. Luffy started laughing at this response. What are you laughing at? Hugo became furious, almost wanting to run towards Luffy after hearing his story. He was completely beside himself when this man seemed to mock the death of his daughter and wife. Ah! Before Hugo could get close to Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates kicked the large man, sending him crashing directly into the deck's wall. Don't get me wrong, Hugo. I'm not laughing at the death of your daughter and wife. I'm truly sorry for that. But people like you are rare. Most would keep their thoughts to themselves. Others would try to forget the past. But you seem to have the determination to even resist a haki that not even some of my crew members did. What do you mean? He demanded, his anger bubbling. What I mean is that you're interesting, to the point where I'm tempted to invite you to join my crew. I plan to punch a lot of celestial dragons, and I need people who want to gain strength and power, who are reliable and not afraid to go to war with those people up there on the red line. Luffy smiled at the man with genuine interest, his offer hanging like a storm about to unleash. Celestial dragons? Did you really just say that? Who do you think you are to utter those words? What do you know about them? Do you think you can face them? You're just a naive kid playing pirate. Soon they will kill you. Hugo growled at Luffy, fury pulsating in his words. Well, I've already said it. A monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas. Even if I have to create a mountain of corpses with the celestial dragons and have to destroy Marigoys one day, I'll do it to achieve my goals. Luffy spoke sincerely, his voice laden with determination that echoed like thunder in a stormy sky. The former captives couldn't believe these words, wondering if this pirate man was some kind of madman. Hugo didn't say anything, just looked at Luffy, trying to detect any deceit in his voice. But the seriousness in the eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates captain was undeniable. Anyway, we're reaching Cocoyasi village. I plan to deal with some local pirates and leave a day later. I'm inclined to invite you to my crew, so come to me before we leave. If you want to embark on a journey that may cause a world war, feel free to do as you please. If you don't want to, you can even leave right now. I don't care. Luffy turned his back and left the marine ship, returning to the Black Pearl. His invitation hung in the air like a promise of a storm forming on the horizon, leaving Hugo in a whirlwind of thoughts and choices. Chapter 58, Cocoyasi Village 1. Chapter size, 3,132 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. The sea has finally calmed, Nami said relieved. She was tired of destroying giant waves with the power of the wind until just recently. Time passed and they found themselves getting closer and closer to the island. What's that in the sea? Yamato suddenly asked. Everyone was going about their normal routines as they waited to reach Nami's island. What did you see, Yamato? Luffy asked beside her. I think it's a fishman. He's circling our ship right now, she said. So, it's one of Arlong's scouts. Luffy thought for a moment. Yamato, Nami, and I are devil fruit users, and we're the strongest here. I don't think Reiju or Zoro could fight a fishman in the middle of the sea. I have to get him out of the water. I might have a plan for that, remembering how arrogant they are. I believe this will work. Luffy smiled with a possibility, his eyes shining with the excitement of a cunning strategist. Shirahoshi, my princess, come here. I want to tell you something. Luffy's call echoed, and Shirahoshi, curious, went to him. That simple title, My Princess, attracted many suspicious looks. It was a rare display of formality from Luffy, making everyone alert, anticipating something unusual. Whisper, whisper, whisper. Are you sure, Luffy-sama? Someone's whispering voice in the crowd echoed with surprise and doubt. Of course. Ha 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 ha. I think it's a good plan. Can you do it? Luffy asked, smiling at the princess. His eyes conveyed unwavering confidence as Shirahoshi looked at Luffy with a mix of uncertainty and curiosity. The air was charged with expectation as the plan began to unfold, involving not only physical challenge but also intrigue and strategy. All right, I can do it, Luffy-sama, she said, determined, clenching a fist, the sea bubbles around her seeming to tremble with the intensity of her decision. That's great, be ready. Luffy spoke with contagious enthusiasm, as if about to reveal the most amazing trick in the world. What do you think they're going to do? Usopp asked, curious, his observant eyes sharp for any twists in the situation. Honestly, I think I'd regret hearing the answer. Reiju muttered with a touch of concern, her mind trying to anticipate the next events. Luffy, you better not do anything that harms the integrity of that mermaid, Nami growled, casting a warning glance at the captain, knowing that his ideas didn't always follow the conventional script. A moment later, ha 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 ha, this beautiful mermaid is mine. I've captured the most beautiful mermaid in the world. Luffy shouted, laughing uproariously at the bow of his ship, balanced on Ifrit's head, while holding Shirahoshi, who was tied in front of him, as if displaying a trophy in a marine comedy parade. The crew members looked at this scene with stunned eyes, their minds calculating how to retrieve the fishman at the bottom of the ship in this strange and embarrassing way. It was a mix of surprise and confusion, making the situation even more hilarious. Luffy-sama. Bad. Don't say so many embarrassing things. Shirahoshi couldn't help but complain, her voice mixing with the collective laughter that took over the ship. What do you think you're doing? Yamato had shark-tooth eyes and a bewildered expression when she saw this scene, her face a mix of surprise and confusion. Is she blushing? Reiju said, letting the cigarette fall from her mouth, her eyes watching the scene with a mix of amusement and curiosity. She looks happy. What's going on between those two? Huh. Kuina was angry, her brows furrowed as she tried to understand what was happening. Was it supposed to be a trap? Or an opportunity for them to flirt with each other? Nami was angry too, crossing her arms in indignation. No woman can escape the charms of brother Luffy. He's so cool, Johnny and Yasaku exclaimed in admiration, their eyes shining with a mix of surprise and envy. What do you mean, no woman? Nami shouted and used her powers. Two enormous claws appeared in the air and threw the bounty hunters away, a gesture of pure frustration. Ha 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 ha. Try to be a little more convincing, Shirahoshi. That fishman will think we're setting a trap for him if you speak like that. Luffy said into the ears of a blushing Shirahoshi, his voice full of mischief. I think Luffy-sama is right. I want to help him, she said with more determination, a gleam of resolve in her eyes as she tried to get used to the unusual situation. Luffy smiled at the mermaid's response and, unable to contain himself, shouted again. Now that I have my own mermaid, I'm going to make her marry me, filling her with love and filling the house with little humans and fishmen in a house on some hill on a small island. Ha 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 ha. I'm so evil, Luffy shouted, his laughter echoing theatrically and exaggeratedly, turning the situation into a comedic spectacle for everyone on board. Sharky eye. Megalo choked on this, his fish eyes widened, expressing total disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. This is so over the top, Reiju shouted indignantly, her face twisted in a mix of confusion and amusement. How can he say something like that? Yamato was boiling with anger, gripping her weapon even tighter, wishing to strike Luffy at that moment. Luffy is so relentless, Usopp murmured, watching the scene with a mix of shock and admiration. Why are we here wasting time when we could jump into the water and easily deal with that fishman? Zoro scoffed, his serious expression contrasting with the absurdity of the situation. I agree with you, Zoro. I'd rather be in the water fighting a fishman than listening to these things, Kuina said with a lifeless look, as if Luffy's comedy was simply too much for her to bear. Nami slapped her own face, an expression of disbelief spreading across her face as she witnessed the absurd situation. The bounty hunters were unconscious, sprawled on the deck after being thrown by Nami and her powers, like pieces on a board of crazy comedy. Ouch! Chaochu tried to wake them up, licking their faces with a mix of canine confusion and concern. Meanwhile, Hugo and the others on board could hear some commotion coming from the front ship, but no one could access it to see what was happening. Curiosity grew like a wave, leaving everyone impatient. Luffy-sama, don't say so many embarrassing things. I have to ask Daddy before I marry you, Shirahoshi cried in embarrassment, her words echoing in a tone that mixed surprise and embarrassment. Hearing those words, the entire crew fell to the ground, stunned, as if they had been struck by an unexpected lightning bolt of humor. Well, that's something we should discuss in the future, Princess. First, let's focus on taunting that fishman. Luffy was stunned, trying to compose himself in the face of the unexpected turn of events. But Luffy-sama, say something less embarrassing, Shirahoshi cried, her face blushing even more. All right, I will. Luffy yielded to the girl's demand, but before he could continue, they were interrupted by the sound of water, and a strangely dressed figure landed on the ship the next moment. The new character, unusual and peculiar, seemed to have stepped straight out of a water-themed comedy play. Hachi was furious, his mood already shaken by the fruitless search for any sign of Momoo in the choppy waters. To his surprise, amidst the search, he spotted two ships approaching the island, an imposing pirate warship and another from the navy. However, What surprised him the most was the sight of a mermaid being captured by a human, displayed at the ship's prow like a trophy. What is this mermaid doing here? She looks familiar, but I can't remember her. Who is she, and how does this inferior human dare to touch her? Hachi was furious but contained his anger, thinking it best to report to Arlong before taking any action. As he prepared to leave, he heard the provocative insinuations of that human about his plans with the innocent mermaid. Hachi could no longer stand hearing that and went straight toward the ship. Upon landing on the vessel, he was faced with a crowd of humans, some with a strange appearance, including one who stood out at almost 3 meters tall. However, Hachi ignored the others, focusing his anger on Luffy and Shirahoshi. Hey, inferior human, how dare you take one of ours? I'll kill you. Hachi drew his swords from their sheaths and positioned them with his 6 arms quickly. Boom! Without giving the fishman time to react, Yamato, already in a bad mood after getting irritated with Luffy and his antics, delivered a punch to the fish with such anger and impatience that it broke the wood beneath him. This, despite the warship being significantly sturdier than any they had faced before. Did you kill him? Luffy asked, visibly alarmed by the strength of the blow. And what if I did? I don't care. Yamato huffed, distancing herself from them with an expression still laden with anger. She seems to be in a bad mood, Shirahoshi said, feeling a shiver of fear at the intensity of Yamato at that moment. She'll be fine. Must be that time of the month. Luffy muttered, shrugging as if the explanation were enough to justify the young woman's behavior. This is Hachi, one of Arlong's most trusted. Nami expressed her surprise as she introduced the fishman, her gaze denoting a mix of recognition and distrust. He's still alive? Luffy asked, displaying his characteristic surprise, tinged with a hint of disbelief, as he observed the fishman in front of him. I hope he is. Yamato didn't even give me a chance to fight him. I wanted to see that 6-sword style, Zoro complained, his expression indicating a tinge of frustration at the missed opportunity. He's alive, but he'll be unconscious for quite some time. Kuina spoke after examining him, her voice laden with medical pragmatism. Nay. Hachi could only groan unconsciously, oblivious to everything happening around him as he remained in a state of lethargy induced by the intensity of the blow he received. Luffy, you can let go of Shirahoshi now, Nami complained, crossing her arms and casting a reproachful glance toward the captain. All eyes turned to Luffy, who still held the princess by the waist, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort he was causing. Luffy-sama, do you like these things? Shirahoshi asked, curious, while people around awaited the response. What a playboy-sama. I knew our captain was no good. He's a wolf that doesn't even try to hide his claws. Damn womanizer. My Toki is betraying me. The women expressed their discontent with Luffy, throwing accusatory and indignant comments. I haven't slept with anyone since I arrived in this damn world. But these women are already judging me? At least let me have sex with someone before calling me these things. Luffy thought indignantly, his expression revealing a mix of surprise and frustration at the women's misunderstanding of his intentions. As time passed and the Black Pearl, the Straw Hat's ship, approached Cocoyasi Island, the exuberant and vibrant atmosphere of the region gradually unfolded. The majestic outline of the Black Pearl stood out against the horizon, its sails billowing in the wind as the polished hull cut through the waters with grace. The tall mast, adorned with Luffy's characteristic flag, fluttered with determination, announcing the presence of the pirates in the area. As they neared the island, the tropical landscape unfolded before them. The colorful buildings of Cocoyasi village emerged among the lush tree canopies on that side of the island, creating a picturesque and welcoming sight. Palm trees rose along the beaches, swaying gently in the sea breeze. The nearby waterfall echoed with the gentle sound of water, adding a natural soundtrack to the pirates' arrival. Local flowers exuded sweet fragrances, blending with the salty sea air. Fishing boats, painted in vibrant colors, were anchored along the coast, witnessing the island's everyday tranquility. The locals began to notice the arrival of the Black Pearl, curious about the newcomers. The sky, now tinted with light shades of early evening, indicated that sunset was approaching, casting a soft light over the island. Cocoyasi awaited the arrival of the Straw Hats, ready to witness the events that would unfold in Nami's homeland. The Straw Hats decided not to anchor in the village but to head directly to Nami's house, situated on a hill overlooking the ocean. The pirate ship maneuvered skillfully, navigating the island's coast until reaching a more secluded cove. The Black Pearl headed for the beach to dock the ship on solid ground. As Black Pearl approached Cocoyasi Island, they glimpsed an unexpected scene on the beach. A formidable marine ship was anchored, its tall masts standing out against the blue sky. The marine flag fluttered in the wind, clearly indicating the presence of naval forces on the island. A marine ship? Nami exclaimed at the ship's edge, looking at it with considerable surprise. Nami, it's possible that Arlong betrayed you and sent the Marines to take your money without interference. Luffy commented beside her. What? No, he can't do that, she shouted angrily. Upon seeing the marine ship, Nami felt a mix of anger and apprehension. Her eyes filled with tears, not just for the possible betrayal by Arlong, but also for the uncertainty about her sister's safety and the village. As tears began to flow around her eyes and winds started to swirl, gaining some green marks traversing her body. Calm down, Nami. You're not the same anymore. It must be Captain Nezumi. That's why we didn't find him at the base. Come on, let's go. I want to see his face right now. I want you to bombard that ship now, announced Luffy, determined. He could simply blow up the ship but chose to announce the presence of the enemy ship rather than attribute the action to a devil fruit power. Come on, Nami. Let's see if your sister is safe. Without hesitation, Luffy picked up Nami in his arms and jumped off the ship, flying towards the coast, determined to face whatever was coming and ensure Nami's sister's safety. The Black Pearl continued heading for the beach, but Usopp and Shirahoshi soon went to the ship's gun cabins, ready to destroy that ship with some Marines guarding it at the moment. In a distant scene, amid the tension surrounding the arrival of the marine ship, a fearless young woman with flowing blue hair, Nojiko, raised her voice against the naval officers. "You can't do this," she shouted, defying the maritime authorities now involved in the island's affairs. Nezumi, an arrogant marine, taunted Nojiko, mocking her resistance to the justice of the Marines. "Shut up, civilian. Dare to question the Marines and justice? You'll get shot for meddling in marine affairs," he threatened. As tension escalated in the air, Genzo, an older and more experienced man, tried to intervene, pleading for Nojiko not to get more involved in the situation. He understood the dangers of challenging the Marines and was concerned about the potential consequences for the island's safety. "Nojiko, we need to avoid conflicts. Fighting against the Marines will only make things worse. I know it's hard, but Nami fought for years to accumulate that money. We must act wisely to protect our community," Genzo tried to persuade, appealing to reason amid the imminent chaos. Nojiko, with tears in her eyes and her voice filled with indignation, continued to express her revolt in the face of the situation. "But she was doing it for us, risking her life for so many years, all for Arlong and his henchmen to take it away from her right now," she cried, revealing all the frustration and anger built up over the years. Nojiko's words struck Nezumi hard, and the mere insinuation of being called a dog by someone else infuriated him. Driven by wounded pride, Nezumi ordered his subordinates. "What? Who are you calling a dog? Shoot her." Immediately, one of the Marines stepped forward from the ranks, wielding his weapon and aiming it directly at Nojiko, while the tense atmosphere on the beach reached its peak. "Nojiko! Ah! Bang!" The shot went straight to Nojiko's heart. Seeing her death before her eyes, she could only think of her sister, hoping she was safe somewhere, anywhere she might be. A cry of horror echoed on the beach as the shot was fired, ready to pierce Nojiko's heart. A heavy silence followed the gun's explosion, and everyone witnessed the imminent tragedy before them as the girl closed her eyes to avoid seeing her death. However, No pain surged in Nojiko's chest. Instead, she felt enveloped by something unexpected. Was it a hug? Surprised and confused, Nojiko looked up, finding herself in the arms of an unknown man. He stared at her with a seductive and cheerful smile, as if he were very pleased and relieved with the situation. Nojiko murmured, still stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The man, revealing himself as Luffy, looked at her with enthusiasm. "So, you're Nami's sister? She never told me she had such a beautiful sister," he exclaimed, revealing his relaxed and uninhibited nature amid the dramatic scene. The contrast between the tense situation and Luffy's laid-back attitude brought an unusual element to the narrative. Chapter 59, Cocoyasi Village 2. Chapter size: 3,169 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Cocoyasi Village, East Blue. "So you're Nami's sister. She never told me she had such a beautiful sister," Luffy said cheerfully, like a bandit finding something quite attractive. While the Navy had its ship anchored on Cocoyasi Beach, Captain Nezumi led a secret operation to steal the treasure accumulated by Nami over the years. As the Marines kept the local population under control, Nezumi, accompanied by his subordinates, began to search Nami's house and its surroundings for gold. The streets were filled with sailors searching houses, confiscating goods, and instilling widespread fear in the community. However, in the midst of this dishonest operation, the situation escalated when Nojiko, Nami's sister, vehemently protested against the injustice that was happening. Captain Nezumi, irritated by the interference, ordered them to shoot her as a form of punishment. It was in this moment of chaos that Luffy, the fearless captain of the Straw Hats, appeared out of nowhere, dodging the bullet aimed at Nojiko. His unexpected arrival brought an element of surprise to the scene, interrupting the operation planned by Nezumi. While the sailors tried to process Luffy's presence, Nezumi saw his gold-stealing operation being threatened. The Straw Hat Pirates captain, with his relaxed expression and defiant attitude, was about to change the course of events, triggering an imminent confrontation between the pirates and the Navy on the peaceful Cocoyasi Island. ... An intriguing silence permeated the environment, leaving everyone bewildered by the unexpected arrival. The unknown man, seemingly unharmed after being shot, was now engaged in a conversation with Nojiko, openly flirting as if the previous event were insignificant. "Who are you?" Captain Nezumi inquired, being the first to break the silence, expressing surprise at the man's appearance. Can't you see I'm talking to this lady here? Don't bother me." Luffy responded with a displeased look, redirecting his attention back to Nojiko. Luffy's nonchalant response provoked Captain Nezumi's anger, who exploded in indignation at the absurdity of the situation. Captain Nezumi, with his face contorted by surprise and anger, shouted at Luffy, "Tell me who you are and why you're interfering with the Navy's work. Men, get ready to shoot him." Instantly, all available Marines aimed their guns at Luffy. Others, who were busy digging in the orange groves, abandoned their tools to grab their rifles stored nearby, preparing for the possible imminent conflict. Luffy, in response, maintained his bold and relaxed smile, as if he were just engaging in casual conversation. Ignoring the evident pressure of the moment, he spoke, "Haha, I see you won't let me spend some time with this lovely woman. Huh? So, let me introduce myself. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will rule the seas, the one who doesn't care about the Navy, the world government, celestial pigs, and those old guys known as the Five Elders and Yonkus." The echo of Luffy's words hung in the tense air as the imminent confrontation unfolded on Cocoyasi Island. The silence was broken only by the distant sound of waves breaking on the beach, providing an irregular soundtrack for the scene unfolding between the fearless pirate and the determined Navy. "Captain Nezumi, did I hear correctly? He really said that? He didn't call the celestial dragons heavenly pigs, did he? Where did this madman come from? I don't know what's more bizarre, his first statement or the second." The sailors began to murmur among themselves, astonished and perplexed, exchanging uncertain glances as they tried to process Luffy's bold words. Nezumi, Genzo, and Nojiko were also stunned, unable to hide the surprise stamped on their faces. "Captain Nezumi, do you think we should shoot him?" asked one Marine, looking confused. "Heavenly pigs, seriously?" muttered another sailor, shaking his head in disbelief. Luffy, on the other hand, remained unchanged, observing everyone's reaction with a relaxed and confident expression, as if he were enjoying the confusion he had caused. "You're a madman. Eliminate him now," Nezumi shouted, and everyone was ready to pull the trigger. "Wait!" Luffy shouted and let go of Nojiko, who was still speechless with all these sudden events. Everyone stopped stunned for a moment, not expecting this man to shout at them as if he were their commander. Nezumi was stunned before, but this reached an even higher peak, seeing that his men seemed to obey this stranger. "What do you think you're doing?" Nezumi exclaimed, irritated. "Relax, Captain Rat. I'm just making sure this lady doesn't get hurt. We don't want trouble with a citizen getting hurt, right?" Luffy replied, maintaining a relaxed smile. The sailors exchanged confused looks among themselves, while Nezumi tried to process the situation, his eyebrows furrowed with disbelief at Luffy's audacity. Luffy walked forward and crossed his arms in front of the group facing him. "What are you? I'm not your opponent. You should look up," Luffy announced, cutting off Nezumi's command at the last moment. "What are you saying? Do you think we'll fall for that, pirate?" "Let's kill him," said one of the sailors, returning to normalcy. However, something incredible happened among them at that moment. Boom! Before Nezumi could react or shoot at Luffy, a colossal rock plummeted from the sky, mercilessly crushing at least half a dozen sailors. Exclamation point! What happened? What is this? They were crushed. Like this? What the hell was that? Look to the sky. An angel. Did I die? She's so beautiful. It looks like she's lifting rocks with those strange claws. She's like those tales where a winged Cupid throws love stones. What are you saying? They're arrows in those tails, not stones. And these stones are too big. They're increasing in size. They're not stones but giant rocks. Ah, run. Boom. She's trying to kill us. I don't want to die twice. Who said you're already dead? She's here to kill you once. Run. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, mercilessly crushing all the Marines in the open area, while Nami hurled rocks with her Garuda claws, removing them from the island's coast as she flew. The surreal and chaotic scene transformed into destruction and death, with the apparent avenging angel, leaving everyone bewildered, trying to make sense of the absurd situation. "I'm so furious that I'll finish you all. First, you destroy my orange trees, then try to steal my treasure, and now Luffy flirts with my sister while I have to film him doing that. I need to vent all my anger." Nami shouted in the air, relentlessly throwing stones at the Marines. "Damn you, Luffy!" she yelled, flapping her wings to descend towards the ground. Boom! "Nami? Ha ha ha. I thought you'd never come down from the sky. You scared all those Marines. You should. Boom! Luffy barely had time to react when he took a punch from Nami, who emerged from the wreckage where she had landed. The impact echoed like thunder, leaving everyone stunned by the navigator's furious expression. Crack! Luffy flew at high speed towards a nearby rock, which exploded into pieces with the devastating impact. Dot! Nojiko and Genzo watched the scene in shock, as if witnessing a surreal nightmare. "This is for making me see my sister almost dying and flirting with her right after, while I had to film all of this," Nami shouted angrily, releasing her emotions into the air with intensity. "Ha ha 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 ha. No need to get so mad." Luffy started laughing, emerging from the wreckage as if he hadn't felt the slightest impact. The area around was marked by destruction, rocks, and dust suspended in the air, evidencing the strength of the collision. "Nami!" Nojiko finally snapped out of her stunned state. As she observed her sister, she noticed that she looked a bit different. The mischievous appearance was still there, but now Nami had enormous wings. Nojiko witnessed her sister ruthlessly defeat at least 24 Marines, tossing a man like a doll against the rocks. The man emerged from the wreckage as if the punch that threw him hadn't caused the slightest damage. Nami, how did you acquire these powers and where did you find this creature? Genzo commented, still processing the surreal situation. Monster. Nami, about to respond to her brother, was interrupted by the sound of the remaining Marines. To escape the flying rocks, they took cover in the house and hid under the orange trees. Nami couldn't simply attack these places, and the situation became even more bizarre. They seem to be afraid of you, Luffy commented playfully to the cat thief. Quiet. I'll have a little chat with you shortly, Nami said to Luffy and turned to the rest of the naval men. She raised her hands, and claws began to materialize in the air and flew directly for the necks of 8 hidden Marines, both inside the house and under the orange trees. Quickly, 8 bodies were lifted into the air by their necks in front of the woman with the commands of her hand. They struggled in fear, realizing their necks were being squeezed without being able to react, and they were almost losing consciousness. So, you wanted to steal from me, huh? Nami growled at the group. Please don't kill me. Some of them pleaded. It was, Arlong. I can compensate you. If you spare me. Nezumi said, as one of the survivors of those enormous rocks, he begged for his life, offering everything he could to get out of here in one piece, cursing Arlong for making him try to steal from a monster like this woman. You want me to let you go? After all the evil you've done? Nami mocked. Wait, Nami. Nojiko quickly grabbed her sister's shoulder with pleading eyes. Nami, don't do this. I know they deserve it, but killing them in cold blood is beneath who you are. Nojiko didn't want Nami to become a cold-blooded killer in this way. Nami looked at her sister a bit disturbed. She didn't want Nojiko to be afraid of her. I guess you're right, Nami admitted, earning a relieved look from the 8 bodies suspended in the air. If it were me, I wouldn't be too happy about this. My captain will decide your fate when you wake up, Nami said, and with a hand movement, she threw them all to the ground, colliding forcefully and knocking them out the next moment. Nojiko sighed in relief and looked at Nami. I guess we have a lot to talk about, huh? She said and quickly went into the house with a trio following shortly after. Meanwhile, on the beach, the thunderous sound of cannon explosions echoed through the air as the Black Pearl unleashed a fierce bombardment against the marine ship anchored on the beach. Each explosion was like a resounding roar, shaking the surrounding environment. The deep rumble was accompanied by the sharp whistle of projectiles cutting through the air before hitting their target. The sky was tinted with dark smoke, and the impact of the explosions was visible, creating splashes of water and marine debris that soared into the air. The continuous sound of cannons firing created a chaotic symphony, filling the ears with a cacophony of deafening noises. With each explosion, the marine ship trembled, creaking and squealing under the relentless attack. The cannons of the Black Pearl fired in an impressive cadence, creating an atmosphere of chaos and destruction. The metallic sound of bullets hitting the hull of the target ship mixed with the roar of explosions, forming a concert of destruction that echoed across the beach and beyond. A moment later, 4 people were sitting at the kitchen table. Ha 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 ha. They seem to be having fun at the beach. Huh. Luffy laughed, hearing the sound of cannons. What are you guys doing? Ganzo asked alarmed, also hearing the explosions but not knowing what was happening. We're blowing up Captain Nezumi's marine ship, Nami answered simply. Nami, where did you find these people? Nojiko asked, bewildered by so many events. By the way, this drink is delicious. Would you like to join my crew by any chance? Luffy ignored her comment and looked at Nojiko, extending the invitation with a smile to the blue-haired woman. Don't ask my sister something like that out of nowhere, Nami yelled at Luffy. Ha 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 ha. Nami, where did you really find him? Is he your boyfriend or something? Nojiko, overcoming so many surprises, laughed when she heard their interaction. I'm the captain and her husband, Luffy casually responded. What do you mean, husband? Nami had a comical expression on her face. Husband? Who do you think you are to be her husband, brat? The mayor shouted at Luffy indignantly. Is this some kind of union? Like, we haven't gotten married yet, but it's not like that won't change in the future. Luffy said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Nami, this is the first man you bring home, and he's so outrageous. Nojiko was having fun after so much tension and death just a moment ago. He's not my husband. If he wants to marry me, I want 10 billion berries. Nami shouted, demanding it quickly. So, this is how you repay my love and sacrifice for you, Nami? In the end, you just wanted my money. Luffy seemed to lament. Stop pretending. Nami released her power, but Luffy didn't move. But Genzo beside her was thrown backward, falling unconscious the next moment. Nami, how could you do this to him? Nojiko was indignant with Nami's treatment of her husband, completely ignoring Genzo. Nami was speechless before her sister, believing in her captain's silver tongue so easily. Luffy, with a fake hurt expression, crossed his arms and sighed dramatically as he responded to Nojiko's indignation. Look, Nojiko, I thought she would reciprocate her love for me. I'm always acting like a knight, a true romantic, but it seems like that's a thing of the past. Women nowadays don't seem to like that kind of thing much. Maybe I should move on and hope someone will love me someday. You know, a broken heart, a lonely soul. Luffy looked at the horizon with a theatrical and sad expression, as if he were starring in a tragic love story. Meanwhile, Nojiko beside him began to look at him with a mixture of compassion and curiosity, captivated by the melodramatic performance of the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Nami was stunned by this. Poor thing. Nojiko, next to Luffy, stood up from the chair and approached him with a pitying expression, ready to console him in the fictitious sadness he portrayed. Nami, on the other hand, was stunned by Luffy's theatrical ability. Nojiko, embracing Luffy, seemed to offer genuine comfort, but the captain, with an unexpected move, lifted Nojiko in his arms, adding an even more unusual touch to the scene. Oh! Nojiko gave a surprised scream when she felt her body being placed over Luffy's. Luffy's unexpected boldness caught her off guard as she nestled into his lap. Thank you, Nojiko. I didn't know Nami had such a good sister. Luffy expressed his gratitude while holding Nojiko intimately above him. Nojiko, still surprised, murmured, You're so bold, Luffy. No wonder Nami seems to like you. Only her. Luffy smiled with his characteristic seductive grin, gazing at Nojiko in a captivating manner. Nojiko, in turn, was torn between perplexity and a slight blush on her cheeks. Luffy's theatrical ability surprised her, and his seductive look made the situation even more unusual. I don't know. My sister might not like sharing her boyfriend, she said, showing a flirtatious smile. But as you can see, it seems like she doesn't want me, however. Luffy leaned closer to Nojiko's face. It gets really complicated for me. On one side, I have my sister's happiness. On the other, I have the man who saved my life like a Prince Charming, and now he's inviting me to be his princess? It's hard to decide like this. Nojiko, with her usual bold expression, now exhibited an intriguing mix of fascination and uncertainty. Her usually fearless eyes betrayed a glint of enchantment in the face of Luffy's casual seduction. As his words filled the space between them, she seemed captivated by the peculiar aura of the Straw Hat Pirates' captain. You! Luffy and Nojiko looked at Nami at this moment, as Nami seemed to have stayed quiet the whole time. She looked at this shameless man and woman while her sister was still on the lap of her womanizing captain, seemingly enjoying that contact, openly flirting as if it were a room, while they pretended she wasn't there the whole time. Stop flirting with each other. Nami's furious shout echoed through the house, and she conjured a new claw in the air, unleashing a destructive attack that shattered the table. Luffy, as quick as ever, grabbing Nojiko by his side, jumped up, skillfully avoiding the impact of Nami's strike. Outside, debris from the explosion flew out of the house. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat group appeared, led by Yamato, who followed them with his haki. They seem to have finished here, Kuina muttered, visibly stunned. Several bodies were scattered, crushed by stones outside the house, while more than half a dozen still breathed, although unconscious. Luffy! The worried cry echoed through the air as the group approached the tumultuous scene. Boom! Ha 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 ha! Stay still, and let go of my sister. Boom! Ha 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 ha! That was close, Nami. I'm going to kill you. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions echoed through the area as the clash between Nami and Luffy unfolded. Luffy laughed joyfully, seeming to enjoy the situation, while Nami, visibly furious, continued to launch her claws forcefully. The group outside could hear the screams and explosions, becoming intrigued by the intensity of the fight and wondering if the enraged Nami was the same person they knew. What's happening in there? Usopp asked, a little frightened by the noise and explosions. Nami-sama looks so scary, Shirahoshi cried, watching the explosions with wide eyes. We better see what's going on. There might be an enemy. Zoro agreed, taking the first steps toward the house. Where are you going? How can you want to go home in front of us when you walk back the way you came from the beach? Kuina shouted indignantly at Zoro, who might even mistake the way to the house right in front of him. I just made a little mistake, Zoro complained, as the group exchanged curious and concerned looks among themselves. Suspense hung in the air as everyone wondered what could be happening inside the house. Dot, dot, dot. Let's go in, Yamato said, taking the first steps. Zoro, just follow us, Usopp warned. All right, the swordsman grumbled. Chapter 60 Cocoyasi Village 3. Chapter size 3,169 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Nami calmed down after a while, and the group was now gathered. The interior of the first floor of the house was destroyed, courtesy of the explosions and Nami's rage. So you're Nami's sister, Nojiko-sama. You're so beautiful. Shirahoshi looked at Nojiko with admiration. She couldn't help but wish for an older sister after hearing Nami's story, even though it was mostly sad. She always had her sister to help her move forward. Yes, and I can't believe I'm seeing a mermaid. I remember Belmere talking about them when we were kids. I never imagined seeing one here. You're so beautiful and innocent. Nojiko seemed quite open with Shirahoshi, who smiled at the blue-haired woman as she heard her. Your sister is so mature, Nami. Kuina couldn't help but comment. Since Shirahoshi is of the same race as those who destroyed the sisters' lives many years ago, but she didn't seem to have any prejudice against the mermaid princess. Yes, Nojiko is a very mature woman, but your sister is quite temperamental, Reiju said, looking around. The whole place was devastated where there should have been a living room and kitchen. Zoro, never let me irritate Nami. Leave that just for Luffy. Understood. Usopp murmured next to the swordsman, afraid of facing that same fury one day. Tisk. Zoro snorted. Did Sister Nami do all this? She's so scary. The pirate hunters, Johnny and Yasaku, spoke with a bit of fear like Usopp. Ow! Sharky. You don't need to be afraid of Nami-sama. She's so nice. Shirahoshi defended Nami from the frightened animals. Luffy, what did you do here? Yamato complained. I didn't do anything, just avoided the attacks. Luffy said calmly. This part of the house was completely destroyed. Broken furniture and cracked walls witnessed the havoc caused by Nami, who was trying to hit Luffy while he skillfully dodged with his sister, Nojiko, in his arms. Debris scattered on the floor, creating a chaotic scene that reflected the intensity of the confrontation between the navigator and the Straw Hat Pirates captain. Anyway, I can't believe Marines could be so rotten, Kuina complained. Have you already forgotten what they did at Base 16 when we destroyed and looted the place? Reiju asked calmly. What did you do at Naval Base 16? Nojiko asked a bit indignant. Nothing much, we just destroyed half the base with our ship cannons. I wanted to wipe it off the map, but that would have led to unnecessary slaughter. Luffy commented, a little dissatisfied with having to let go of the idea of blowing up a marine base. Is this true, Nami? Her sister asked seriously. Yes, I no longer belong to Arlong. I am a member of this crew, a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. We attacked the Marines and stole everything we could, she said confidently, earning many satisfied smiles from her comrades. So this is your pirate crew. Well, you can see they are quite unique. Nojiko couldn't help but be amazed, looking at the humans with each unique personality. A dog, a flying shark, and a beautiful mermaid all together. You can join too if you want, you know. We need someone to take care of your sister. Luffy smiled and teased Nami. Nojiko, still processing the idea, responded cautiously. That's a sudden invitation, Luffy. I'm not sure if I can just join a pirate crew. Luffy laughed and retorted. Think of it as an offer of exciting adventures and freedom on the seas. Besides, it would be great to have someone like you with us. Give it some thought, Nojiko. About that, I must think, she said with a small smile, dodging the question but playing along. You, Nami huffed. Anyway, let's get rid of Arlong. I want to do it before tonight because I want to have another feast. Luffy shared his thoughts, and Nojiko looked at him as if a second head had grown on his shoulder. But a feast? Yamato asked. Of course we're pirates. Feasts are part of a pirate's daily life. Luffy smiled as he spoke. Wait a moment. Do you want to get rid of Arlong? Nojiko looked astonished at the tall man. I don't. Your sister is going to do that. I'll just make sure she does it right, Luffy declared, crossing his arms. Nami? You're not thinking? Nojiko was interrupted by her sister before she could continue. Don't worry, Nojiko. I'll win. Haven't you seen my strength? Nami said with some confidence. I have, but Arlong. Nojiko tried to argue but was interrupted by Yamato. Oh, two fishmen outside, looking at the fallen bodies, Yamato said, making Luffy turn in that direction. Do you want to deal with that, Nami? He asked, and she nodded seriously. Nami wasted no more time and started walking among the broken furniture that she herself left that way and went out the door. There, two fishmen were trying to wake up the fallen Marines. While the Straw Hat group tried to understand the chaotic situation after the explosions and looked for Hachi, they observed from afar another group of villagers who kept their distance due to the massacre happening. The fight caught the attention of the whole village, but no one dared to approach. Nami approached the other group, casually stating their names after a certain distance. So it's you, Take and Shioyaki, she said, capturing their attention. The villagers turned to Nami, leaving an unconscious Nezumi aside. Nami, you arrived on the island. What the hell happened here? Who killed them? One of the villagers quickly demanded. It was me, Nami replied coldly, interrupting her walk to face them. HM? You? Stop kidding, Nami. You better spill it. When Arlong finds out, it won't be good for you, Shioyaki said angrily. I'd love to see that happen, then, Nami retorted. She raised her hands and sliced the air in front of her. A gust of wind hit them next, catching them off guard and throwing them against some fallen rocks in the area. The shocked expressions on their faces reflected the disbelief in the face of the ability they never expected to witness. Ah! That? Nami is a devil fruit user, they exclaimed upon the collision, getting up with astonishment and a touch of fear in their eyes. Before they could articulate anything more, it was too late. In the next strike, they were knocked out as Nami threw them again, ensuring their defeat. Yes, I am a devil fruit user, and I intend to destroy you with this power, Nami murmured, staring at the two Tritons lying on the ground. The determination in her eyes left no doubt that she was determined to use her abilities to face any threat. Should we go now, Luffy? She turned and found the crew looking at her with admiration, especially her stunned sister, who saw Nami defeat two members of Arlong with just a wave of her hands. Let's first get rid of the Marines. Let's throw them to the ex-captives on the beach so they can mete out their own justice. Also, I want to check on the Black Pearl and bring it to the ship so it won't be stolen. We might have helped the people trapped in the Marine base, But that doesn't mean they can't try to steal from us at the first opportunity," Luffy said, and they quickly grabbed the 8 Marines and headed to the beach where they landed. The villagers who witnessed Nami taking down the Tritons ran to the village to spread the news. Sometime later, the crew saw that Luffy was right. After the crew left the pirate ship, many ex-captives staged a mutiny and tried to steal the Black Pearl to leave the island. Surprisingly, Hugo prevented this from happening, standing in the way of anyone who tried to do something and taking down many of them. Luffy appeared and went to talk to the big man first. "Hugo, this is a surprise. Thanks for defending our ship." Luffy couldn't help but express his gratitude. "This is the least I can do. I'm not the type to take advantage of my saviors," he said. "Even so, you have my thanks," Luffy said to Hugo and turned to the people he had helped once. With a cold gaze, he spoke as the crowd began to step back, especially those who organized and suggested the mutiny. "We helped you, even though it wasn't our real intention. I expected at least some respect, but you tried to take our things at the first opportunity you had." Luffy looked with a stern eye at everyone. Not everyone, especially the women, as more male slaves were involved in this mutiny. His crew was at a distance from him, observing this scene, also not liking to hear this and seeing the situation of people they had liberated. "I don't intend to be a kind person next time. If this happens again, I intend to act as we did with the Marines," Luffy said angrily. Another type of person that Luffy doesn't like is those who bite the hand that fed them at some point. It may not be the type he hates the most, but he also has no love for this kind. Luffy not only expressed it in words, but purple flames appeared on his body and exploded with fury circulating around him without burning his clothes. The sound of flames was violent and heard throughout that part of the beach, causing the crowd to retreat in fear and with the increasing heat. "So you better think very well before attacking us next time, because just as you have the freedom to try to steal from us, there are consequences, and we have the freedom to retaliate, and I guarantee it's better not to make me choose that option," Luffy said amidst the flames like a demon from the abyss. "I'm sorry. We won't do it again, sir. Please forgive us." An old man, one of those who joined the mutiny, begged for mercy immediately. They didn't witness the fight against the Marines when they were liberated, so they thought it was a normal group that had a ship to end the Marine base. That's why they wanted the Black Pearl and its treasures to live better. But now, seeing the capabilities of this man, they realized they messed with someone very dangerous. "Don't worry. I don't need your words to protect my ship now. I'll take the Black Pearl with me," Luffy said and looked at his crew, accompanied by Nojiko as well. "Nami will fight against Arlong. Zoro, you can take Hachi on our ship. Johnny and Yasaku bring the other unconscious fishmen too. I want Shirahoshi to judge them once Nami finishes them off," Luffy said, surprising everyone, especially the mermaid herself. "Me? Luffy-sama. Shouldn't Nami seek revenge?" she asked uncertainly. "They are her people. Nami has the right to revenge, but if she doesn't want to kill them, which I think she might not, you will have the final decision from there," Luffy said, and Nami nodded, trusting the mermaid. As soon as Zoro took Hachi off their black ship, Luffy touched the Black Pearl to shrink its size to the point where he could hold the miniature ship in his hand now. "Let's go to Arlong Park. It's time to end this," Luffy announced, and everyone nodded, following him as he left. "And you, Hugo, thank you for your help once again. If you're still interested in my earlier proposal, look for me until tonight's party because we'll be leaving early in the morning," Luffy announced and received a nod from Hugo with that and some questioning looks from his crew, unaware of the proposal Luffy made to Hugo. "One more thing, if you cause any more trouble, especially with the village of this island, it won't be me who takes care of you. It will be Nami, a resident here. Trust me, I saw her kill 24 Marines before coming here. She can be worse than me," Luffy said and turned to leave. "Nami, throw the Marines into the crowd and let them decide what to do with them," Luffy announced, and Nami did exactly that with her claws. "That's brutal," Nojiko couldn't help but comment. "Well, they were enslaved by those uniformed people. Let them have the chance to get revenge. It's better than just killing them," Luffy shrugged. So they set off, The Marines were awakened by an angry crowd surrounding them on the beach. After that, the whole group went to Arlong Park, passing through Nami's village. The citizens who had already heard about the events after those strange noises coming from Nami's hill noticed a large group carrying some unconscious fishmen on their shoulders, alarming them. They asked what was happening here. Is it true? Nami came back and took down Arlong's people. Someone shouted, and soon everyone was looking at the group passing through the middle of the village, moving forward without caring about the questioning and stunned looks. Nojiko, what's happening? They said there was a conflict at your house with the Marines. Someone shouted. Nami? You're back? Who are these people? Why did they harm Arlong's men? Nami, hearing this, looked at the citizen who asked directly to her and said confidently, We are the Straw Hat Pirates, and we are going to end Arlong's reign and his crew, Nami announced, leading in front of Luffy. You can't be serious, can you? A woman trembled with this. Of course. I promise you that Arlong will never be a problem again after today, she announced. Come on, this is a good scene for a classical music piece like One Piece's OST, Overtaken. 222222. Luffy smiled, imagining the music playing in his mind as they walked with Nami in the lead. More and more people came to see Nami's strange group and started following them. The entire village followed them as they moved away and approached the domains of the fishmen on one side of the coast. Is she really going to do this? What happened? Do you believe the story that she can do magic? I don't know, but she looks very different, and this group is quite strange. They don't seem to be afraid of Arlong. Nami seems confident about this, even said she would fight Arlong himself. Nojiko can't let this happen. Her sister will only be killed like this. Someone stop her. It's too late. She's already in front of the gates. Stop her. Nami. Nami didn't care and let the power of the wind circulate her hand as she leaned back and punched the gate along with the wall of Arlong Park. A moment earlier. Where is Hachi? Why hasn't he returned yet? In the crowd of fishmen in front of a sitting Arlong, Karubi said, crossing his arms. I don't know Arlong. He hasn't shown up since he went to look for Momoo. Someone from the crowd of fishmen spoke. Take and Shioyaki went to talk to the Marines, but they're also late. What the hell is happening today? Strange and concerning events all day long. It seems like something drastic is going to happen on a day I should be getting even richer with Nami's money. Arlong growled, his bad luck and negative feelings growing inside him. As soon as he spoke, something unexpected happened. An explosion caught their attention. The main gate flew from the explosion and impact, hitting some fishmen who were in front of Arlong. What? Who did this? Guys, are you okay? The gate went flying. Craig, is he dead? He was crushed by debris. They looked at their fallen comrades in disbelief and turned their gaze to where the gate used to be. There stood someone they never imagined seeing like this. While keeping her fist still raised, she stared at them and spoke in a loud tone. Hello, Arlong. It's me, Nami, and I'm here to finish you. Nami said confidently, facing more than 40 fishmen in front of her. Chapter 61, Cocoyasi Village 4. Chapter size, 2,382 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through Arlong Park, capturing everyone's attention. The main gate was sent flying due to the explosion and impact, hitting some fishmen who were in front of Arlong. What? Who did this? Guys, are you okay? The gate went flying. Craig, is he dead? Was he crushed? They looked at their fallen comrades, incredulous, and turned their gazes to where the gate used to be. There, a figure stood out, fist still raised after the impressive feat. Hello, Arlong. It's me, Nami, and I'm here to end you. Nami declared confidently, facing over 40 tritons before her eyes. Her courage resonated in the tense air of Arlong Park as the fishmen prepared for the imminent confrontation. A dense silence enveloped Arlong Park, echoing through the area as Nami's words materialized in the air. The group of Tritons stared at her, trying to comprehend what had just been said. Dot, dot, dot. My ears are at the same level as humans, inferior? Did I hear that right? Absurd, is that really Nami? Did she really say that? Dot, dot. Nami? No one knew for sure who was the first to speak, but the initial disbelief began to dissipate. What's this, Nami? Is it really you? Did you destroy the gate? Arlong growled, his tone laden with disbelief. Yes, and as I said, I'm here to put an end to your reign. Arlong, Nami affirmed, gaining some confidence. Part of her was nervous, but she knew Luffy was watching, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. Where did you get this confidence? Human? Mocked Chu, his disdain echoing around. I think Nami is different. She couldn't just punch the gate before. What happened to her? Someone in the group questioned, raising the lingering question in the air. It's true, did Nami eat some kind of fruit? Another inquired. Is that possible? So Nami wants to defeat us now, after gaining a bit of strength. Still just a human, and we're over 40. Shahahaha. Arlong began to laugh loudly, casting a mocking glance in Nami's direction. However, his demeanor darkened with his next words. I thought we had an agreement, Nami. Seems like you humans aren't trustworthy at all, he taunted, provoking a disbelieving look from Nami, who couldn't believe their words after everything that had happened. Speaking of hypocrites, who sent the Marines to take all my treasure? I could say that every fishman is untrustworthy too, but I was fortunate to meet a mermaid who changed my opinion about your race. Unfortunately, that didn't make you, bottom feeders of the sea, any better than you already are. And that's why I'm going to end you. Nami snarled, still incredulous at Arlong's audacity to speak of trust there. You met a mermaid? Where? Some Triton asked, curious. Nami couldn't have left the East Blue during the time she was away, meaning there was a mermaid in that sea without them knowing. It was quite intriguing. No matter what you think, Nami, Arlong growled, ignoring the question about the mermaid, and continued. As soon as I beat her here, I'll go to your village and kill all the humans there, making you watch everything helpless while you beg for mercy, he added with malice. Don't worry. That won't happen because you'll fall today. You and your entire crew. Nami had a slight tremor at Arlong's words, but she regained confidence the next moment and announced these words with wings appearing on her back. Wings? What is this? Someone shouted, but they didn't have time to receive an answer because Nami acted the next moment. Bending down, Nami punched the air in front of them. Although she had her devil fruit for only a day, she had trained tirelessly with her captain since then. Luffy taught her to fly, materialize and control her claws, create hurricane-shaped wind spheres, and made her learn to release vacuum explosions. She punched without moving from her spot, hitting nothing but empty space. Initially, they looked at it without understanding, but soon everyone felt the danger of Nami's fist when she struck the air. Green energy erupted from that fist, forming an imposing sphere made of gray wind, for meters in diameter in front of Nami. Quickly, she launched herself in the direction indicated by the fist, catching the Tritons off guard, giving them no time to react. The sphere, composed of dark and green wind, advanced at high speed, cutting through the ground as if it were digging as it moved. What? Get out of the... Crack? Boom! Before anyone could react and escape, the sphere hit Arlong and everyone around, throwing them to the opposite side after exploding in their midst. The blow lacked the elemental effects of fire, ice, or the sharp characteristic of wind, but it emitted a wave of force, giving the sensation that an immense battleship ran over them at the moment of impact. Arlong, guys! The fishmen who were further away and relatively unscathed, besides being hit by comrades flying in their direction or by the debris caused by the explosion, shouted in disbelief as they witnessed their comrades and captain being thrown through the air like kites, each going in a different direction. Arlong, powerless against Nami's attack, remained seated, not knowing what to do. The impact hit him head-on, projecting him to the opposite side, where he harshly exploded against the wall, in the exact place where Luffy originally punched him during the construction. As this chaos unfolded, a surprised chorus echoed from the entrance of the broken gate, where everyone watched the fight. This chorus emanated from the villagers, some of whom, alongside Luffy, couldn't contain their joy at the turn of events. What is this? Did Nami do that? Look at that sphere. What kind of power is this? Is she changed? Wait, she broke the gate, right? This woman is amazing. Go, Nami. Some villagers exchanged glances, exchanging expressions of surprise and astonishment. The news of what Nami did spread quickly, and many could hardly believe their eyes in the face of the spectacle of power they were witnessing. Nami-sama is so strong, Shirahoshi exclaimed excitedly. Nami. Nojiko was still wondering if she was somehow still dreaming, as not even in her wildest fantasies could she see Nami easily throwing Arlong to the wall on the other side. Can't we fight too, Luffy? Zoro said, dissatisfied, having to watch the fight from there. No, this fight is Nami's. Just like no one interfered in your battle with Mihawk, no one should interfere with Nami. Luffy crossed his arms and smiled proudly at his navigator, surprising his enemies and being relentless. However, there's something I want to do to make Nami's fight easier. Yamato, do something to prevent the fishmen from escaping, you know what I mean? Luffy announced. Yes, Yamato said and went into the sea without anyone noticing. Everyone else besides the crew was looking at Arlong Park and the spot where Nami exploded with this mysterious power. Incredible! A villager witnessing this scene said incredulously. Was Nami always this strong? Of course not. But she definitely ate a devil fruit. What? Fruits exist? That's unbelievable. Look how strong she became. I thought it was a legend too. But look at this, it's undeniable after what we saw. Nami can defeat him. Yes, we can finally be rid of the fishmen. Nami, you can do it. We're rooting for you, Nami. Beat Arlong and his crew. Free us, Nami. The citizens who always treated Nami with disdain once, pretending to do so to spare her from sacrificing herself for them, finally saw some hope here. One that Nami could fight against Arlong and set them free. Nami! A new voice was heard shouting, making the crowd turn around at that moment. Genzo had woken up under a pile of debris in Nami's house. None of the Straw Hats noticed him when they were at the sister's house except Yamato. Nami, Nojiko, and Luffy seemed to forget about him, and when the mayor woke up and saw that no one was around, he came running here when he didn't find anyone at the girl's house or the village. Nami! Stop this. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for us to the point of fighting Arlong alone. I'll help you myself, he announced, going forward immediately, horrified to see how Nami alone was now facing Arlong. Stay put, old man. Someone stopped him. Don't get involved in this fight. You'll only get in the girl's way. Let her fight. Trust Nami. We'll just be a burden to her in this fight. Trust Nami, Genzo-san. While they held the mayor back from advancing into Nami's fight, the girl in question looked back a bit moved after hearing people cheering for her. People, she murmured. Boom! An explosion echoed from the spot where Arlong had been thrown moments before. As he emerged from the wreckage, furious, he turned to the majority of his men who were still standing. Nami, I will make you pay for this, Arlong snarled, issuing an order. Immediately after, get her. I don't care anymore if you kill her. Just kill her. Arlong spared no words, inciting his men to an even greater frenzy. Completely ignoring the possibility of casualties among his own subordinates, he encouraged a ruthless reaction against Nami. I won't let you, declared Nami with determination. With visible confidence, she rose into the air with the help of her newly acquired wings. Gracefully leaning forward, Nami prepared to launch her next attack against the furious crowd advancing towards her, armed to the teeth. Before the fishmen could run up to her, they couldn't react. Nami, as if unleashing the fury of harpies, materialized sharp claws in her hands, bathing them in an intense green light. Flapping her wings fearlessly, she advanced towards the crowd with overwhelming speed. The surprise on the faces of the fishmen lasted no more than an instant as Nami was upon them in a matter of seconds. her harpy claws cutting through the air with lethal precision. Nami, enveloped in fury and newly acquired abilities, delivered her blows with surgical precision. Her harpy claws, glowing with intense green light, sliced through the air like sharp blades, leaving luminous trails as they advanced. Each movement was choreographed, a dance of destruction executed with deadly grace. She hit vital points of the fishmen, dodging their desperate attacks while slashing with supernatural agility. The cutting sound of the claws meeting scales echoed through the air, blending with the cries of pain from the fishmen. Amidst the fierceness of the confrontation, Nami demonstrated newly discovered mastery, combining agility, precision, and strength. Her attack, once unthinkable for those who knew her as a peaceful navigator, revealed a new facet of her determination to protect what was important to her. Each blow told a story of resistance and revenge, echoing through the village amidst the chaos of battle. She cut me. What is this? Stop her. Ah, this cuts. Someone stop those claws. The claws were wielded with skill, finding their target in a group of 10 fishmen. Nami, agile as a dancer, used her newly discovered mobility to ruthlessly slash them. The fishmen, in turn, could do nothing more than be powerless in the face of the ferocity of the attack. "Guys!" Karubi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he witnessed what was happening around him. The group of fishmen, who once belittled the human as weak, was now tossed into the air after being cut by the fearless Nami. "Shoot! Shoot at her!" someone shouted, and a group of fishmen hastily grabbed their weapons. Facing the imminent threat, Nami raised her hands above her head. A swirling sphere began to form above her, gaining intensity every second. "Garuda! Devastating tornado!" she exclaimed. As she brought her hands down, the sphere expanded, turning into a gray and green tornado of an impressive 8 meters in height. The vortex spun furiously at the center of the area, advancing in the direction Nami had pointed. "A kind of hurricane? I can't aim the gun with this wind. Run! It's coming towards us." "Ah!" The fishmen screamed, desperately trying to escape the violent force of nature that was rapidly approaching. "Arlong, help us! I'm being thrown!" Arlong stared in disbelief as his fellow Tritons were caught by the attack, tossed into the air by the force of the gray wind with green glows. Some were thrown out, while most spun within the imposing tornado, calling for help amid the deafening roar of wind and destruction. The hurricane, carrying more than 20 Tritons with it, spared nothing as it circled through Arlong Park, devastating everything in its path. Finally, it stopped in front of the largest building, where 20 unconscious bodies lay on the ground. An extensive swath of destruction cut through the park, marking the trail left by the tornado. Even the main building, which escaped the circulating wind, had its plates and windows shattered and torn off by the hurricane. "Nami!" Arlong roared, unable to bear seeing his comrades defeated and his park reduced to wreckage in this way. "You guys!" Arlong bellowed with his remaining men. "Go to the sea and throw water at her. She's a devil fruit user. We can weaken her with seawater." He issued the order to his remaining companions, and they had a moment of realization. "Lord Arlong," someone said with apprehension. Arlong looked interrogatively at him. The sea is frozen," he said with the same desperate voice. Everyone turned their eyes to where the sea was just a moment ago. Everything was frozen, as if Admiral Akiji were present. Even after so many strange events today, now Nami, who has become so powerful, and the sea freezes without anyone knowing why. What must she have done for someone else? "What the hell is happening here?" Arlong said, visibly lost. Chapter 62, Cocoyasi Village 5. Chapter size, 3,471 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. The sea is frozen," he said with the same voice shouted in despair. Everyone looked to where the sea had been until a moment ago. Everything was frozen, as if Admiral Akiji were here. Even after so many strange events today, now Nami, who became so powerful, and the sea freezes without anyone knowing why. What must have she done for someone else? What the hell is happening here? Arlong said, bewildered. Seeing the frozen sea, Arlong could only clench his fists in frustration. His gaze then turned to Nami. Let's face it together. We can still defeat her. Let's end this human, Arlong said, standing up and encouraging his companions, indicating that he would join the group. Yes, the remaining fishmen shouted, gaining a new determination as they grabbed their firearms and blades. Nami looked at all of them with the same determined eyes, ready to face them. Breathing a little heavily, she struggled with endurance because even with all the newly acquired power, she still didn't have much stamina. After using many attacks that consumed her energy, she muttered to herself, I need to defeat him. I can do this. All spectators turned their attention to what would be the final battle, about to unfold before them. Will Nami-sama be okay? Shirahoshi asked with a worried expression. Trust Nami. If she's in real danger, we'll intervene, Luffy stated. What should we do with these fishmen, Luffy? Johnny asked Hachi and the other two who had just awakened. Leave them there to watch the fight. Let's see what we can do with them once Nami finishes with Arlong, Luffy said, slapping the dazed people in the face. Hey, what did you say, human? Arlong won't let this pass, one of them shouted. Look ahead. Arlong is being defeated by Nami, Luffy declared, making them realize for the first time where they were, in a heavily destroyed Arlong Park, while half of their companions lay on the ground. Hey, Arlong, everyone, Hachi shouted in concern, but no one paid attention. Everyone was focused on the upcoming battle. Attack! Arlong ordered, launching water droplets with his hands while his companions ran towards Nami. Some shot at the girl. Instead of gaining distance, Nami went straight for the group, dodging water droplets and bullets while gaining speed as she flapped her wings. Closing her fists, she managed to approach the first and punched the first fishman that appeared. Garuda! Vacuum blast punch, she shouted. Boom! By uttering the words, Garuda, vacuum blast punch, Nami channeled her energy, forming a fist charged with power. The ensuing impact was spectacular. A deafening boom echoed through Arlong Park. The ground trembled with the intensity of the explosion, and a shockwave spread, creating cracks in the ground and raising dust clouds. The fishmen near the epicenter were thrown into the air like puppets, their bodies spinning uncontrollably like unrestrained kites. The surrounding area was impregnated with the smoke from the explosion, temporarily obscuring vision and creating a tense atmosphere. As the debris cleared, revealing the destruction caused by the attack, Nami showed no hesitation. Her wings flapped even more vigorously, propelling her towards the stunned fishmen. Seeing that they had no choice, her enemies attacked the Straw Hat Navigator again, and the fight began anew. Nami executed agile and graceful movements, like a deadly dance. Her wings beat to the rhythm of the battle, creating air currents that made the fishmen waver. She glided among the enemies, leaving trails of green light with her sharp claws as she was surrounded. Bang! A fishman tried to attack her with a spear, but Nami anticipated the move, elegantly dodging and slashing him with her claws. Boom! Another fishman tried to surprise her from behind, but Nami spun in the air, creating a small sphere of wind that protected her as she launched her claws in his direction. Bang! A barrage of bullets was fired in her direction, but with agility, Nami avoided each projectile, dancing through the battlefield. Boom! With a quick movement, she conjured a sharp wind chain that cut through a row of fishmen, leaving them stunned before she finished with a precise blow. Bang! A group of fishmen approached, but Nami, harnessing the power of the wind, created a barrier of air that pushed them away before diving among them with her claws, creating a series of precise cuts. The battle unfolded like an intricate choreography, a chaotic dance of agile movements, meticulously controlled explosions, and precise cuts, all orchestrated by Nami's unparalleled skill. With each deafening roar of a boom or bang, she responded with a display of ability and power that defied expectations, maximizing her newly acquired capabilities. "Is that Nami?" exclaimed Genzo wide-eyed, surprised by the girl's skill. Even though he had already seen some of her power, her vision of destroying Arlong Park's ground was still unbelievable. "I've never seen her fight like this before. She's amazing," Johnny commented, with a mix of surprise and admiration. Yusaku, watching closely, murmured, "These fishmen have no idea what hit them." Meanwhile, some villagers were commenting among themselves, expressing amazement at Nami's transformation and the chaos unfolding in Arlong Park. "Nami is tearing them apart. I didn't know she was so powerful. This is insane. She's facing fishmen as if it's the most natural thing in the world and winning." The fight continued, and the spectators' reactions were a mix of fascination and bewilderment at Nami's extraordinary display of power. The sounds of explosions and gunfire echoed through the environment as Nami moved with deadly grace. Even in the storm of water droplet shots and firearms, she persisted, advancing tirelessly. Although some of these attacks managed to reach her, no projectile or charge could penetrate her now notably strengthened and resistant body. The pain, an inevitable result of these impacts, became almost a distant echo in her determination, acting as a kind of anesthesia that propelled her through the fight. Every punch thrown by Nami was a controlled explosion, covering significant areas of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Arlong watched from afar, helplessly witnessing the defeat of his comrades. The park was impregnated with the echo of explosions, leaving the fishmen unconscious and severely injured, victims of Nami's controlled fury. "Nami, you damn human!" Arlong's fierce growl echoed as he relentlessly advanced toward the girl after the dust settled a bit. "Arlong, your time has come," Nami retorted firmly, even despite the visible wounds acquired during the fight amidst the fishmen. She faced her worst enemy with some confidence in her eyes. "Human!" Arlong roared, displaying his sharp teeth as he advanced in a furious attack. Nami, despite her skill in dodging, began to feel an overwhelming exhaustion taking over her in this encounter. Her once agile and precise movements became slower and heavier. The wings that supported her began to gradually dissipate, as if the life force were being drained from her body after fighting for so long. With each attempt to dodge Arlong's attacks, Nami's fatigue became more evident. Her movements, now compromised by exhaustion, were no longer as efficient. It was in this moment of vulnerability that Arlong, with a ruthless roar, reached her and fiercely bit her shoulder. "Ah!" The cry of pain echoed as Nami felt Arlong's piercing bite on her shoulder. "I will get revenge on you." Even in agony, Nami gathered her last reserves of energy, clenching her fists and delivering an explosive vacuum punch against Arlong, using the little power she had left. Arlong didn't have time to dodge the attack and felt the impact, being thrown like a puppet to the other side and colliding brutally with his oriental mansion. Nami, exhausted and with intense pain in her bleeding shoulder, knelt on the battlefield. The effort to avenge Arlong took its toll, leaving her vulnerable. Some conscious fishmen aimed at Nami at this moment. Bang! 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 For shots echoed in the air, each finding its target in the fishmen threatening Nami. Usopp, the skilled marksman of the Straw Hats, was strategically positioned at the entrance of Arlong Park. Holding his high-tech rifle, he didn't hesitate to eliminate the enemies targeting his weakened companion. The projectiles, propelled by the advanced precision of the weapon, flew accurately, hitting the fishmen in vital points and neutralizing the imminent threat. Usopp's dexterity with his high-tech rifle was evident in the speed and effectiveness of the shots, ensuring Nami's safety in the face of imminent danger. As soon as Luffy instructed him, he was ready to save his companion, who was in her weakened state at that moment. Crack Arlong emerged from the house, a wounded and mutilated specter. He lacked teeth, and his right arm hung loosely, supported only by the shoulder. The damage caused by Nami's devastating attack was evident in his weakened form, a sight that contrasted with the Triton's usual ferocity. The focused shockwave of air had left severe marks on his robust body. Facing Nami at a defiant distance, Arlong couldn't hide the hatred in his eyes. Resentment boiled in the atmosphere as he prepared for the final confrontation. "Arlong, I will defeat you," declared Nami, though her voice betrayed her fragility. "I will not allow that, Nami. I will end you here, as I should have done many years ago, just as I did with your mother." Arlong roared, revealing the depth of his malice. "What did you say?" Nami was infuriated by this, more than anything, thinking of her mother and how Arlong slaughtered her like an animal. "Yes, I will kill her like I did with your mother." I still remember the desperate look on that human's face trying to save the pathetic lives of 2 children. "But once I kill you, I will go after your sister and all the humans on this island. Inferior beings should not want to fight against our superior race." The fishmen, he screamed like a madman, as he was the only one standing, and many members of his group were dead. With this attack, he had the same feeling he had when facing Admiral Kizaru imposingly many years ago, so he was practically mentally disturbed and spoke with all his hatred for the human race. Everyone who heard this had mixed feelings. The villagers mostly felt fear from these words, hearing what would happen if Nami couldn't defeat Arlong. But many expressed disgust with it, hoping that Nami would kill him right there. Are they really that bad? Shirahoshi couldn't believe what she heard, with alarmed and frightened eyes. Yes, princess, their minds are infected with this kind of ideology. It was this same ideology that killed your mother, Luffy said, earning a disbelieving look from the mermaid. Sharky, that's true, Luffy-sama? But I don't understand, she said uncertainly but very shaken. Your mother wanted to bring your people to the surface to coexist with our race. That was the dream of Queen Otoheim, but some people didn't like that idea. Luffy began without taking his eyes off the insane Arlong. Your mother was murdered, and I know you know who did it. Luffy spoke, causing a shrink from the princess with those words, and he continued. However, what you weren't aware of is that this murderer is also contaminated with this ideology that fishmen are superior to humans. This damn mentality only serves to further distance your people from coexisting with humans on the surface. That's why I believe this is the biggest challenge that Fishman Island faces right now, Luffy said calmly, pointing to the unbalanced Arlong for him to continue. He is the mentor of this idea, casting a shadow over your kingdom that cost your mother's life, and the Fishman Island is being corroded and threatened by this kind of thinking. In the near future, it may find itself on the brink of destruction, Luffy asserted, receiving incredulous looks, especially from the mermaid. Shirahoshi began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted. Nami looks different. Yamato, who had returned a short time ago after freezing the sea, suddenly expressed her observation. She was honing her haki to sense emotions, and although still far from perfection, Yamato could sense the emotional turmoil emanating from Nami at that moment. Luffy immediately turned his gaze to Nami, who remained kneeling. He still kept a safe distance from Arlong, inside the mansion, as he planned to discuss important matters with the mermaid. We should help her. She's already so exhausted, Reiju expressed, watching the navigator in a lamentable state. She's crying, Nojiko exclaimed with great concern. Nami, overwhelmed, heard those words. No one knew, but she was facing a panic attack, flooded with memories that she always tried to forget. Arlong brought back the moment when her mother was killed before her eyes, triggering a crisis while she was in a state of extreme vulnerability, leaving her consumed by despair. She's having one of those attacks, Nojiko exclaimed, and Luffy looked at her with concern as she quickly explained. She has anxiety attacks when the memories of that day when our mother was killed come back. Nojiko explained before anyone could react. Isn't that bad? Usopp nervously asked. Ouch! Ouch! Chaochu also showed concern. We need to act. Arlong is starting to move. Shahahahaha. In the end, you're just a weak human, Nami, just like your mother. No matter how many powers you have, in the end, you will have the same fate as the poor and useless woman I killed many years ago. Arlong laughed like a madman as he approached Nami. That won't happen, Kuina declared, preparing to use her new weapon. Of course not, Zoro said. drawing his blade slightly from its sheath as well. Nami is acting strange. I feel like something terrible is going to happen, Yamato warned Luffy, who raised an eyebrow. There was no way Arlong could harm Nami with him there, about to act as Luffy was flexing his feet for that. The information caught Luffy by surprise, seeing that Nami was facing her traumas with a panic and anxiety attack. He didn't know that the trauma from the childhood tragedy could cause psychological problems for Nami in this way. However, he also recognized that he shouldn't be surprised. This is a real world, not an anime. Of course, people would have their problems and face psychological leviathans with some terrible memories in their minds, no matter how strong they were. He understood that even in a place filled with physical strength and extraordinary abilities, people can still carry deep emotional scars. Nami remained kneeling, tears streaming down her face, as Arlong's cruel words unleashed a storm of emotions within her. Anger, hatred, fear, despair, and sadness collided within her being. They were not just memories but a dormant monster inside her, stirring with fury and wanting to break free. Raising her gaze, Nami's eyes began to glow in an intense yellow hue as wind started to circulate around her, tossing debris as if they were mere leaves. Arlong's laughter ceased. His steps faltered upon witnessing these haunting changes. Nami, although physically drained, saw her powers resurging before her. Arlong, in turn, felt a terrible premonition, a true imminent danger, an undeniable sense that death was approaching. A monster within Nami was awakening, and the atmosphere around echoed its impending presence. Luffy widened his eyes, his mind working quickly to anticipate the possible consequences of what was about to happen. Run! Get away from the area now! Luffy's urgent cry reverberated through the crowd. Initially stunned, trying to react, but the time had already run out. Nami's chest began to glow intensely, emitting a green light that captured the attention of everyone present. In a moment of panic, Luffy directed his orders to Yamato. Yamato, create an ice wall. Now! The urgency in Luffy's voice left no room for doubt, and Yamato promptly erected an ice wall, separating Arlong Park from the crowd. Luffy, acting instantly, employed his power on the newly created wall. Momoo no Mi. Defense, apply 30 times. Wait, what about Nami? Nojiko's alarmed cry echoed as she watched the wall forming in front of her and her sister. However, before Luffy could respond, something extraordinary happened, shaking everyone in the next moment. A violent tremor ran through Arlong Park, announcing the imminent manifestation of the power contained within Nami. Her kneeling figure became the epicenter of a growing storm, and everyone witnessed her frightening transformation. The green light radiating from her chest intensified, and, in a moment of catharsis, she raised her arms to the heavens and screamed. A black vortex began to form, initially small but growing at every moment so quickly that no one could react. The wind around Nami turned into a deafening roar, and the sky darkened with the shadow of the impending storm. The vortex expanded rapidly, engulfing Arlong Park in its spiral of destruction. Buildings were torn from their foundations, trees bent and stripped of leaves, while the ground trembled under the growing power of the storm. The gigantic hurricane, created by Nami's fury, devoured everything in its path, an unstoppable force destroying every trace of the park that had once been a symbol of Arlong's power. The crowd, now separated by the ice wall and protected by Luffy's defense, watched with horror and fascination as the cataclysm unfolded before their eyes. The cutting wind, the deafening noise, and the flickering lights created an apocalyptic sight, marking the emergence of a force that defied human understanding. Nami's agonizing scream reverberated like a symphony of agony, echoing in everyone's ears as an ominous omen. In an instant, Arlong Park and its wreckage were catapulted by the wind hurricane and, with a deafening crash, collided with the ice wall. The impact was felt by everyone on the other side, as the icy structure resisted, but not for long. Cracks began to form, challenging the enhanced resistance provided by Yamato and Luffy's combined abilities. Tension grew, and in a spectacular burst, the wall crumbled. The wind released by the explosion advanced like a hurricane, brutally hitting everything in its path. Luffy and his companions, although trying to resist, were powerless against the overwhelming force. The crowd was thrown backward, flying through the air before falling hundreds of meters away. While everyone was thrown away by the wind explosion unleashed by Nami, Luffy, realizing the imminent danger, acted quickly. Using his mythical Zoan abilities, he concentrated flames in his hands and shot controlled explosions towards the flying debris. The strategically directed explosions aimed to disintegrate larger fragments that could pose a threat to the people launched by the wind. The crackling fire danced in the air, creating a shower of attacks on the large rocks for the safety of the villagers still in the air from the force of the explosion. Although some debris still reached the ground, Luffy's action minimized the damage and prevented greater tragedies. While some villagers fell unharmed to the ground, albeit stunned and slightly injured, they were fortunate to escape serious harm, while others lay unconscious on the ground. Momoo no Mi. Wait. Apply 20 times. Luffy managed to stop by increasing his weight to avoid being blown away by the wind and looked at the impossible. She acquired this power just 1 day ago. Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. After the initial explosion, a colossal hurricane began to form, reaching into the skies and engulfing the entire Arlong base, causing the entire island to feel the wrath of the wind. Under the vortex that already covered the Arlong base area, small harpies emerged, punctuating the scene with green lights. 1, 2, dozens of them appeared, all seemingly preparing to attack. However, Luffy's attention was drawn back to the monstrous hurricane. In the heart of the storm, 2 giant yellow eyes revealed themselves, blinking intermittently with effects similar to green lightning. The crowd fell silent as an imposing shadow of a colossal figure, about 50 meters tall, began to emerge in the center of that tumultuous manifestation. For enormous wings stretched on its back, visible whenever the hurricane gleamed with green lights. Garuda was the only word that managed to escape Luffy's lips as he watched the majestic figure reveal itself, resembling a giant Valkyrie emerging from the chaos. Chapter 63, Cocoyasi Village 6. Chapter size, 2037 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Cocoyasi Village, East Blue. What the hell is this? Exclaimed Yamato, his voice muffled by the deafening roar of the wind emanating from the colossal storm. The entire island was immersed in the monstrous wind current that originated at the center of the Arlong Park and continued to ascend into the sky for several kilometers. Despite Luffy's efforts to avoid fatalities, many people were thrown unconscious upon impact as Yamato's ice wall dissolved. The residents, mostly dressed in white, struggled to hold on to anything available, striving not to be thrown by the merciless winds battering them. What's happening? Where did this come from? Where's Nami? Nojiko shouted in desperation, rising from the ground. She frantically searched for her sister, fearing the worst, as Arlong Park was now covered by the colossal storm that had formed at the center of the explosion. The rest of the group shared the same fear as they tried to recover, not only observing the hurricane, but also the strange creatures emerging at its feet. What's going on? Did Nami do this? Exclaimed Reiju, shielding her eyes from the furious wind of the storm. What is that? Is that Nami? Kuina shouted alarmed, clinging to a tree while pointing at the hurricane. She had the same vision as Luffy, witnessing the manifestation of the gigantic Garuda. She's lost control, Luffy murmured, fixing his gaze on the colossal shadow within the hurricane. What do you mean she's lost control? There's no way she could just lose control, Kuina argued, demonstrating familiarity with the concepts and workings of devil fruits. Fruits in the Zoan category have a will of their own, Kuina. Don't underestimate them, especially the most powerful ones in the mythical category, warned Luffy, not taking his eyes off the shadow flickering with green lights 400 meters away. And what are those things emerging in the hurricane? Reiju asked aloud, watching the small army of harpies emerging in a green light. It seems to be a unique ability of Garuda. She can create these creatures. We better protect the villagers from these things as they might well attack anything in their path, cautioned Luffy, narrowing his eyes. What are we going to do about Nami? Yamato shouted aloud. We have to stop her, don't we? Zoro reasoned aloud. Are we going to fight that? Usopp yelled, visibly apprehensive. Is that Nami? That's a monster. How are we going to face that? Johnny exclaimed, expressing his fear. Yes, brother Johnny is right. We can't fight that. Yasaku argued, raising his voice to be heard over the wind. Guys, Luffy announced with amplified voice. Listen, I'll deal with Nami. You take care of the villagers. Her powers can summon these miniature harpies. You must deal with them and protect the villagers, instructed Luffy, earning some stunned looks as everyone turned to the strange creatures emerging. Of all the icons, Garuda is the weakest. However, she is the most versatile in my opinion, even more so than Odin. In addition to the powers Nami has already demonstrated, Garuda can summon these soldiers, forming even a mini army of them. Nami is still far from fully controlling these abilities, but, as it happened once in the game where Garuda went out of control, creating a few dozen of these creatures on her own, the same is happening now with Nami. We have to stop them without hurting any villagers, reflected Luffy. These creatures could attack anything, as he had mentioned before, and Nami could regret it for the rest of her life if something happened to someone in the village due to her uncontrolled power. At that moment, Luffy thought of another person who, unfortunately, had faced a similar fate. I won't let you have the same fate as Yuta, Luffy muttered to himself without raising his voice, as the wind was too loud and no one else heard. Yamato! Luffy called her immediately with his simplified voice again, and Yamato looked at him the next moment. Look, stay here to protect the people. I'll deal with Nami and intend to transform as well, but there's a good chance of losing control just like Nami. I'm sure I'm not ready for that now. However, if that happens, only you can handle us. Understood. But Luffy, that's dangerous, isn't it? Yamato shouted with some concern. Yeah, I won't deny it, but it's necessary. I plan to stay in the final phase until I deal with Nami. You need to intervene if something goes wrong. I'm counting on you, Vice Captain. Luffy spoke and started walking forward. Against the wind. Increasing his weight, he managed to stand firm against the hurricane as he approached the summoned creatures and Garuda above them. Luffy knew he was acting recklessly, that he would have a better chance of facing Nami with Yamato, but he wanted to test his powers at full strength, and this was a good opportunity. I came to this world and want to enjoy the emotions of an intense battle. Here, in this sea, I don't have many opportunities. Besides my hawk, I practically deal with everyone easily. Luffy reflected as he walked, hoping to have a good fight with Nami. Luffy felt like he was being watched and looked up at the hurricane. Even without observation haki, it was possible to feel the pressure of being observed by some kind of Megazord. Garuda's eyes seemed to see them as a challenge, shining in a yellow hue within the gray and green wind of the hurricane. Luffy moved 200 meters away from the group and was now in front of the hurricane. Surrounded by at least 30 of the summoned creatures, he prepared for the confrontation. But Luffy's eyes glowed intensely in scarlet, focused solely on Garuda and the hurricane. The hurricane instantly dissipated, bringing relief to everyone present. However, what emerged in its place left expressions of disbelief on all faces. Where the Arlong Park was before, there was now a barren wasteland, a desolate landscape that contrasted dramatically with the previous structure. As the wind-blown dust settled, a massive shadow emerged on the horizon. It was the imposing Garuda, with its 4 wings outstretched and a colossal height of 50 meters. The majestic details of the creature were visible as the daylight highlighted its features, leaving everyone stunned in the face of this astonishing manifestation. Luffy didn't need to turn around to sense the shock that this sight had caused everyone. It was the first time they had witnessed an icon completely transformed in this world. Where did this monster come from? By the gods! Is that Nami? She turned into this thing? Someone turn her back. The villagers screamed from afar, feeling relief from the absence of the wind pressure, but the shock still lingered upon them in the face of the colossus rising before their eyes. Luffy, on the other hand, kept his eyes fixed on Garuda, completely focused on the imposing creature. However, in the midst of the tense silence, something unexpected happened. Awaken, a terrifying and ancient voice, laden with a commanding presence and unfathomable antiquity, suddenly echoed from within him. The sound reverberated like an ancient whisper, enveloping Luffy in a mysterious aura. Surprised, Luffy instinctively turned his gaze to his own chest, trying to comprehend the origin of this voice that seemed to emerge from time immemorial. Luffy was surprised, contemplating this strange internal manifestation. The voice continued, urging him to awaken a dormant power. "You icons sure know how to be terrifying, don't you?" Luffy murmured, trying to understand what was happening. The voice echoed in his mind, an ancestral presence that seemed to desire the release of something powerful within him. "Awaken that power," the voice insisted, echoing like a sinister whisper. Okay, as long as you don't go out of control," Luffy responded, speaking directly to this inner entity. "Awaken, Ifrit." The voice persisted, becoming more intense. "Well, you don't even listen to me, do you? But still, let's see what you're capable of, Ifrit," Luffy declared, accepting the unknown challenge unfolding within himself. Every word of the ancestral voice seemed to vibrate at the core of his existence, triggering an imminent transformation. Luffy's eyes intensified their red hue, and fiery flames began to dance around him, growing furiously in front of the Harpies and Garuda. The flames formed a violent whirlwind around him, resembling another firestorm that was growing with every moment Luffy focused on the power within him. Before anyone could react, the flames erupted from Luffy in a truly spectacular display. A fiery pillar rose from the realms of Ifrit, shooting towards the firmament and dominating a vast expanse of the horizon. The sight transcended reality, as if the world itself succumbed to darkness, leaving the colossal pillar of purple fire as the sole source of illumination. The flames grew incessantly, surpassing 50 meters in width, engulfing many harpies nearby and reaching heights exceeding 400 meters. Everyone present felt the intense heat emanating from the monumental column of fire, witnessing a scene that defied human comprehension. When the fiery display finally subsided and ceased, the day seemed to glow under the sun. However, the land around was now devastated and scorched, with purple flames burning everywhere, unaffected by the gentle wind still emanating from Garuda, even without the hurricane that accompanied it before. Crack! Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated as a colossal foot crushed the ground, cracking the earth as it revealed the immense presence of Ifrit. The impact was so powerful that fissures extended through the ground, providing a spectacular view of its magnitude. The giant foot, surrounded by amethyst flames, belonged to the colossal figure of Luffy transformed. Ifrit stood imposing, its majestic form standing out against the cracked and burnt scenery around it due to its flaming pillar. The scene unfolded, gradually revealing the impressive features of Ifrit in its complete transformation. The imposing figure resembled a drake, a lizard-like being with skin reminiscent of burnt rock, covered by amethyst armor that gave it a robust appearance. Vibrant flames danced on various parts of its body, creating a fiery aura that enveloped the colossal creature standing at 50 meters tall. A horn curved backward adorned its head, adding a touch of majesty to its imposing form. In front of Garuda, Ifrit roared vigorously, standing out as a commanding presence in the scene, while everyone watched, amazed and awestruck by the magnitude of these colossal creatures. Leaning forward, Luffy, in the colossal form of Ifrit, unleashed a resounding roar that echoed throughout the island. Each sound wave of the roar seemed to vibrate in the air, announcing the imposing presence of Ifrit before its challenger, the colossal harpy Garuda. The powerful sound echoed through the landscapes, making everyone around feel the intensity of the moment as the atmosphere was saturated with the magnitude of this imminent confrontation between two colossal entities. If anyone has the gif of Clive transforming into Ifrit for the first time, put it here. Ruhar Garuda responded with a peculiar cry, a strange cacophony of sounds resembling multiple birds screaming simultaneously. She was clearly irritated by the challenge from this other icon. Luffy stared at the gigantic harpy, while on his body, amethyst flames surged violently, further highlighting his imposing form. "What am I seeing?" Zoro choked. "So big," Shirahoshi exclaimed. "Sharky, Luffy could always turn into this?" Reiju wondered, amazed. "It's colossal," Isaka shouted. "And to think we had 2 monsters in the crew," Zoro murmured. "This is insane," Usopp exclaimed, his eyes wide open at the colossal sight. "So, my Luffy could do this all along?" Yamato asked, surprised. Now, before everyone, there were 2 50-meter giants, facing each other, ready for an epic confrontation. The crew, as well as the island inhabitants, watched in dread, fearing that these creatures could destroy the entire place. Chapter 64, Cocoyasi Village 7. Chapter size, 2,342 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Ifrit glared at Garuda with fury, its immense form standing out in the scenery as amethyst flames danced around it, giving it a threatening aura. "I am being influenced by my own icon." Luffy's thoughts echoed in his mind, realizing that the beast within him craved a brutal battle. Feeling the storm of emotions roaring like a hurricane, he murmured internally, deciding to fight against his opponent like a true wild beast. "Moa Moa no Mi, mind apply 3 times. Faced with the imminent loss of control to the inner beast, Luffy acted swiftly, invoking the power of his devil fruit to strengthen his mind and stay conscious for a while longer while battling for control. Luffy's mind briefly shone with a golden light as he struggled to subdue the instinctive fury of the icon. "These icons are more dangerous than I imagined. I need to end this before my mind succumbs to Ifrit's will. It's a shame I can't apply the Moa Moa no Mi to other aspects, as I am using its application in the mind. I'll have to fight using Ifrit's power alone. But I have to admit, it's incredible to be a colossal monster of 50 meters. The perspective is completely different when flying at this height. Looking down and seeing my crew like ants below is fascinating. This transformation isn't bad, despite making me an easy target. My body is much more resistant, and my strength is several times greater now, compared to the Phase 2 transformation." Luffy reflected, finding a hint of fascination amid the chaos of battle. Transforming into a giant colossus of 50 meters, Luffy felt an overwhelming sense of power and grandeur. The elevated perspective provided him with a panoramic view of the battlefield, where his comrades and enemies resembled small dots compared to his immense stature. The feeling of dominance and control over the environment was palpable, while the world below seemed to shrink in the face of his colossal presence. Every step Luffy took reverberated like a tremor, echoing his unparalleled strength. His now robust and resistant body contrasted with the apparent fragility of those below him. The higher breeze, distant sounds, and even the smell of the environment took on a new dimension when experienced from such an extraordinary height. Despite becoming an obvious target, Luffy couldn't help but marvel at the unique perspective that the transformation offered. The aerial view and the feeling of being in control of a colossal force added an additional layer of complexity and fascination to the experience of being a true giant in battle. Garuda growled, drawing Luffy's attention once again. "Roarrr." Garuda's thunderous roar echoed, challenging Luffy in his imposing Ifrit form. While amethyst fire enveloped Ifrit, Luffy thought, "Sorry, Nami, but I'll have to smack you until you're back to normal." His scarlet eyes were focused on the gigantic harpy before him. "Roarrr." Ifrit responded to Garuda's challenge, releasing a powerful roar as a declaration of its own fury. Amidst the tension, Garuda, consumed by uncontrollable rage, was the first to act. Emerging from the wreckage of the former Arlong Park, now reduced to ruins, she flapped her wings forcefully, gaining speed to charge at Ifrit. The giant harpy closed in quickly, reaching a distance of 200 meters, and extended her sharp claws toward the purple fire drake. In response, Ifrit adjusted its feet, standing firm to face the imminent impact and confrontation. Its colossal feet crushed some harpies that were dangerously approaching its crew and the villagers. The ground trembled under the impact, but Ifrit remained vigilant to the threat around it. Meanwhile, Garuda, moving with impressive speed, was already before Ifrit, launching her sharp claws in a fierce assault. Luffy, still lucid, agile, and aware of the imminent danger, coordinated his movements. With precise movements, Ifrit skillfully dodged Garuda's attack, flexing its colossal body to the side. In response, Luffy launched himself onto the giant harpy. Grabbing her arms after dodging, Ifrit held Garuda firmly using both hands. Without wasting time, before Garuda could react, Luffy concentrated his strength. Spinning Garuda's massive body by the same arm, he executed an almost complete 360-degree turn. The force of the movement threw Garuda with momentum in the opposite direction, hurling her beyond the forest near the former Arlong Park. The strong wind generated by the impactful motion swept the area, leaving everyone around astonished at the display of Ifrit's immense strength. Boom! The impact of Garuda's colossal body colliding with the ground made the entire area shake, echoing the brute force that Luffy had applied in a long-awaited strike. People, who initially seemed like ants before the titanic movements of these two beings, couldn't help but be amazed at the incredible evolution of the battle. Amidst the chaos, the population ran, fearful that the fight between the two giants could result in the destruction of the island. Furthermore, hostile creatures in the form of harpies created by Nami's power tried to approach, but Nami's pirate crew skillfully prevented these threats from advancing towards the civilians, acting as a protective shield in the midst of the turmoil. "Get the unconscious ones and get out of here," Reiju exclaimed, urging the villagers to act quickly. Bang bang! "What are these things?" Usopp shouted as he fired, eliminating one of the creatures. Luffy said these things are created by Nami's power. "Shirahoshi, don't get into this fight. Stay behind and take care of the villagers," Kuina pleaded with concern. Yes, Shirahoshi agreed, running in the safe direction along with her shark. "Chaochu no Jiko, you must go with them too," Yamato insisted. "Woof woof," Chaochu refused. "I'm not going anywhere. My sister is out of control, and I don't intend to leave," Nojiko asserted, picking up a spear that had fallen from the fishmen during the hurricane, ready to assist the crew against the creatures. Chaos had already spread across the entire island at this point. Even with the former captives, they were stunned by the sight of colossal beings emerging even from quite a distance away from that place, after that enormous hurricane, and trembled as those things began to fight each other kilometers away. "What are those things that appeared after that sudden hurricane?" One of them shouted. "We should have stayed at base 16. I don't want to be crushed if those things come here. Let's get back to the marine ship and escape this island." They quickly ran to the marine ship, eager to return to the sea. Meanwhile, amidst the battle of those colossi, asterisk the thunder of Garuda being thrown into the forest, uprooting thousands of trees, while her body served as the very brake. Without wasting time, Luffy began to advance in her direction, determined to end the fight as quickly as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Every step Luffy took was like a sonic explosion, cracking the ground and crushing trees and rocks beneath his feet. Garuda, still enraged, got up and faced Ifrit with her fierce yellow eyes. Roar. Roar. Once again, the two beasts roared at each other, echoing like thunder before launching into another round. Garuda spread her wings, gaining momentum as she ascended dozens of meters into the air. Powerful winds began to circulate around her claws, creating a stormy aura around her. Meanwhile, Ifrit, the colossus of purple flames, formed fiery fists in preparation for the imminent clash. The tension in the air was almost palpable, enveloping the two titans preparing for the next exchange of blows. Garuda flew towards Ifrit, who responded with fiery punches. The resulting explosion from the collision of different elemental fists tore through the forest. The impact was not limited to the collision site but reverberated throughout the island. The elements expanded violently, completely decimating that part of the forest for hundreds of meters. The roar echoed, making it clear that the battle between these two giants was far from over. Ah! The island is shaking. The impact is coming. Be careful. This is the end of the world. Charlie, this is so scary, the villagers screamed, feeling the power of the clash between the two colossi, while carrying the hurricane-injured people along with Shirahoshi. In the midst of the furious clash of elements, the wind managed to prevail over Ifrit's fire this time. Luffy, losing momentum, was thrown to the opposite side, colliding with a mountain in the heart of the island. A mountain, now being destroyed by the colossal body, was visible to everyone on the island. Although Ifrit was smaller than the mountain, the force of the impact significantly altered the landscape, causing a profound shock to everyone present to the core of their souls. The unexpected destruction turned the scenery into a haunting spectacle. The tremors resulting from the impact between Garuda and Ifrit echoed throughout the island, like seismic pulses shaking the ground. Trees were toppled in a chaotic dance, rocks detached from the mountains, and the ground cracked under the colossal pressure. The atmosphere was imbued with collective fear as villagers ran in desperation, trying to protect themselves from the imminent chaos. The visible destruction extended beyond the point of impact. Shockwaves radiated, affecting distant areas of the island. Nearby structures were reduced to rubble, and dust clouds obscured the air. The roar of colliding elements resonated like a continuous thunder, echoing through mountains and valleys. The idyllic scenery of the island was being transformed before the astonished eyes of the local inhabitants. The lush nature was replaced by a chaotic scene of destruction, and the island faced a titanic test of strength that threatened to rewrite its geography. What kind of fight is this? I want to go home, Usopp shouted in fear as he continued to shoot at the harpies threatening them, yearning to escape the destruction caused by Luffy's and Nami's battle. They felt the impact of the forests being destroyed and sensed the entire island trembling. Luffy, Yamato murmured while watching Luffy being thrown into a mountain like a colossal puppet. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach Phase 3 of her mythical Zoan yet, as her development had always been restricted by the seastone handcuffs her father put on her. But she was moved by this kind of fight. It seemed like the island would be destroyed if they let Luffy and Nami fight like madmen for the next hour. We want to leave. The bounty hunters, in turn, joined the chorus of requests to abandon the island, fearing the imminent collapse. The scene of destruction was so overwhelming that the idea of staying in that location became increasingly unsustainable. The epic battle between the two colossi was transforming the island from a peaceful paradise into a cataclysmic battlefield. A harpy charged at the group, but before it could attack, Zoro delivered a precise cut, eliminating the imminent threat. Stop crying and pay attention to the fight here. You'll end up dying like this, Zoro growled, urging the bounty hunters to focus on the battle against the harpies. Yes, thank you, Brother Zoro. They thanked in unison, realizing the importance of staying alert in the face of the creatures surrounding them. Boom! 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 Reiju, in turn, kicked several harpies, demonstrating skill in repelling these creatures. After defeating the last one, she paused to catch her breath. These things don't stop appearing. She expressed her concern upon noticing that another group of these monsters was approaching, indicating that the battle was far from over. Yes, but we have to take care of them before they reach the village. The rest of the island can barely handle these harpies. Kuina, despite the difficulty in her fight, tried to defend herself with her sword, Tensa Zangetsu, pressed against the claws of one of the creatures in a strength clash, being an 11-year-old girl. Ah! Nojiko appeared beside Kuina, wielding a spear she had picked up earlier, and struck a precise blow against a harpy. Thank you. Kuina expressed gratitude upon seeing her fight end. It was nothing. Is Nami creating these things? Nojiko was still trying to process the entire situation. She's out of control. Luffy said the fruit itself is in command, Yamato explained. Woof! Chaochu jumped towards a harpy, but was thrown aside after being hit by one of the creature's claws. Chaochu! Usopp shouted and aimed at the Valkyrie, firing 3 shots. Bang bang bang. After 3 shots, the harpy succumbed to the attack and dissipated in the air with a glow. Damn it, Luffy, stop Nami quickly, Usopp complained. He's still lying on that collapsed mountain, Yamato said. Nami will be fine. Trust the captain, Luffy will manage. Nojiko tried to calm everyone's concern with confidence in the crew's captain. Yes, we have faith that Luffy will stop Nami without harming her. Luffy. Before they could continue placing their faith in Luffy, a thunderous sound echoed through the island once again, and an imposing Ifrit emerged from the wreckage of the mountain, roaring louder than ever, as if thirsty for another round of battle. Luffy! Go Luffy! Stop Nami! Luffy, we trust you. End this and bring Nami back. Just don't destroy the island, please. His crew witnessed Ifrit emerging gloriously from the wreckage that was once a mountain, the result of Luffy's impact. Ifrit faced Garuda, ready for another battle. Meanwhile, Luffy surveyed the scene and the distance he had flown. I have to end this before the landscape of this island changes drastically or the island itself is destroyed, he thought, facing his formidable opponent once again. Garuda assumed an attacking stance once more, and Ifrit responded in kind even from a distance. Thus, Garuda and Ifrit prepared for a third clash. Chapter 65, Cocoyasi Village 8. Chapter size, 2,257 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. As the two icons faced each other from a distance, frightened birds crossed the sky, avoiding the monstrosities that resembled small mosquitoes in comparison. It seems I won't be able to save energy. I tried to do that and ended up being carried away by Nami. Luffy lamented the last clash, where he hesitated to use all his strength, trying to maintain clarity. Regret lingered in his thoughts. Without further delay, Luffy flexed his knees, cracking the ground even more with his powerful feet. He launched into the attack, his body surrounded by purple flames, running with surprising speed. For observers, it was like witnessing a meteor sliding across the land, leaving behind a trail of fire as he headed towards Garuda, which was 2 kilometers away. In just a few seconds, he reached the winged monstrosity, creating a path of flames in his wake. Flames witnessing Luffy's onslaught, Garuda tried to fly, but before she could react, the Straw Hat Captain was already in front of her, ready to deliver a punch enveloped in flames. Boom! Garuda adopted a defensive posture, crossing her arms, but the impact of the fiery punch shook her, propelling her backward. At the peak of imbalance, Luffy held her with a single hand, bringing her back into his proximity. In a fluid motion, he swung his arm over Ifrit's shoulder, lifting the giant mythical Zoan into the air, and then letting her fall backward with a thunderous impact. Crack! The echo of the crash reverberated as the ground cracked under the colossal fall. Luffy didn't stop there. Quickly, he swung his arm back and then thrust it forward, delivering a fiery punch from the ground toward Garuda. Flames! Boom! Crack! The impressive sound of flames, explosion, and the ground cracking echoed once again, causing the entire island to tremble slightly. Give up, Garuda. You can't keep going like this, Luffy murmured to himself, holding on to the hope that Nami would return to her normal state. Luffy was surprised to feel the concentration of wind growing beneath him. Before he could react, a hurricane engulfed him, throwing him away, challenging even the resilience of his colossal body. Garuda's hurricane wind, fueled by Nami's uncontrollable power, had a deafening roar. The blast of air swept everything in its path as Garuda was being pressed down by Ifrit above her. Even the nearby landscape did not escape unscathed, toppling trees, rocks, and anything in the path of the unbridled fury. The impact shook the island once again. Darn, that hurt, Luffy muttered as he flew through the air. After being hit by Garuda's hurricane, Luffy, transformed into Ifrit, was thrown into the sky in a diagonal line, crossing the air like a giant, uncontrolled puppet. The impact was strong, But Luffy skillfully adjusted his position in the air to land on his feet, while his amethyst flames flickered furiously around him. Ifrit's paws plunged into the ground with a deafening crash. The colossal body of Ifrit dove towards the earth, causing a violent shockwave. The ground trembled under the massive impact, cracking and fragmenting with the force of Ifrit's grounding. The trees around bent before the arrival of the colossal figure, some being uprooted. Dust and debris rose in a dense cloud, momentarily obscuring the view. The crater formed by the impact expanded rapidly with its weight alone, revealing the magnitude of its force. Birds already frightened by the fight, which had stirred the entire island, took flight towards the sea, dispersing in the face of the intensity of the battle caused on the island. The earth itself seemed to groan under the weight of Luffy and Garuda's transformation since they began the confrontation. Ifrit's gaze turned to its opponent in the distance, but beyond rising again, Luffy saw her tilt her wings. His eyes followed with intensity every beat of Garuda's wings, which, with powerful gusts, majestically rose from the ground. With each upward movement, the harpy gained altitude until reaching a height of 500 meters. With her flying, things are going to get more difficult, Luffy thought. The imposing silhouette of Garuda stood out against the sky, wings beating in a majestic rhythm as she hovered in the air. The mocking expression in the harpy's eyes echoed challenge, indicating that the battle was far from over. While Luffy fixed his defiant gaze on Garuda, who soared in the skies. I wanted to avoid this, not to spend even more energy, as I won't be able to endure much longer conscious in the Ifrit transformation. But since you leave me no choice, let's see this through to the final phase. Luffy pondered, however, faced with Garuda's persistence. He concluded that he had no choice but to advance to the last phase. With determination, he concentrated his power on his back. A dazzling explosion of light radiated from Luffy, outlining the wings taking shape. The intense brightness eclipsed even the flames that surrounded Ifrit. In this splendor, two black wings, as deep as the night, emerged. They radiated intense heat, while amethyst flames danced vibrantly along their lengths, giving an even more imposing aura to Luffy's transformation. The surrounding environment trembled with the majestic manifestation of the power that now flowed through him. Without wasting time, Luffy flexed his knees and propelled himself to the next stage of the transformation. The environment around him seemed to vibrate with the energy emanating from Ifrit's colossal figure. With a powerful thrust, Luffy jumped from the wreckage of the forest, the ground exploding under his feet once again as Ifrit took off into the sky, and the forest shrank with the wind he produced with it. The roar of the jump reverberated through the landscape, echoing the power contained in that colossal charge. Ifrit enveloped its body in flames as it ascended into the air, beating its wings to meet Garuda in the skies. Roar! A resounding roar echoed through the air as Garuda, realizing the charge, leaned in for the encounter, her hands surrounded by a vortex of dark and green wind once again. This time, it was to increase the intensity of my flames to face her, Luffy reasoned, intensifying the temperature far beyond the last confrontation, when he was just testing the waters and conserving energy. The explosion of the blows manifested in the air above the island. However, all witnesses still felt the tension of the two colors in conflict, each representing the power of Ifrit and Garuda. Ifrit got the upper hand against Garuda this time, pushing her back 3 kilometers in the air due to the impact towards the sea. She managed to recover in the air, thanks to her wings, but the force of the blow made it clear that the balance of the battle was shifting. Luffy didn't hesitate and was already on her at that moment, finding himself in the middle of the vast ocean. Garuda, in turn, didn't want to be taken by surprise again and responded to Luffy with the same intensity. People on the island could see Garuda and Ifrit exchanging blows as they flew through the air a few kilometers away. BOM, 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 BOM. Several kilometers above the sea, Garuda and Ifrit delivered their colossal blows, creating a spectacle of lights and explosions in the firmament. The sunlight, filtered through the clouds, shone through the sparks and flames dancing in the wake of the aerial clashes. Luffy, in his Ifrit form, dove and ascended with agility, leaving a trail of purple flames in his path. His flaming punches relentlessly sought the agile Garuda as she skillfully slid between the attacks, slicing through the air with her sharp claws. Boom! Crack! Roar! The explosions illuminated the sky, highlighting the imposing silhouettes of these titanic creatures. The sea below seemed small and distant, witnessing the grandeur and fury of this celestial battle. Each blow exchanged between Garuda and Ifrit reverberated through space, like a symphony of destruction echoing across the entire island and beyond. The roar of the explosions echoed like thunder, and the seismic impacts were felt even at a considerable distance. It was a spectacle that transcended human understanding, a monumental sight they never imagined witnessing. Two titanic colossi, Garuda and Ifrit, entwined in a dance of destruction, fiercely punching each other while floating several kilometers high. The magnitude of this divine battle was surreal, a scene that challenged the boundaries of credulity. For the spectators on the island, it was as if they were watching a fight between gods in the very sky. This awe-inspiring image was destined to be etched into their memories, leaving an indelible mark that would endure for the rest of their lives. Even the Straw Hats were mesmerized, witnessing this epic battle between titans. Yamato, Luffy said for you to intervene if something happens to him. But let's be honest, can you get involved in the middle of that fight? Reiju asked, lighting a cigarette now that the battle seemed to have tilted in their favor. After eliminating the last harpies, which had apparently ceased, probably because Garuda needed energy for the battle and didn't create them anymore, Yamato pondered. It's really hard to say. Even with Hack, I would still be facing two monsters with powerful elements. Luffy-sama will make it, Shirahoshi confidently affirmed, now that she had returned to the crew after the battle. Look, Luffy is gaining the upper hand, observed Zoro. From a distance, they could see Luffy landing a right hook on Garuda. What is he doing? He's going to do something to her. In the instant following that powerful punch, everyone witnessed Luffy, with Garuda stunned in the skies, wrapping her from behind, firmly holding her arms and pinning her wings. In a fluid motion, his body started spinning towards the island, the purple flames intensifying around him. Like a flaming meteor, Luffy projected himself directly towards the island, carrying with him the other imposing winged creature. An uncontrollable chain of fire formed, leaving everyone on the island gaping at the fiery spectacle inexorably approaching. He can't be coming here, can he? Shirahoshi, seeing Luffy's trajectory, raised the question. Yes, he is coming directly here. Reiju let her cigarette fall from her mouth, panicking. Run! Run! Johnny shouted in desperation. Run! Yamato also warned, watching that enormous meteor formed by two 50-meter creatures flying towards them. Ah! Sharky-ei! Auuuuuuu! I don't want to die like this. Ruuyuawen. We're going to be crushed. Shut up and just run. While the crew ran in fear, Luffy reached the ground just a bit before where the crew was. Ifrit, accompanied by Garuda, crashed with a roar into the water on the beach, generating a deafening shockwave that rippled through the area. CRACK, the earth was abruptly lifted as the colossal entity descended, dragging Garuda across the island. The impact began on the beach and spread across the entire length of the island until reaching its center. During this terrible path of destruction, Ifrit didn't hesitate to drag Garuda, ruthlessly rubbing her on the ground. The resounding roar and the resulting tremors echoed throughout the island, making people feel the ground shaking beneath their feet. Panic set in, and the island's inhabitants watched in horror, unable to believe what their eyes were witnessing. The only sound permeating the island was the echo of the impact, with debris flying in all directions, creating a trail of destruction. The line of smoke rising at the end of this path of chaos outlined the imposing figure of Ifrit, which rose majestically after the confrontation that had left its indelible mark on the island's landscape. R. The vibrant roar echoed as a proclamation of victory, reverberating through the island that now displayed visible scars from the colossal battle. I won, but I'm almost turning into a beastly mind. Luckily, I triumphed before my consciousness completely succumbed to Ifrit, murmured Luffy, his eyes fixed on the ground just 50 meters away. There, he witnessed Garuda unconscious, whose form suddenly began to glow, undoing her transformation. Her body shrank to take the form of a small unconscious girl, now lying in the middle of the crater. Thank goodness it's over, finally, Luffy thought, relieved as he reverted his transformation. Everyone could witness Ifrit shining intensely before disappearing the next moment. With a small explosion, Luffy touched the ground in the center of the clearing. Rising from the dust, he approached Nami lying on the ground and bruised. "You sure give me some trouble, silly girl," Luffy commented with a bit of difficulty breathing, reaching his mental limit as well. A thunderous noise echoed from the other side, and Luffy didn't need to look in that direction to know it was the sea flooding the crater line with force. "I better get Nami out of here," he muttered, but he was out of strength. The last thing he remembers is footsteps approaching before fainting, recognizing it to be Yamato by the sound of their wooden sandals, a traditional attire in Wano. Luffy just smiled and allowed his mind to rest after so much exhaustion in this intense battle. Chapter 66, Cocoyasi Village 9. Chapter size, 2,458 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. "What exhaustion," Luffy murmured, finally opening his eyes after the last memories and looked around, trying to locate himself. When Luffy woke up, he realized he was in a house and saw the window overlooking the sea. Recognizing this view, he noticed he was at Nami's house, and it was late afternoon. That means I stayed just a few hours or MIA day. But I doubt it's the latter, Luffy thought, and noticed someone in the bed next to him. He realized it was Nami herself, who was beside him in bed. "Luffy-sama," Shirahoshi was heard, and Luffy looked at the window to be faced with a huge eye outside, looking at him curiously. Did she return to normal? Well, I got knocked out by my own mind. Luffy couldn't help but speak softly. "Sharky," a voice from behind the huge mermaid grumbled. "Hello, princess. You too, Megalo." Luffy smiled. "Are you okay, Luffy-sama?" "I returned to being large. I wanted to come into the house too," she said with a bit of regret. "Wait a moment. I'm coming out." Luffy held her. She nodded with a smile. Luffy sighed and yawned, getting up from the bed to check on someone and see how the others are, to find out how they dealt with the situation and its consequences. Luffy left the room and went to the stairs at the end of the corridor, descending to the lower floor of the house. He encountered female members of his crew with Nojiko in the kitchen destroyed by Nami. Luffy, Yamato, unsurprisingly, was the first to notice and go to him. "Are you okay? We were really worried about you and Nami." She hugged him before he could react. Luffy, being suffocated by her huge breasts, couldn't make any comprehensible sound. "Yamato, don't suffocate him like that," Kuina complained from his side. "Oh sorry, ha 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 ha." She laughed and released Luffy, smiling at him with a cheerful expression. "I'm okay. A bit sore, but I'll recover quickly. Can you tell me what happened right after I passed out?" Luffy asked, wanting to catch up. "Well, first off, our ship came out of your pocket to its real size as last time with the poneglyphs, and as we heard you two talking up there, Shirahoshi and Megalo are giant again outside the house, waiting for you to shrink them again," Reiju said simply. "The ship wasn't crushed by seawater, was it?" Luffy became worried about seawater filling that hole. "No, it rose as soon as the water sank, but it's in the same place, while those strange stones are at the bottom of the water," Yamato said in front of Luffy. "Understandable, and the fishmen?" Luffy wanted to know. "Well," Kuina hesitated. "Arlong was found 4 kilometers away, at least his dead body, after being caught in Nami's explosion. Just like the majority of the fishmen, only a few remained since they were in the center of the hurricane, and some survived because they fell in better places than others, but not far from death. And some of those died in the middle of their fight against Nami, caught by the elements you were throwing at each other, or crushed by your bodies as you had a battle that consumed and destroyed 30% of the entire island, dramatically changing the landscape. Nojiko said what Yamato informed them after searching for the fishmen. All this information shocked them a lot, especially the result of a battle between Luffy and Nami, which lasted only 15 minutes. They knew that if the final confrontation had taken place on the island and not in the air, this fight could have caused much more destruction. Well, that's not surprising, but I'm finding Arlong an idiot now. The fool provoked Nami, making her lose control. It's like saying he played with fire after everything, and I bet he didn't expect to get burned by it. It was practically suicide. Luffy mocked. The fishman brought about his own death in a moment of insane state. I can't blame him for thinking that way, Reiju said simply. And Nami? Is she okay? Luffy asked. Nami is fine too, from what I saw. She's just exhausted. Nojiko said. That's good, since Shirahoshi and Megalo are outside the house. Where are Zoro, Usopp, Johnny, Yasaku, and Chaochu? He wanted to know. There were only women here. They are in the village, helping to prepare a feast for tonight. Kuina said. Oh, but that's great. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed joyfully with the news and continued talking. Anyway, Yamato, come with me. Let's get our ship and stones in the water, after shrinking the princess and her shark, of course. Luffy announced and quickly left the house with his partner. Shirahoshi. Luffy, seeing the princess on the cliff, called her quickly. Luffy-sama, you're already out. Come here. You too, Megalo. After Luffy shrank his size to 10%, he did the same with Megalo and headed to the location of the hole made by the colossal battle with Yamato. The trail of destruction was evident throughout the island, as if a giant hurricane had passed through. Uprooted trees lay fallen, broken rocks formed an irregular landscape, and the once intact ground was now marked by huge fissures. Debris of vegetation and soil were thrown into the air, creating an apocalyptic scene that stretched across the entire horizon. Wherever one looked, there were traces of the epic confrontation between Ifrit and Garuda. The once peaceful land now exhibited the raw signs of the battle between two titans. It was a shocking and impactful sight, as if nature itself had been challenged and reshaped by the whims of these colossal creatures. In a crater 200 meters wide and kilometers long coming from the sea entrance due to the impact, Luffy and Yamato followed its edge to the end. There was the Black Pearl, standing and floating in the water, disturbed only by some waves coming directly from the sea. Looking at the damage, Luffy couldn't believe that the information about destruction was true. This fight opened a channel almost halfway through the island. This place would never be the same, and Luffy could still see flames on rocks in various places, which didn't stop burning even after hours of the fight, even on some mountains and in the devastated forests where the duo fought. With this channel created by our fight, this island could become a great commercial kingdom. Luffy suddenly had this idea, imagining a large city like the Goa Kingdom around the channel. It would be an invaluable port for resupply and trade since the island is between Logetown and the rest of the East Blue. The Goa Kingdom is quite wealthy but very distant from the other kingdoms and islands in this sea. So he knew that trade was not the main focus of that kingdom. In Luffy's opinion, this place is the best strategic point in the East Blue because it is in the middle of this sea. But I don't have money to mobilize for something so big. Even if it gave me some profit after years, I should think first about what to do. Luffy thought since his money was focused on improving his group first, but he didn't deny that this tempted him a lot, and he was already imagining how he could get some money for it. Forget that thought. First, I have to deal with the poneglyphs which are in the water, Luffy said thoughtfully. Yamato, freeze the water, and let's break the ice to reach them, Luffy said, and Yamato quickly jumped into the water and froze that part of the channel. She wasn't as powerful in her element as Kazan, but she could do things like these. After freezing, Luffy jumped in place and began to punch with pure focus not to melt the ice with his fire. Yamato helped him with her weapon, and after reaching the historical texts, He quickly shrank and stored them again with the black pearl going directly back into his pocket. So they quickly returned to the village. It was already dark, and the only lights in the forests were amethyst flames that still burned in many parts of the island as the night began. When they reached the village, everyone seemed to be celebrating already. Despite a big fight in the end and a part of the island modified and destroyed, no citizen died, and as a result, despite this, they ended up getting rid of Arlong, so it was a great reason to celebrate their victory and new freedom. Luffy quickly went to the village in celebration. The village was filled with a bubbling atmosphere of celebration. Laughter echoed through the air as residents expressed gratitude and enthusiasm. Tables adorned with festive foods and drinks decorated the streets, and colorful lanterns swayed gently, emitting a soft light that contributed to the festive atmosphere. Local musicians played cheerful melodies, and houses were decorated with vibrant flags. It was a vibrant and lively environment, where joy and relief blended after the intense events that shook the island. Despite the damage caused to about 30% of the island, the festive atmosphere in the village was palpable. The residents celebrated with joy, destruction, far from extinguishing the spirit of the community for finally getting rid of the persistent threat of Arlong. The feeling of freedom and relief was evident in the smiles and hugs shared among the islanders. As soon as Luffy and Yamato arrived, they were noticed and passed by everyone as they made their way for him and Yamato, with some words of thanks, and they went to where his crew was, many already drinking. "Luffy!" Usopp shouted happily as I appeared there. "Captain! Brother Luffy! Brother Luffy!" Luffy greeted the lively crowd, raising his voice to be heard above the festive buzz. He grabbed a bottle of beer, a relaxed expression on his face as he blended into the collective joy. His eyes, however, turned to a specific corner of the celebration. "Hey, everyone! How's everyone doing?" exclaimed Luffy, addressing the crowd before turning his attention to a specific point. "Hey, Nami!" Luffy let out a contagious laugh as he entered the hustle and spotted the orange-haired girl next to her sister, surrounded by most of the crew. "Luffy!" Nami responded with a mix of shyness and melancholy. Luffy understood the reason behind this state of mind. Since she woke up, Nami had been horrified to hear about the events, especially when she learned about the devastating impact her loss of control could have had on the village after the fight against Arlong. This awareness had left her disturbed, to the point of avoiding being in the village for some time. She only showed up because her sister convinced her, and even Genzo went to see her, saying that everyone was still grateful for her getting rid of the Arlong pirates after all. Luffy went to her with a big smile, ignoring those guilty thoughts of hers, and tried to cheer her up quickly. He didn't want to see his companion like this. "Nami, you were amazing." Slap! Luffy slapped her on the back, and Nami flinched, looking at him stunned. As the slap made many stop to see what it was so loud. Nami didn't respond to Luffy but looked at him, stunned by the blow on her back. "You defeated them so easily. It was so cool." Slap! The palm of Luffy's hand met Nami's back, making her tremble with the impact. "In the end, you killed Arlong with that huge hurricane." Slap! Another slap echoed through the air, and the crew's attentive eyes witnessed each moment. "When you turned into Garuda, you were so powerful and giant." Slap! Another hit, and Nami's surprised expression remained. "You gave me the biggest battle I've ever had in my life. It was quite fun, despite being dangerous." Slap! The sound of the slap accompanied Luffy's enthusiastic words, creating a unique cadence. "I never imagined I could fight by destroying mountains and devastating forests with every move." Slap! Each impact was felt, and Nami continued to process the words and slaps. "We were like two giant mechs." Slap! The rhythm of the slaps followed Luffy's narrative, involving everyone in the celebration. "Everyone looked so small compared to us." Slap! The crowd watched, amid laughter and astonishment, the unique dynamics of this interaction. The coolest part was flying." Slap! The slaps continued to resonate, punctuating each shared memory by Luffy. "We exchanged punches in the air like titans." Slap! Each hit was a chapter in the story of this epic battle. It was so cool. Slap. The sounds of the slaps echoed in the festive atmosphere, creating a unique celebration melody. As expected of my navigator. Slap. Luffy's words were followed by another slap, concluding the peculiar performance. Ha 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 ha. Slap. Luffy's contagious laughter mixed with the sounds, forming a symphony of celebration. Boom. Can you stop slapping people on the back? Nami shouted, punching Luffy in the chest, resulting in a comedic explosion that caught everyone's attention in that festive moment. Boom! Luffy exploded into a nearby tree, creating a commotion. Ha 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 ha. That's the Nami I know. Luffy got up from the debris with a big smile on his face, tapping his hat to remove the dust as he put it back on his head. But in doing so, he only messed up his hair even more, making the scene even more hilarious. He then returned to Nami, laughing at the situation. You! Nami growled, her desire to hit Luffy again increasing. Nami, you can't treat your husband like that. Nojiko warned beside her, assuming a serious posture. He's not my husband. Not until he gives me 10 billion or gives me a kingdom, Nami shouted, expressing her demands with a touch of indignation, challenging her womanizing captain with a hint of mischief. A kingdom? I guess that's fair, although it's quite greedy. Great. I'll create a kingdom on this island, and you'll be my queen. A great title for the wife of the Emperor of the Sea, Luffy announced, his response eliciting incredulous looks and laughter from the entire crew. Chapter 67, Cocoyasi Village 10. Warning. This chapter will have some explicit content, but nothing too graphic. Chapter size, 2,867 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Ah! Luffy chugged a bottle of beer with one hand and ate a piece of meat with the other. Luffy, have this sake. It's delicious. Zoro called to him from the other side to drink from his barrel. Yeah. Let me finish this drink first, Luffy said with a smile as he took another sip of his beverage. As he enjoyed it, he was interrupted by a new person approaching. Hey, brat. Let's talk about you being Nami's husband. Genzo appeared in front of Luffy with a very dissatisfied expression, wanting to revisit the conversation they had at Nami's house before she knocked him out. HM? And what would that be? Luffy asked calmly. Isn't it obvious that you have to take care of her? That you, HM? Ah! He couldn't finish before taking a punch from Nami and fainting once again. What do you think you're saying, old man? She growled at the man, but he didn't respond after being knocked out once again. Ha 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 ha. Nami, you're really fierce. Your husband won't appreciate it like this. Nami is just in her youth. She's energetic. But when she becomes a mother, she'll change. Nami and Luffy heard all the village women giving her advice at this moment, not caring much about Genzo's condition. While Luffy tried to control his laughter at his own situation, Nami, in turn, seemed ready to unleash Garuda again. Despite returning to her normal self without all the previous depression surrounding her, she still retained her explosive and violent nature. You! She gritted her teeth, emitting an aura of intensity. I already said, I'll only marry this guy if he... She hesitated, interrupting the sentence halfway as she remembered the words Luffy had told her earlier. Why do you have to be so difficult, Luffy? She snarled at him, expressing her frustration. Because I'm your captain. Isn't it obvious? Ha 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 ha. Luffy smiled and laughed, while Nami just stared at him, lost in perplexity in front of her peculiar captain. Luffy-sama is so romantic, Shirahoshi said dreamily. He definitely is not romantic. Nami, Kuina, and Yamato shouted at Shirahoshi simultaneously. He. Nojiko laughed at this. Anyway, Reiju, did you prepare more meat? I'm hungry. Luffy laughed and approached the pink-haired and curly-eyebrowed cook, expressing his typical concern for food. Here, you damn captain. She grumbled but handed him food while cooking in front of a large fire. Zoro, give me that sake. He turned his attention to the group of crewmen. Here, the night continued with everyone interacting with each other. Luffy didn't miss the opportunity to tease Nami, especially with his sister nearby, exchanging some blatant flirtations. In the middle of the party, something quite unexpected happened. "Luffy, I think there's someone who wants to see you," Usopp commented beside him. Luffy turned his body and saw a man standing some distance away. It was Hugo, the one Luffy had invited shortly before entering this island. The last of the former captives left here, as everyone had fled when Luffy faced Garuda. "Hugo, if you're here, does that mean you're joining the crew?" Luffy quickly broke into a wide smile. Hugo was a character who had piqued Luffy's interest to become part of the crew. Although he didn't seem strong at that moment, Luffy believed that he would surely grow, maintaining the determination he showed in the face of Shirahoshi's Conqueror's Haki during the confrontation with Momoo on the high seas. "Yes, but can you show me that you won't bow your head to the world as you claim?" he asked seriously. "I can't prove that now. You'll have to see with your own eyes. I trust in my determination, so it's something that will reveal itself in the future." Luffy responded calmly. Hugo crossed his arms, maintaining a skeptical look despite the festive atmosphere around him. "Captain Luffy, you may have defeated Arlong and that monster, but that doesn't prove you can challenge the world and stand firm. No one has survived the pressures of the world nobles out there. Don't you think you're being naive?" Hugo questioned, maintaining his defiant posture. Luffy, with a confident smile, replied, "Hugo, I understand your doubts. But you see, my crew and I face challenges that most people would consider impossible. It's not just about defeating enemies. It's about challenging expectations and never giving up. The true test is in the path we choose to follow." Zoro, who was nearby, intervened with his typical bluntness. "Hugo, if you doubt the captain, then why did you come here? Wouldn't it be easier to stay out of the way?" Hugo reflected for a moment, looking at Luffy and then at the crew surrounding him. "You may have won here, but the world is vast and full of challenges. I'll join your crew, but I'll keep my eyes wide open. I want to see if you can really maintain that determination when the world presses and challenges those you claim not to fear. I want to become stronger. I want my revenge, challenge those people, and make them pay for everything they've done. I don't think I'll find anyone crazier than you, Monkey D. Luffy in this or any other sea, so I'll trust your words and join you," Hugo declared, accepting Luffy's offer but still maintaining a cautious stance. "So that's great, but it doesn't mean it will be easy. Everyone in the crew has enough determination to endure the ship's training. As you yourself said, fighting against the world is not easy, so I expect that from you too," Luffy said, maintaining a serious look as Hugo nodded. "He makes us go through hellish training. Not that we have determinations." Most of his members thought like this when they heard these words but kept their thoughts to themselves. "Anyway, come here. Let's introduce you to the rest of the crew and welcome you," Luffy said happily, glad to have someone with potential for the group. "System, crew. Hugo has joined as a member of your crew." After the introductions, Luffy turned his attention to Johnny and Yasaku, the pair of former bounty hunters whose intentions seemed to diverge a bit. "Johnny, Yasaku, what are you planning to do?" "We're setting sail tomorrow." Luffy's question once again captured the attention of everyone around him. Brother Luffy, we intend to stay. This pirate business at sea isn't for us. So, we won't be joining you on the next journey." Yasaku expressed his reluctance. "No problem at all, guys. If you don't want to come with us, that's fine." Luffy responded with a warm smile and continued. "We're friends, so don't be too down. I'm sure it won't be our last meeting, and I have some proposals to discuss with you. But we'll talk about that tomorrow," Luffy concluded. "Thank you, Brother Luffy." Johnny expressed his gratitude, while Yasaku joined the gesture, creating a moment of emotion among the crew. "What will be our next destination, Captain?" Zoro asked after a while. "Logue Town," Nami suggested, "as our goal is to enter the Grand Line." "Not yet." Luffy looked at Kuina before continuing. "We're going back to the middle of the East Blue and see Kuina's father before continuing, as I mentioned before." Luffy announced, and many looked at Kuina. I can't wait to see the master again and watch his face when he sees Kuina again after 11 years. Zoro commented with a smile. I want to see my father too. Kuina couldn't help but smile at this. Now they could finally reunite. Anyway, we'll set sail tomorrow once we meet up with Nami, who should be on her way to this island right now. So have fun and get to know our new member, and spend some time with our friends who said goodbye tomorrow. Luffy announced before the group returned to the festive activities of the village. The group ate and drank for the next few hours, talking with each other. It was in the early morning that they decided to rest. The girls would go to Nami's house, and the men would stay anywhere else. But Luffy noticed how Nojiko gave him a subtle signal when she walked away. It seems like this lady is calling me, and I must answer her call. Luffy smiled and waited for a while before going to Nami's house. When he arrived there, he jumped through one of the second-floor windows. As soon as Luffy opened the window, he found Nojiko already awake, holding a glass of wine and calmly observing, although a playful smile played on her lips. I thought you'd never arrive, she commented calmly, setting the glass aside. I had to spend some time with the others, but now I'm here, Luffy replied. Nojiko stood up, keeping her eyes fixed on Luffy's, creating a silent tension before succumbing to the heat of the moment. As Luffy and Nojiko looked at each other, there was a mutual desire in their eyes, a magnetism that only increased with the warmth of the situation and the slight effect of the alcohol they had consumed. Both were a bit affected by the drink, adding a touch of boldness and intensity to the atmosphere. As Luffy and Nojiko indulged in intense kisses in the girls' room, a passionate warmth filled the air. Amidst sighs and laughter, Nojiko couldn't help but tease mischievously. I can see why Nami chose you. Besides your strength and looks, you seem to be quite a lover, she commented, letting her words hang in the air as they continued to lose themselves in kisses. Ha 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 ha. If I tell you I'm a virgin, that I haven't even kissed your sister's lips yet. Luffy laughed carefreely, without a trace of embarrassment in admitting his inexperience, especially considering his previous life in this world. Really? Are you serious? You know it's hard to believe. She looked at him with questioning eyes. I swear on my conqueror's haki, Luffy joked, referring to his irresistible charisma. Haki of what? Ah, forget it. Just come here. I've never done this. I've only heard about it from other women in the village. And since you haven't done it either, let's learn together, she said, grabbing Luffy once again. Both, fueled by alcohol and a collective impulse, undressed each other. In a moment of desire, they threw themselves onto the bed, surrendering to the heat of the moment. Even though Luffy was a virgin in this body, he guided Nojiko while taking the girl's virginity without pain, using a bit of his devil fruit powers to ease the recovery as he made his first penetration. After isolating the room with soundproofing, the bed rocked during the next hour with the two animals in heat. Some time later, wow, that was so good, Nojiko spoke while lying naked on Luffy's chest. It really was. Congratulations. You took the virginity of the future most powerful man in the world, Luffy said in a playful manner. Is that some premium I should be proud of? She growled, not liking what Luffy said. He spoke as if she should settle for it, as if it were some kind of conquest. Maybe a prostitute could be proud of that, but not her. Easy there, it was just a joke. Do you think I'm going to toss you away after today? You have to come with us now. Luffy smiled, seeing that she was upset. I'll think about it, she said, a bit happier with Luffy's words. And what do you mean by taking virginity? No virgin grabs a girl and throws her like a doll onto his lap with intensity. I had 2 orgasms in those 3 minutes. She punched Luffy's chest with this comment, and he smiled at the girl. Ha 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 ha. It was a lot of fun. He laughed like a bandit, enjoying himself, and looked mischievously at Nojiko now. He was 2.1 meters tall while the girl was 1.7 meters, making it easy to embrace her. This body gives me absurd endurance and control, elevating a sexual relationship to another level. Luffy smiled at this thought, still not wanting to sleep. Do you want to continue? You know my body may not handle having sex that way. I was still a virgin until an hour ago. She joked, playing the hard-to-get girl. Is that so? I thought you were looking at me with desire, especially after I increased your recovery by 30 times after we stopped. It's a shame. Luffy joked with her again. Ha ha ha. Fool, of course I want to. It's not every day you get to have the first night of your life with a Prince Charming from the stories my mother used to tell me and my sister when I was a child. She joked. Well, I'm more of a villain, but I'll accept your reasoning. Luffy laughed. So tell me, evil villain, what do you intend to do with this poor maiden? She said, opening a mischievous smile. Luffy was a bit silent with this since he didn't know what to say. Nojiko was very direct and bold. No answers? Maybe she should show this evil villain some interesting things, she said, and attacked Luffy, who let her kisses come and responded to this daring woman. 2 hours later, Luffy was with Nojiko in bed, but he felt heavy steps coming into the room, wondering who it could be. Since no one could know he was here except for one person, he already prepared to muffle the sound in the room. Luffy, ai, you bastard. Her voice came out quietly due to the power of the Momoo no Mi boom. Luffy opened his eyes at the sound of the door breaking, and a furious Yamato stormed into the room. You betrayed me, she growled softly, although she wanted to be shouting at him right now, and Luffy looked at her with a bit of sleepiness. This silly girl always acts like this. It's time to teach her a lesson. Luffy looked at her, coming out of his drowsiness, and got up from the bed. Yamato changed her expression to a slightly surprised one as she saw Luffy walking towards her naked. Hey, why are you like that and coming over here? She suddenly entered a shy state with this. Yamato, do you know what Oden and Toki used to do together? Luffy smiled at her with this question. I have some idea, but I've never done those things, she protested. Well, let me help you then. It's time for us to become a real couple, Luffy announced, and seeing Yamato taller than him, he had a certain pride, so he increased his size with mass application at this moment. Luffy could use 10% of his mass power on living beings, meaning he could have the size of Whitebeard with 3 times his size, but he applied 1.5 in mass and grew to 3.15 meters, almost hitting the ceiling and seeing Yamato from top to bottom now, not the other way around. Luffy. Yamato hesitated for a moment, seeing Luffy gaining height. He quickly pulled her into some kisses before she could react. Yamato, caught off guard, was very shy, but immediately became happy with that feeling of Luffy on her lips and attacked him a moment later, forgetting her remnants of anger and shyness, as she was quite drunk that night. Luffy immediately pulled out that Wano costume and threw her on the bed next to the still sleeping Nojiko. Luffy spent his next hours having fun with Yamato, proving that she was a beautiful woman after all, even though she claimed to be a man named Oden. Luffy considered it a beautiful night after sleeping with 2 beautiful women, earning some points in their relationships and deepening them even further. The next morning, Luffy was surprised by the wet sensation in his intimate part. His little Luffy was more excited than ever as 2 tongues played with him. He opened his eyes with Yamato and Nojiko giving him a joint blowjob at that moment. He was quite surprised but excited by the movement of the 2 girls pleasuring him early in the morning. I think I'm doing it right? Yamato asked. I think so. He's getting harder. It's good to do this. Luffy must like it too, right? Yes. I heard some women in the village say that men love this, especially when they wake up in the morning. My Toki will be happy then. Stop. Leave a little for me, Yamato. Just shut up and keep sucking quietly, Luffy shouted, finding this conversation extremely unsexy. Chapter 68, Cocoyasi Village 11. Chapter size, 2,715 words. Third-person POV, Cocoyasi Island, East Blue. Good morning, everyone, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, appearing in the still damaged part of the house. What's this? You seem excited, Reiju commented while preparing coffee, but narrowed her eyes. I'd like to know why my sister and Yamato seem equally excited. Nami looked with her narrowed eyes at the 2 women behind Luffy, who seemed both shy and at the same time with a happy smile on their lips, for some reason. Luffy-sama, you all seem so happy. Did you do something fun? Can I know and join in? Shirahoshi was curious about why the three of them were acting that way. Cough, cough, cough. The trio choked on Shirahoshi's question. They had no idea how such an innocent question could stifle them so much, and they didn't know how to answer it. Luffy shouldn't even be here. This house should only be used by us. Kuina grumbled. You guys acting like this. Luffy spending the night here. Could it be? Nami said, her eyes widening every second. Dot, dot, dot. They had sex, Reiju said as she filled the cups with a simple coffee. Oh, I see. Wait. What? Kuina made a comical face, as did Nami and Shirahoshi, their eyes bulging out. Luffy, you didn't just sleep with my sister, but also with Yamato on the same night. Nami shouted like a mad woman, invoking her power. Hey, Luffy is my Toki. It's normal for us to do these things, Yamato declared and had a shy expression before continuing. Although it's the first time we've done something like this, but I loved it, she said excitedly. Don't talk about something like that with so much happiness, Nami shouted as wind took over the entire kitchen. Stop it, Nami. I'll drop and waste food if you keep going, Reiju complained. Kuina had already fled the house, not wanting to hear such things, and Shirahoshi had a stunned and completely red look. Reiju just sighed. She knew how her captain was a womanizer, and it wouldn't take long for situations like this to arise. What's the big deal? People who like each other have sex. There's no problem with that. Luffy spoke casually. People who like each other? Nojiko asked curiously, as she didn't know that Luffy considered her at that level. Of course, you belong to me now. We may not love each other now, but that's built over time, so I think it's okay to say what I said, after what we did. Luffy declared and dodged Nami's attack right after. A claw materialized above Luffy, falling onto the captain with force, who had to dodge without looking at the attack. Boom! Captain Bastard. You hit on my sister in my own house, sleep with her and talk about love. I hate you, Nami shouted with all her fury. Boom! 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 I'm glad you're back to normal. This is my Nami, but you're going to destroy your own house like this, Luffy declared amidst the attacks with a smile on his face. I don't care if I manage to hit you, she said as she attacked. Luffy, Nami is just jealous. Nojiko spoke beside Yamato, crossing her arms. I guess you're right about that. Luffy reflected as Garuda's claws tried to hit him, and he disappeared with supersonic speed before Nami could react. What do you mean by Nami couldn't finish before being silenced by Luffy's lips. The scene of Luffy kissing Nami while she had her claws in the air was witnessed by everyone, as the cat burglar tried to break free from his kiss. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed at Nami after kissing her and quickly retreated, as she surrounded him with wind the next moment. You idiot! 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 Nami shouted indignantly. Boom! Boom! She was trying to attack him with all her might, her face turning red after their first kiss, as she attempted to strike him while running through the house. Sigh. This guy is so shameless. Reiju sighed, watching Luffy escape from Nami outside the house while she chased him. Reiju looked at the mermaid, who was in an undamaged corner of the house, looking quite shy as she wagged her tail. Luffy doesn't seem interested in Kuina, however. I believe you might become his target one day. But don't worry, we'll prevent that idiot captain from trying to take advantage of you. Shirahoshi? Reiju declared. But I also wanted a kiss, she stated with great timidity and a somewhat tearful tone. Yamato. Nojiko. Reiju. Well, this is unexpected. They all thought at the same time. Meanwhile, Luffy ran from Nami trying to hit him with giant claws materializing in the middle of the house's courtyard. Luffy, you idiot! Stand still so I can hit you, you damn womanizer! Nami growled as Luffy dodged her blows. Ha 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 ha! Come on! Nami, you liked it. Admit it. Luffy declared, making Nami even more furious. Boom! Boom! What's this early in the morning? Zoro, waking up on the street, stood up with the noise coming from a little distance. Looks like Luffy is running away from Nami, Usopp said in a sleepy tone as he approached Zoro. What did Luffy do to her now? Who knows? Anyway, Luffy said we're leaving immediately, so we better get ready, Zoro said, ignoring the sight of Luffy dodging Nami's attacks in the street. Yeah. Let's get Hugo, Chaochu, and Megalo and inform the others about the departure, Usopp said, heading towards the other members and animals sleeping nearby. As soon as everyone woke up, they went to Nami's house where all the female crew members spent the night. Kuina had returned, and Nami seemed to calm down, or she was just tired. Ha 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 ha. You guys finally woke up. Luffy, seeing them approaching, came closer laughing. A very dissatisfied Nami right behind him with eyes like daggers for her captain. Well, then, Captain, shall we depart? Zoro asked. Yes, but we have to finish some things first. I want you to prepare the ship meanwhile, Luffy declared, taking Black Pearl out of his pocket and throwing it forcefully into the sky, towards the sea. In midair, everyone saw the ship change into its true form, but it didn't seem to slow down as it crashed into the water with a loud splash on that coast. They could see all of this from the hill where Nami's house was. Hoo. That's quite convenient, Captain. Hugo couldn't help but laugh at this demonstration. Luffy shrugged and entered the house with Nami, while the rest of the crew went to organize the ship for departure. Well, let's get ready to set sail, Luffy announced with Nami and Megalo coming right behind. Understood, we better get prepared then, Reiju said, wanting to organize everything. And you, Nojiko, are you coming with me? You know I want that, Luffy asked, looking intently at the girl who became his first woman in this world. I'll go with you. Nojiko debated a bit but ended up accepting, as Luffy seemed serious about taking her, even if she thought it was just not to hurt her or gain points in this relationship, which is a bit strange and sudden for the woman. System, crew. Nojiko has joined as a member of your crew. That's great. I'll make you as strong as Nami on this journey, Luffy declared, making the women in the vicinity shudder. As strong as Nami? You must be joking, she said with a suspicious tone, not believing Luffy's words. Nojiko-sama, Luffy-sama is quite strict. He speaks the truth, so you better prepare for it, Shirahoshi said beside her with a timid and somewhat scared tone. You may be my woman and wife, but I won't go easy. I want you as a powerful wife by my side, Luffy said, and then, dodging Nami's claws, destroyed all the debris of the already ruined furniture in the area. You're calling my sister your wife now? Luffy, you idiot, Nami growled. Ha 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 ha. Well, I'm not lying about that. Luffy shrugged and changed the subject. Anyway, pack your things, Nojiko. Let's talk to Genzo. I bet you and Nami want to say goodbye to everyone, Luffy announced, and the sisters nodded. Sometime later, Nojiko packed her backpack, and she, Nami, and Luffy went to the village, while Yamato, Reiju, Shirahoshi, and Megalo went to their ship to help the others. What do you mean you're leaving? Genzo couldn't believe it. Yes, I'm leaving. Someone needs to take care of my sister and other personal matters. She could be quite bold, but she became shy in the last part while looking at Luffy. Nojiko, Genzo murmured, understanding everything by now, then glared fiercely at Luffy. You better take care of them. If I hear otherwise, I'll come after you and drown you in the sea. Genzo pointed at Luffy and growled. Fair enough. Luffy shrugged and pulled out a stack of papers from his pocket. Here, I want you to implement all these things on this island. Luffy spoke again and handed some papers and documents to Genzo, who took them, curious to know what the heck this pirate was giving him. What is this? Let's see. This and this. He had a narrowed look, but his eyes began to widen as he read more about it. You must be kidding, right? How the hell is this going to happen? He shouted at Luffy. You can leave that to me. I already have a plan to make it happen. Just worry about doing exactly what I asked there. You know what the status of these two sisters is going to be, right? Luffy grabbed them by the shoulders and gave Ganzo an excited smile. The two women were left confused. Nami had an unsatisfied look, and Nojiko showed a small smile. Damn brat. You better take care of these girls, especially after this. And yes, they will have their required position here. It's just that this is so unbelievable and sudden. Genzo admitted. Relax. I've left everything as planned. When I woke up today, the first thing I did was organize all these ideas. Luffy declared. I still can't believe we can benefit from all that destruction, but okay. I'll do exactly what's described in the papers. But I need the funding here. Genzo declared. That will be sorted out today with some luck. Luffy declared. Hey! What are you guys talking about? Nami shouted. Unable to stand the conversation she didn't understand. Forget about it for now. Say goodbye to the village folks and we'll talk about it later. Luffy said with a smile, and the sisters reluctantly agreed. As the villagers appeared, Nami and Nojiko bid farewell to everyone with some conversations. Goodbye, everyone. Nami, Nojiko, and Pirate-san. Thank you for everything. Nami, we will never forget how you freed us from Arlong. Good luck. We will miss you. The villagers shouted as the trio walked away. Arriving at the beach, someone had already prepared the ship. Before we go, we need to do some things, Luffy declared in front of the ship and took a small object from his pocket. It was a cage, and he enlarged it to its real size and shook it, while small ants came out of it, falling onto the beach sand. These ants transformed into fishmen tied with ropes. There was Hachi and the others who were captured before fighting Arlong and 10 more fishmen who survived Nami's explosion. When Luffy woke up yesterday, he caught them tied up and shrank them to give them a sentence today. So, what are we going to do with you guys? Luffy commented to the small group. The fishmen were conscious now, but they stood imposingly while looking hurt and defeated. They looked at Luffy with fear, knowing that only they survived, and the rest of their crew was dead. Hey, please spare my brothers. Don't kill them. Hachi was the first to speak, begging not to let the last of his brothers die. Well, you guys killed humans and practically enslaved them. Even though Arlong hated slavery, you ended up creating a kind of it here in this village, Luffy declared, making them all bow their heads as they were already rotten. But we can spare you. You'll just be handed over to the Marines, but I want Hachi on the boat. Luffy declared, wanting to have a fishman among them. It would be useful for sea rescues since most of the Mugiwara crew will be devil fruit users, as Luffy plans. Both Hachi and the members of his crew nearby were surprised by this. Luffy. Nami would speak at this moment. Trust me, Nami. I know what I'm doing. Hachi, if you accept the proposal, your brothers will be saved and handed over to the Marines, but not killed by us. If you accept, I'll treat you as a crew member, and you'll have to regain the trust of Nami and Nojiko. But if you hold any grudge against Nami for killing Arlong and the others or show any indication that you'll betray the crew, I'll kill you and go to Impel Down to kill all your other friends. Luffy declared. He wasn't a good person and didn't intend to be, so he would genuinely fulfill these words. He knew it was a risk to have Hachi, as he might harbor resentment, but Hachi proved to be a reliable person in the future within the story, so Luffy would bet on that. Hey, all right, as long as you don't kill them, Hachi said reluctantly. Is it okay with you like this, princess? Luffy spoke to Shirahoshi at this moment, as he said she had the final say. Yes, if Luffy-sama says it's better this way, Shirahoshi believes him, she declared. Hey, princess. Hachi and the others opened their eyes with this, not believing that this beautiful mermaid, who was their enormous mermaid princess when they saw her as just a child, would now make sense with Luffy's words. System, crew, Hachi has joined as a member of your crew. With Hugo, Nojiko, and Hachi, that's 3 members at once. I'm really satisfied with this. Luffy celebrated internally but was soon interrupted by someone on the Black Pearl. Luffy, Usopp suddenly called from atop the ship. What's up? Luffy raised an eyebrow. It's Lami. She said she's coming here and found a marine ship at sea coming in the same direction. he said with a bit of concern. A marine ship? Who could it be? Luffy wondered, figuring out how they could act so quickly after the attack on Base 16. We spared many sailors on the spot, but we destroyed all their communicators. They shouldn't respond so quickly, since someone should have arrived on some island before to contact another base. Either we let a communicator pass, or they managed to call for help in the middle of our attack. It's likely the latter. Luffy debated internally. I don't think there's any reason to hide her identity now. Tell her to come here without worrying about being associated with us. It's time for her to be declared our shipmate to the world, Luffy announced and asked. Is she far from the island? Luffy asked Usopp. She said she's an hour away from the island, and the marine ship is beside her. Usopp said. Okay. Tell her that, and let's wait for them to arrive since I'll need a new communicator to talk to headquarters. If I'm lucky, these marines should have one since the one I took from Base 16 fled through the seawater when it increased in size, and he wasn't on the boat but in my pocket, a mistake on my part. Luffy said, and everyone nodded, waiting for the marine ship to arrive with Nami. Chapter 69. Negotiating with the Navy 01, Chapter size. 2,646 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Village, East Blue. Captain Smoker, we're approaching the island, and a sailor entered the cabin, but he seemed nervous delivering this news, sweat trickling down his face. That's good. But what's got you so on edge, cadet? Smoker asked, exhaling his cigar smoke coldly. It's that the island is strange, Captain, he said a bit hesitantly. What do you mean by that? Tashigi, who was accompanying Smoker, said beside him with a furrowed brow. I think it's better if you go out and see the state of the island for yourself, he said, sounding lost. Smoker rose from the chair in his office, and without wasting more time on questions, he left his cabin to see the island ahead. At first, the place seemed normal, but the more Smoker paid attention, the more he could see the abnormality on that island. What's this? How was this done? Tashigi couldn't believe her eyes. Even Smoker squinted. Remember that marine ship stolen from Base 16? The one with a bunch of people in terrible conditions? They said they were fleeing from two monsters. I didn't believe it, but now seeing this. One of the sailors commented on the side, with concern in his tone. I didn't believe it because they said they were slaves in Base 16, but now. Another one commented. There was devastation in a large part of the island, recently destroyed mountains, burned forests, and a large hole that started from the sea and cut almost halfway through the island like an immense trench that had been dug. But it was evident that it seemed to have been created with some kind of meteor. Even the water was entering the island through this channel, and this had happened recently, as you could see the canal walls collapsing with the waves from time to time. I'm sure this island didn't have this landscape in the records. The naval cadet spoke beside Smoker, and Smoker could feel the tension in the air among his men. I'm not surprised by that statement. All of this seems to have been created recently. It's even frightening. I can't be sure what happened here, and I can't say I would have liked to have been here when it happened. Smoker thought. Let's continue. We'll know our answers when we reach the island. We're hunting the pirate crew, Straw Hat, responsible for attacking Naval Base 153 stationed in Shell City and Base 16, near this island. We will bring justice to this pirate who has recently been causing chaos in East Blue. He gave the order, and all who were hesitant raised their morale. Yes, for the justice of the Navy, they shouted in a joint chorus. But Sir Smoker, the famous bounty hunter Nami, seems to be hunting the same target as us when she passed us in that small, strange, and fast boat. A sailor suddenly raised the question, as Nami passed them in a small motorboat and accelerated in the same direction they were heading. Let's continue. If that bounty hunter couldn't capture the pirate, we'll get involved and finish the job. Smoker snorted, taking another puff of his cigar. Yes, sir. I heard that woman carries a big sword. It disgusts me to see someone wield their weapon like that. If it's a high-grade sword, I'll try to take it from her, Tashigi said beside him, but Smoker ignored her and watched the ship getting closer to the island. Captain, there's a marine ship on the coast. Or what's left of it. Another sailor said with a magnifying glass, a little scared. Smoker went to the ship's bow and looked with another magnifying glass. It was destroyed by cannon fire. Smoker said, pondering which unit was here. I remember the remnants of the attack on Base 16, said their captain, Nezumi, was absent during the Straw Hat Pirates' attack. Tashigi said beside him. Damn pirates, they'll pay for this. Smoker growled and continued waiting to reach the island. Captain, there's a pirate ship on the other side of the coast. Another man said, and Smoker looked at the large black warship a little farther away. But it was on a beach. That flag. It's them. The lieutenant said beside him, and Smoker gave the order for them to head in that direction. It didn't take long for the ship to turn and go to where the pirate boat was on another beach. Without waiting any longer, Smoker turned into smoke and went straight to where that huge pirate ship was anchored. Lami's boat was parked next to it. He needed to see how the bounty hunter was dealing with the pirates. Meanwhile, some time ago. Here, your berries. Are you sure you can't give us a discount? Nami asked the bird. Kia. The bird refused, but it was afraid of the woman in front of it. She almost seemed to be threatening the animal, even though no one in the world would try to rob these messengers, even if they were the cruelest pirates in Yonkers, as that meant never receiving news from Morgan again, and no one wanted that. Nami, stop threatening the poor thing and give him your money. Nojiko appeared next to Nami and slapped her on the head, making her shrink. Sorry, here, Nami said and took the newspaper. When the bird flew away, Nami opened the newspaper with great surprise. Luffy, look at this. The newspaper is talking about US. She immediately drew her captain's attention, who was on the beach with the others. HM? Read it to me, Nami, and let everyone hear too. Luffy instructed, and the navigator began reading next to her sister. Chaos in East Blue. A dark force is rising in this sea, while another hero emerges from the other side. Nami read the headline of the front page, and silence fell over the crew. The gazes focused on the news that revealed the twists in the East Blue, capturing the attention of everyone on board. Huh? Front page? Didn't know we'd be so important so soon. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed and waited for Nami to continue. In the weaker sea, a pirate group emerged and is causing chaos, attacking everyone on the sea. They started by beating Alvida, then attacked Base 153, stealing a marine ship and killing a commander. But this group didn't stop there. They attacked Base 16, almost destroying it entirely. This group doesn't seem to fear the Navy and is openly hostile to them, Nami said, earning many surprised looks. Well, I can't deny I did that, but just that? I thought I had a better record. Luffy lamented a bit. The pirate captain of this terrible group is called Monkey D. Luffy, known as Straw Hat of the Straw Hat Pirates for the iconic accessory he wears on top of his head and as identified by his Jolly Roger. But not all is lost. A beautiful bounty hunter has emerged in the midst of this chaos, capturing Buggy the Clown, Kuro of the 100 Plans, Krieg, and has already engaged in combat against the Straw Hats, recovering the naval boat stolen by the crew. She is cleaning up the entire East Blue of the greatest pirates and outlaws. Everyone believes that soon she will bring justice and peace to this sea with the arrest of the Straw Hat. Nami concluded, and the news caused a mix of surprise and curiosity among the crew. The East Blue was becoming the stage for unexpected events, and the Straw Hats were at the center of the storm. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. I want to see them make a publication when she's in our crew too. Luffy laughed, quite pleased. I also hope they increase my bounty. I'm tired of being worth only 10 million. He grumbled. I want one too, Shirahoshi said beside. Sharky. Megalo was horrified by his friend. Bark. Bark. Chowchu spoke to Luffy. You'll have yours soon, my friend, he said. A bounty for me wouldn't be bad either. Zoro commented. I don't want one. Nami agreed. Me neither. Usopp nodded. Nojiko remained silent. Having a bounty would be cool. But wouldn't that old bastard know I'm out of Wano as soon as he saw my poster? Yamato commented. What a contradictory group. Hugo commented on their reactions. Everyone thinks that when they join. Reiju said, smoking a cigarette. Nay. Hachi was lost on the side, now that he was free while his counterparts remained tied up, but he didn't say much. There's also news of the tidal wave that Shirahoshi caused, Nami said. Are we more important than chaos created by the sea? I don't believe that. Ha 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 ha. Luffy laughed cheerfully. A mysterious and sudden event at sea, raising concerns among the residents of the East Blue. The circumstances and the exact cause of this occurrence have not been clarified yet, leaving the waters of the region in a state of uncertainty. Nami read and Luffy nodded to that. Luffy, Lami's boat is approaching. Kuina, who didn't participate in the interaction, looked at the sea and saw a small boat coming towards them. It was Lami and Beepo in the dinghy. Finally, it was about time, Luffy said, and everyone patiently waited for their two companions to arrive at the location. This means the Navy is coming, Usopp said, a bit scared, remembering the Navy that was also heading here. What kind of fear is that? It's not like we haven't been pursued by them and killed many of them already. This is normal. Zoro argued against Usopp's irrational fear. Kuina, it's better if you're not among us in this confrontation. You're not one of us yet, Luffy said, approaching the young swordsman. I know, but what are you doing? She said when Luffy grabbed her by the clothes and said, You stay on the ship quietly, he said and tossed her onto the Black Pearl. Ah! Luffy, you'll pay for this, you idiot captain. They could only hear her scream as she rose into the air and fell onto the ship. Everyone sighed, as their captain was quite tough regardless of who was in front of him. Now they awaited their companion to arrive with Beepo. Now, in the current time, Smoker flew over the pirate ship from above and descended like a smoke jet toward the beach, surprising most of the group. When he landed on the beach, he found a scene that made him furrow his brow. He found a man wearing a straw hat holding the most famous bounty hunter in this sea currently, laughing as he held her in his arms around her waist, tickling her, while she was making an unpleasant face and suddenly punching the pirate's head. The man in the straw hat didn't seem to feel her punches while laughing with her, appearing to deal with a mischievous child while laughing. But it was clear to Smoker that they didn't seem anything like the enemies he imagined when he arrived here or was watching the fight he thought he would find. You're Smoker. Ha 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 ha. Luffy, noticing the smoke falling on the beach and seeing Smoker emerging from it, stopped messing with Lami in front of him, and he opened a smile. Smoker narrowed his eyes at this man. He seemed to know him. It was the first time he had met Luffy, but his attention turned to the woman beside him. Weird. I didn't know that the bounty hunter Lami dealt with her pirates like this, he said ominously. Huh? Are you implying something, huh? Do you want to die? She growled at the insult. In addition to Luffy holding Lami in an embarrassing way, the entire crew was on the beach. The women looked at Luffy dissatisfiedly while the men took care of the tied-up fishmen at his side. Hey! Don't offend my woman. Luffy showed some dissatisfaction with that too. Who is your woman? Lami shouted, punching Luffy again. I mean the medic of our pirate crew. Luffy corrected with a smile. Medic? Smoker's face darkened with that. I'm a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, the ship's medic, she said directly to the Marine captain. There was no more reason to hide this fact now, so she would now be sailing with them as an official member. So, in the end, you were just a pirate turning in other pirates to collect rewards, Smoker said calmly, but the smoke began to circulate his body, showing fierceness in front of the pirate crew. That's a Logia, Lami said, a bit surprised. It's true, almost no one here knows how to use hockey, but luckily, we have an ideal person for that. Luffy smiled as he said this quietly to Lami and turned to the girls. Yamato, can you take him down? He asked, and Yamato, despite appearing quite dissatisfied with Luffy's attitude towards Lami, took the first steps. Maybe I'll do that, she mocked. Smoker looked at the approaching woman as he drew his Nanoshaku Jit from his back, ready to fight her before dealing with the rest of them. He was confident he could take them all down. In the next instant, Yamato advanced with surprising agility before Smoker could react. In the blink of an eye, a loud boom echoed across the beach. Yamato reappeared, her hockey-coated fist hitting the back of Smoker's neck with overwhelming force. The Marine officer fell, knocked out, unable to resist Yamato's formidable strength. Everyone looked at this scene with stunned eyes. Dot, 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 dot. Silence took over the beach, seeing the tough Marine, who had arrived in style and ready to fight everyone, knocked out so easily in less than a second. Megalo, Shirahoshi, Bippo, Nami, and Usopp, who had been fearing the Marine, were stunned by the turn of events. So weak, Yamato murmured. Ha 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 ha. He's weak now because he relies too much on Logia. Even without knowing hockey, I could deal with him with some difficulty, but I hope that in the future, he'll become strong enough to be a worthy opponent. Luffy laughed and commented, hoping that Smoker would be powerful in the future. This guy didn't become the Marine who followed Luffy for any reason. Just like Roger had Garp on his tail, Luffy had Smoker. Do you want this Marine to be strong? Lami asked beside not understanding. Of course, I expect great challenges at sea as we sail. The journey is always more interesting that way, Luffy declared and looked at the ship and a girl who was spying from there. Kuina, can you get some sea stone handcuffs from the ship storage? He shouted to the girl on the ship, and she nodded and ran to the storage. Juni and Yasaku were no longer present. They stayed in the village. Luffy gave them a proposal and they accepted. As soon as Kuina threw the handcuffs from the ship, Usopp and Zoro tied up an unconscious Smoker. Now let's take a photo with Smoker. Grandpa will want to kill me after this, as I attacked 3 different captains and base commanders in the East Blue, but it'll be fun to see his face. Luffy laughed, and they ended up putting Kuina in the photo with them from the top of the ship, one that featured the crew with a Marine captain and some fishmen, striking a pose after being convinced by Luffy. Ha 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 ha, let's wait for the Marine ship to arrive. It's right there, Luffy announced, and everyone waited calmly for the ship heading towards the beach, a few hundred meters away, heading their way. Chapter 70, Negotiating with the Navy 02, Chapter Size. 2,646 words. Third-person POV Cocoyasi Village, East Blue. When the Marines arrived, the crew witnessed the scene of their captain knocked out and captured by the Straw Hat Pirates. Surprise and bewilderment dominated the faces of the Marines as they saw Smoker in such a situation, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the surroundings as they processed the unexpected turn of events. "Is that Captain Smoker?" they shouted, even though they knew the answer, and quickly rushed to confront the pirates as the ship's ramp fell from the beach. 50 Marines stood in front of Luffy like a dissatisfied crowd, ready to attack and retrieve their captain, even though they were quite scared since their captain wasn't someone in the East Blue who could be defeated due to his smoke logia. Yet, here he was knocked out after a few minutes off the ship. This was unbelievable. "Release Captain Smoker, you scum!" a girl yelled in front of the Marines, leaving many Straw Hat Pirates stunned. "Hey, why am I seeing a Kuina dressed in the burden of the Navy?" Zoro asked incredulously and instantly looked at the ship, making sure Kuina was still there hidden. Kuina herself looked equally shaken on the ship. "She looks so much like me. Did I have a twin sister? And I didn't know?" She wondered, but no one in particular answered. "Incredible, Kuina-sama has a sister." Shirahoshi seemed amazed. "Hello, Kuina's sister," Yamato happily shouted. "Kuina, you didn't tell me you had a sister in the Navy," Nojiko asked, looking at the Black Pearl. "I don't have a sister, at least not that I know of," she replied quietly, and no one could hear her because she didn't want to draw attention. "The sea is very mysterious, and it's all these mysteries that I seek answers to," Luffy announced, gaining some curiosity about the relationship between the two, as it was never shown in the story. "What are you talking about, pirates? Release Captain Smoker immediately," Tashigi growled, making all the other Marines point their weapons at the pirates. "Let's make a deal. I know you have a Den Mushi that can contact the headquarters. I'll free your captain once I talk to them," Luffy said, and the Marines looked surprised and skeptical. "As if we could trust a pirate who killed dozens of Navy soldiers. You are the worst scum in this sea," especially with Roronoa Zoro and Lamy, two ex-bounty hunters who managed to fall even further to become pirates. She spoke angrily. So you're not concerned about your captain? What fine Navy soldiers you are. I expected that from Akainu, not from you. Luffy mocked. What do you mean? Simple. Give me the Den Den Mushi. Otherwise, forget about your captain. I'll invade another marine base and contact them there, or I can simply take you all down, so it's better to appreciate my courtesy, as I'm in a good mood today. Luffy simply said, although he could knock them down and board the ship, he still asked them before knocking all of them out. Damn pirate. Fine. Bring the Den Den Mushi. In the end, Tashigi yielded for Smoker's safety. After a marine returned and went to the pirates with the special Den Den Mushi, Luffy took the initiative and dialed a specific number he obtained from Shell City's Base 153. That damn pirate. What do you plan to do? Smoker, waking up at that moment, growled like a madman, as he had been captured by pirates and saw Luffy using the Navy's communication device. Catcha, hello. This is the communications room at headquarters. Are you speaking from Captain Smoker's personal phone from the base stationed in Logtown? Am I speaking to him? Oh no, I'm the pirate Monkey D. Luffy. Did I talk to you when I held Base 153 hostage a few weeks ago? Luffy asked calmly. Dot. You're Garp's grandson, aren't you? The man on the other end spoke, and the snail showed an expression of anger. That's right. Can I talk to Sengoku for a moment? I have Captain Smoker as my hostage this time, Luffy said, smiling. Suddenly, the Den Den Mushi seemed to go off the line, returning 1 minute later with Luffy patiently waiting for the call to resume. Garp's grandson. You damned. What are you doing now? Sengoku roared. Hello, Sengoku. It's been a while. Is my grandfather not there today? Luffy simply asked, ignoring the rage of the highest-ranking man in the Navy. No, he's not. Now answer me, what are you doing? You not only attacked Base 16 just now, killing many Marines, but you captured Smoker? Do you know what will happen to you? And not even your damned grandfather can save you. Sengoku shouted like a madman, causing many people around him to have various reactions. The Marines were surprised and stunned that this pirate managed to talk to the highest-ranking person in the organization so quickly, and now he was saying that this pirate was Garp's grandson, the hero of the Navy? Even Smoker lying on the beach seemed stunned. Meanwhile, on the Straw Hat side, their crew seemed to show fear, watching Luffy talk to the fleet admiral so casually. Zoro. Man, this guy is talking to the fleet admiral as if he's arranging a duel. Reiju. I hope this captain doesn't cause a problem too big for us. Hugo. Did he really say he's Garp's grandson? That explains a lot, but it also complicates everything. Usopp. What's happening? This is madness. Capture Smoker and talk to Sengoku so nonchalantly? Lamy. I think our captain really knows how to attract attention, in all the wrong ways. Nami. Will this end well for us? Luffy always surprises us. But this time, it's too much. Yamato. I don't understand any of this. Can someone explain what's happening? Don't get so angry. I just defended myself against that captain, and about Base 16. I'm sure you'll want to execute all those Marines after this little conversation in this call. Luffy smiled. What do you mean? The voice growled. Simple, I have documents from that base that will compromise the dignity of the Navy. Morgan will love to publish how the precious Navy became a criminal organization in some places in the world. Think about the scandal that this will bring to the world. Even Morgan won't refrain from publishing something like this, despite all the threats you and the world government can make, Luffy said, surprising everyone present. What do you have? What are you talking about? Sengoku didn't seem as angry now. He showed a bit of nervousness in his voice. I guess you won't believe me, so I'll send copies of some documents and show these Marines how your organization is clean and always fights for justice, Luffy said, handing papers to the Den Den Mushi, which were copies of the documents seized at Naval Base 16. Meanwhile, he took another Den Den Mushi used for recording and transmission and set it up for everyone to see. It was a snail that Nami held when Luffy saved Nojiko from Nezumi. In the scene transmitted by the snail, everyone saw how several Marines simply pointed their guns at two begging and unarmed civilians with their captain, Nezumi, giving the order, and they shot those civilians. Of course, this shocked all the Marines and those who were not present in the fight. Smoker couldn't help but growl at this. Yes, your precious Marines under the command of Base 16 kill and rob citizens through the justice of the Navy. They even kept a batch of slaves. Didn't you see a Navy ship full of them coming here? Luffy mocked. Luffy was interrupted when a voice echoed from the other side of the Den Mushi, shortly after receiving the documents by fax. Arms smuggling, illegal sale of Navy equipment, bribery, blackmail, human trafficking, and collaboration with certain pirate groups. Captain Nezumi even had connections to the black market of the New World. Sengoku shouted from the other side, revealing a shocking list of crimes. Had connections. He doesn't anymore because he's dead at the hands of the slaves he had imprisoned at that base. Can you believe it? A Navy base has become a human trafficking depot. Luffy mocked, the irony weighing in his words. Smoker, I want you to arrest all the Marines from that base as soon as you leave there. It's a direct order, Sengoku said, completely ignoring Luffy's taunts. Even Tashigi seemed stunned. She was initially determined to bring justice to the pirates attacking the Navy in the sea, but now she realized the terrible situation Base 16 had fallen into. Shock and perplexity were visible on her face as she processed the extent of the crimes that had occurred. Smoker didn't issue a verbal response, but his silence clearly indicated his intention to comply with the received orders. The atmosphere became tense as everyone awaited the next developments. After a brief silence, Sengoku directed his words again to Luffy, now with a harsher tone. And what do you want? I'm sure you didn't do all this just to throw it in my face. He snarled, evidencing his frustration. Very clever. I want the following. I have a crew member who suffered because of your Navy's incompetence. They were at the mercy of fishman pirates for many years, losing many friends looted and killed. So, I want 1 billion berries for their hometown, revealed Luffy, his voice laden with determination. 1 billion! Everyone shouted simultaneously, expressing disbelief at the colossal amount. Luffy, you're joking, right? Nami exclaimed alarmed, unable to believe the audacity of the proposal. I'm serious, of course, replied Luffy, standing firm in his decision. No, this is impossible, Sengoku said from the other side, clearly uncomfortable with the demand. I thought 1 billion wasn't that much money for the Navy. Ask yourself this, would you rather spend 1 billion on capturing Jack, dealing with Kaido's beast pirates, or on documents that would compromise the integrity of the Navy worldwide? If you had a choice, which side would you spend that money on? Luffy asked calmly, throwing a direct and provocative challenge. The presented dilemma left everyone present in suspense, awaiting the response that would shape the future of the negotiation. Silence hung for a moment, laden with expectation and tension. Fine, I'll send that money to that village, and you'll hand over all the original papers to Smoker, declared Sengoku, his words echoing in the room. Luffy nodded, accepting the imposed condition. That's great, we have a deal. I hope you keep your word, replied Luffy, keeping a vigilant eye on Sengoku. The agreement was established, but trust between them remained fragile. Yes, the money will be sent as soon as possible, assured Sengoku. Luffy showed no concern, understanding that this village had suffered due to the organization's incompetence, and delivering the amount was the least he could do to correct this injustice. Anyway, goodbye. Luffy simply hung up the phone, ending the conversation abruptly. The tension in the air eased a bit, but the outcome was yet to be seen. Next, Luffy released Smoker, turning his attention to the captain with a smile on his face. Well, Smoker, it looks like we won't be fighting each other now. Still, I expect a fight the next time we meet. Luffy spoke with a small smile, satisfied to see his plans unfolding as he had planned. The atmosphere in the room was charged with intrigue and expectations for the future encounters between these remarkable characters. Smoker didn't hide his dissatisfaction, but even reluctantly, he complied with the order. He understood that facing this group could be a disastrous undertaking, especially after witnessing the presence of true monsters among them, like that tall woman with horns who stood out as a threat that could easily take him down. "Let's go. We have an order to fulfill. Give me the papers and documents," declared Smoker, swallowing his pride in the situation. He returned to his crew, a frustrated expression on his face, and requested the documents from Luffy, who handed them over without hesitation. As the Navy ship sailed away, accompanied by the captured but still living merfolk, Luffy observed the scene. His eyes fixed on the horizon for a moment before returning his attention to his own crew. "Now let's depart. I have a few things to do before leaving the island and heading to Kuina's home," announced Luffy, outlining the next steps of the journey. His companions nodded in unison, ready to follow the captain's orders. Luffy's ship prepared to set sail, its sails extended in the wind. The ensuing silence was filled only by the sound of waves breaking on the shore. The group was heading toward their next objective. Chapter 71. Status. Chapter size. 2004 words. Third-person POV. Cocoyasi Village, East Blue. As the marine ship moved away from the shore, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates wasted no time and gave the order to move forward. "Let's set sail," Luffy commanded, and the imposing ship began to move away from that specific part of the island. Curious, Nami didn't hesitate to inquire, "Luffy, why did you order us to return to Arlong's old base on the other side of the island?" "Simple. I'm sure Arlong has a considerable treasure hidden there. He stole money and looted pirates for years. Am I wrong, Hachi?" Luffy directed the question to the fishman, who shrank back at the captain's words and looked cautious. Hachi, having submitted to joining this group of pirates, predominantly composed of humans despite the presence of Neptune's daughter, found it quite peculiar. "Well, it's just that." He hesitated in his response, unsure of how to handle the situation. "You're the only one left from Arlong's group, and your savings are worthless now. So, let's put them to good use. I would have initially given it to the village, but since the Marines are already sending a good amount of money, I thought of keeping whatever Arlong has stored there for the crew's use," Luffy said, and Hachi had no choice but to agree. Arriving with the ship at the edge of the destroyed Arlong Park, Hachi mentioned that the treasure was at the bottom of the sea. "Understood, clever for a fishman. Can you and Shirahoshi get them?" Luffy asked him and the mermaid princess. "Well, Luffy-san, I'm not sure it's wise to leave the princess with tasks like these," Hachi said cautiously, as he never imagined the mermaid princess serving a pirate so far from home. He still held great respect for the royal family of the Fishman Island. "Don't worry, Hachi-sama. If Luffy-sama needs my help, I'll help him," she said excitedly, and Hachi realized he couldn't argue with her about it. Shirahoshi transformed into a huge mermaid again, falling into the water along with Hachi shortly after. It didn't take long for the two to emerge from the water, and 3 huge chests fell onto the deck with the princess carrying 2, one in each hand. "So much gold!" some exclaimed, but Luffy took the gold and made it disappear, as most were already accustomed to at this point, without wasting time. "There were 600 million here, a good amount," he commented with the addition of the gold to the system store. "And now?" Nami asked again, no longer as shocked as when she saw Luffy make the money disappear for the first time. She had already gotten used to it. "Turn the ship towards the center of the East Blue. Let's continue our journey there and settle some things before heading to the Grand Line," Luffy announced. "Yes." Nami gave the direction for someone to turn the helm in that direction. "With the ship on course, let's make the most of the rest of the day and have another feast. We have to celebrate the addition of Nojiko, Hugo, and Hachi with the permanent return of Lami and Bippo now," Luffy announced. There were 14 people and animals in front of him. His crew was quite large and full of potential, which pleased him greatly, a perfect excuse for another feast in Luffy's opinion. "That's right, Captain," Bippo shouted excitedly. "Another one?" Nojiko asked, knowing they had a feast the night before. "You have to get used to it. Luffy throws feasts for any reason," Nami said beside her. "That sounds good." Hugo said next to her, watching people getting excited. For the rest of the journey, Luffy ate and drank with everyone, getting even more familiar with the new members. The feast lasted the entire day and night, with several barrels of alcoholic beverages on the deck. At the end of the night, Luffy ended up in his bed with Nojiko, Yamato, and a Nami whom he brought after she confessed while drunk, and they surrendered to each other, making her his third official wife. While the Black Pearl sailed calmly on the sea, the morning sun in the east began to illuminate the dark sky. Luffy was awake in bed, surrounded by 3 naked women, while they slept soundly beside him. He was analyzing his system since he opened his eyes. Store bounties, 225 million plus 30 million, Krieg's crew, plus 98 million, Nami's economy that she decided to hand over to Luffy after everything, plus 623 million, Arlong's economy. I have a total of 973 million in the store again. That's a good number. There's still 45 million that we stole from Naval Base 16, but I'll leave them stored in the ship's treasury in case I need real money in an emergency. Luffy thought excitedly. It was a good harvest, and he would save the money for future use when he amassed more. Exiting the store screen and opening another system screen, with all the crew members, Luffy began analyzing his crew and everyone's strength. Crew: Monkey D. Luffy, Captain, Devil Fruit, Moa Moa Nomi, D/Icon Nomi. Model: Chaos Ifrit, D plus Vitality, S Strength, B Defense, A Speed, C Spirit, B New. Swordsmanship, E Haoshiku Haki. Locked Voice of All Things, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Yamato, Vice Captain, Devil Fruit, Inu Nomi. Model: Okuchi no Mak Ami, B Vitality, S Strength, A Defense, S Speed, B Spirit, A. Swordsmanship, B Kanbunshiku Haki, D Busashoku Haki, C Haoshiku Haki, D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Shirahoshi, no specific role. Devil Fruit, none Vitality, S Strength, E Defense, D Speed, E Spirit, S Poseidon, locked. Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Megalo, Pet, Devil Fruit, none Vitality, C Strength, C Defense, D Speed, D Spirit, D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Zoro, Swordsman, Devil Fruit, none Vitality, D Strength, C plus Defense, D Speed, C plus Spirit, C Swordsmanship. Santoryu, C Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Trafalgar D. Lamy, Dr. Devil Fruit, Op Nomi, C Vitality, C Strength, C Defense, C Speed, B Spirit, C Swordsmanship, D Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Beepo, Assistant, Devil Fruit, none Vitality, D Strength, E Defense, E Speed, E Spirit, C. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Chaochu, Guard Dog, Devil Fruit, none Vitality, D Strength, E plus Defense, E Speed, E Spirit, E. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Usopp, Sniper, Devil Fruit, none Vitality, E Strength, E plus Defense, E plus Speed, D Spirit, E. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Nami, Navigator, Devil Fruit, Icon Nomi. Model: Garuda, E-D Vitality, C-B Strength, C Defense, C Speed, B Spirit, B. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Reiju, Cook, Devil Fruit, none Vitality, C Strength, C Defense, D Speed, C Spirit, D Haoshiku Haki, locked. As a member of his crew, All her talents increase by 100%. Hugo, no specific role. Devil Fruit, none vitality, D strength, B defense, C speed, D spirit, C. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. Nojiko, no specific role. Devil Fruit, none vitality, E strength, E defense, E speed, E spirit, E. As a member of his crew, all her talents increase by 100%. Hachi, marine support. Devil Fruit, none vitality, D strength, D defense, D speed, C spirit, D. As a member of his crew, all his talents increase by 100%. System rules. The system's classification level works from letter E to EX, with EX being the mortal limit, understanding within this classification from the lowest to the highest right below. E-, D-, C-, B-, A-, S-, SS-, SSS-EX. I gained the swordsmanship ability since I fought Mihawk, but it's at the lowest level, and I haven't started refining it yet. But my skill with the fruit increased a grade with the Ifrit transformation. Luffy thought. But anyway, we have 14 crew members. If everything goes well, I'll enter the Grand Line with a total of 16 members, very different from Luffy with 5 in the original. Luffy murmured, quite pleased. He had much more wealth and members than he had seen in the anime, not to mention that his strength was much more powerful, at least with him and Yamato, who could enter the war at the top and come out alive, as long as they didn't conflict with the major forces. Luffy, what are you muttering there? Nojiko woke up sleepily with Luffy talking to himself. Just thinking out loud, my dear Nojiko. I think it's time to wake up. I'll leave first, Luffy said, getting out of bed while tossing the women aside. Luffy, let me stay a little longer, Nami murmured sleepily, while Yamato just snored beside her without caring. Feel free, but be out for training time. I have some things to go over with everyone, Luffy announced and began to dress to leave the room. Nojiko was the only one who accompanied him. Reaching the end of the corridor, the pair could hear some commotion on the ship's deck. Are you talking about me? Curly eyebrow. Shut up, stupid doctor. Luffy stumbled upon a fight early in the morning, between his cook and his doctor, as soon as he left his cabin and saw the two women ready to fight each other. Many were still sleeping at this moment in their rooms, but Luffy saw that Usopp was using a telescope to look at the sea with Chaochu above the mast, with no place for the fight. Below the main mast, Hugo was adjusting the ship's sail, while Bippo was beside him, hidden from the brawl. Additionally, Zoro was sprawled on the ground next to a barrel of loot, still asleep. While the women engaged in an argument, Luffy wondered how this started. Luffy, are they always like this? Nojiko asked beside him. Unfortunately, Luffy answered with a headache and went back to talking to the women. What is this early in the morning? Luffy stepped into the middle of the fight, as no one else wanted to get involved between the awake individuals. I see the womanizing captain has arrived, Lami said grumpily while crossing her arms. Reiju just remained silent. Please. The sun is still rising on the horizon. Can someone tell me how this happened? Luffy said, yawning. She started it. Just tell Curly Eyebrow not to provoke me, Lami said disdainfully. Tisk. Acts like I started this fight. Emo girl. Luffy, seeing the situation, averted his gaze elsewhere. Bippo, who started this fight? Luffy asked the bear hiding behind the mast next to Hugo. Bippo began to sweat, especially when the two women glared at him. I'm sorry, he shouted and ran away, and Luffy just sighed once again. Please, get along. We're a united crew, Luffy argued. Both stared at each other for a few seconds. No way, they shouted at the same time. Luffy sighed again, having no idea how these two could get along. Chapter 72, Starting Training with the Six Styles. Chapter size, 2,602 words. Third-person POV somewhere in this sea, East Blue. Once the dispute between the two women calmed down a bit, Luffy managed to address his entire crew at that moment. Now, with everyone gathered, Luffy looked at the 14 people in front of him, 13 official crew members plus the unofficial member Kuina, and continued. Let's start the training from this manual finally. He showed the book that cost 2 billion. The training some of you did was only to prepare your bodies for these techniques. From now on, the real training begins and will be much more rigorous. Luffy smiled at the mostly pale faces. They might fear his training, but there was no doubt about their progress, as they had gone from fragile individuals to being able to withstand some pressure, given that everyone could evolve 6 times faster with Luffy's fruit and the system. Are you saying the training will be much more rigorous? Shirahoshi was the first to cry at this, quite scared at the idea of having to endure even more of her captain's training, even though she liked him. Sharky, Megalo tried to console her friend. It's not that bad, Lami said. That's because you only trained with him in the early days. He became terrible after you left. Do you have any idea what it was like to have no strength while he forced us to continue the training? Nami protested with some tears in her eyes. Not that I'm complaining, but Nami is right. Kuina spoke beside her, as she went through the attitude change with Luffy and told Nami about her routine before they first met their navigator in Orange Town. If I get stronger from this, I don't mind heavy training, Hugo said, crossing his arms. I say the same. If it means kicking that old bastard, there's no doubt I'll train. Yamato also spoke. Anyway, all the techniques are here in this book, but I plan to develop you into 6 groups, where I believe each technique we will develop suits you best to start the training. Luffy said and looked at everyone before continuing. First technique, Soru, Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, and Usopp will start with this. Second technique, Jeppo, Yamato, Shirahoshi, Reiju. You'll group with the second. These first 2 techniques are about speed and mobility, so I chose these groups to initially train with them, which, in my view, are the techniques you will use the most. Third technique, Tekai, Hugo and Megalo. This duo will train the defensive technique, Tekai. Fourth technique, Rankyaku, Bippo and Hachi. Fifth technique, Shirgon Chaochu. Both the fourth and fifth techniques are offensive. Bippo will learn the technique conventionally, but I will train the others in an unconventional way. Hachi will train with the cut of his sword, and Chaochu will train with his bite. And lastly, the sixth technique, Kemi, will be with Nojiko. Nojiko will finalize with a flexibility technique. Everyone will go through the training of all the techniques. There is a seventh, but we'll have to cultivate all 6 first before moving on to the last. Luffy said, waiting for questions to come. Luffy began explaining all the techniques and addressing the crew's questions. The first group accepted well, as it mostly consisted of swordsmen in the crew, and a high-speed technique would always come in handy. Before training Jeppo, the second group was quite satisfied with the idea of being able to move through the air. All 3 girls would be much more useful with this type of mobility, although Luffy saw a challenge in training Shirahoshi since she didn't have legs. But if she mastered it, she could be very useful in battle, as this girl needed to become very strong. The other 4 techniques were also accepted after Luffy explained them to the rest of the group. Shall we train on the deck? Or shall we inaugurate that room, Captain? Usopp asked. Those familiar with the ship knew there was a large room in the center of the ship, something Luffy built with the transformation of the ship. It's time to show how useful that room is, since we didn't have the chance to use it before. So let's go to the training room, Luffy said with a smile, and everyone followed him inside the ship. The training room was spacious and meticulously organized to provide the ideal environment for the Straw Hat crew's skill improvement. With its generous 30 meters in length, it occupied most of the central structure of the Black Pearl, a ship that already boasted an impressive 50 meters. The walls were lined with sturdy panels, and strategically positioned windows ensured adequate ventilation during intense training. In the center of the room, a variety of training equipment was neatly arranged. Benches with weights, punching bags, and agility equipment occupied different areas, catering to the specific needs of each training style. Luffy, always attentive to efficiency, had invested millions in high-quality instruments to ensure the crew made the most of that space. Carefully reading the manual, Luffy took on the role of an instructor, prepared to guide each member of the Straw Hat crew in their respective training. The training room was imbued with an intense energy, reflecting the crew's determination to strengthen themselves. In the first group, consisting of Zoro, Kuina, Nami, Lami, and Usopp, the task was to take 10 quick steps while carrying weights on their ankles. This activity was complemented by the permanent weight increase granted by Luffy's fruit ability, coupled with the training system. Soru. Objective: increase movement speed. Training routine: short-distance sprints at maximum intensity. Agility training and quick changes of direction. Endurance training to sustain speed for extended periods. Incorporate the Soru technique into combat simulations. The second group, comprised of Yamato, Shirahoshi, and Reiju, faced a peculiar challenge. With additional weights, they would attempt to perform jumps in the air, envisioning a second thrust while suspended. Luffy, determined to intensify the training, removed the air bubble that surrounded Shirahoshi, ensuring an extra challenge for the 18-year-old. Jeppo. Objective: develop the ability to jump in the air. Training routine: plyometric exercises to strengthen leg muscles. High and long jump training. Practice consecutive jumps to improve coordination in the air. Specific training to enhance the Jeppo technique. Even in the face of difficulties, you will train 6 times faster, especially with the best manual in the world, one that the Marines don't even have access to. Luffy encouraged Shirahoshi, acknowledging the importance of the challenge. Meanwhile, Hugo, dedicated to strengthening his body, faced blows from one of the machines in the room. The other crew members immersed themselves in specific training, each adapted to their unique abilities. Tekai. Objective: improve physical endurance and defensive technique. Training routine: endurance training to strengthen muscles and bones. Positioning and maintaining posture during simulated attacks. Resistance practice against controlled impacts. Incorporation of Tekai in simulated combat situations. Hachi and Bippo formed the fourth group, training their kicks and sword techniques. Rankyaku. Objective: develop long-range slashing attacks. Training routine: agility training to refine leg movements. Precise cutting practice on designated targets. Combat simulations to integrate Rankyaku into sequences. Strengthening the speed of executing kicks and slashing cuts. The fifth group came with only Chaochu, enhancing his bite on training dummies in the room. Shirgon. Objective: improve fast and precise finger attacks. Training routine: practice quick and precise strikes against small targets. Hand-eye coordination exercises to enhance precision. Incorporation of Shirgon into close-quarters combat sequences. Specific training to strengthen fingers and hands. Lastly, Nojiko will be developing her flexibility. Kami-e. Objective: perfect the dodging technique and body flexibility. Training routine: flexibility. Daily stretches to improve muscle flexibility. Yoga practice or similar techniques to increase elasticity. Twisting and bending exercises to adapt the body to agility. Dodging. Fast dodging drills against simulated attacks. Use of moving objects to enhance the technique. Combat simulations with varied opponents to test dodging. Coordination. Training to improve coordination between vision and movement. Agility exercises to increase quick response to stimuli. Dodging practice in various environments for adaptability. Speed, short-distance running drills to increase speed. Integration of Kami-e into fast and dynamic movements. Combination of dodging and counterattacks to enhance effectiveness. Inspired by his crew's determination, Luffy implemented an intensive training routine to enhance each member's specific skills. With the addition of extra gravitational force to the training room, the atmosphere was electrically charged with the promise of progress and development. In the coming days, this rigorous training would become the daily routine of the Straw Hat crew. A conscious choice as they opted to return to the center of the East Blue instead of advancing to Logtown and the Grand Line. Luffy guided his crew through this intense training process, preparing them for the future challenges that awaited in the Grand Line. As the Black Pearl sailed towards the next marine base, the atmosphere on board was tense and expectant. Smoker, using the Den Den Mushi, communicated with Fleet Admiral Sengoku to report the capture of the pirates and the evidence of their crimes. We've captured them all, Fleet Admiral. We have substantial evidence and many documents supporting the reported crimes. Smoker informed with a frustrated expression. An irritated voice resonated from the other end of the line, expressing indignation at the acts committed by the pirates. Damn that Nezumi and his crew. It's a shame they're dead, or I would have dealt with them myself. Facing the situation, Smoker inquired of his superior about the next steps. What can we do now? Sengoku, still annoyed with the situation, replied, It's annoying, but it seems those pirates were right. For now, let them go. Sengoku's decision reflected concern about the repercussions of crimes committed by a marine base in the East Blue. The threat made by a rookie pirate also weighed on his mind, creating a humiliating situation for the Marines. For now, the choice was to let the Straw Hats continue on their way, postponing potential future actions while the Marines dealt with the internal consequences of this episode. Let them go, are you sure? Smoker expressed disbelief at Sengoku's decision. Return to Logetown. Someone is heading to this sea and should already be arriving through the calm belt itself. He'll resolve this quickly. You don't need to worry about it, Smoker, assured Sengoku. With a resigned huff, Smoker accepted the order, even without much choice. However, before departing, Sengoku requested information about the Straw Hat crew. Before that, explain to me about the crew, as there's a chance this person may not be able to capture them. I want a report already, as we need to increase their bounties, demanded Sengoku as Smoker returned to his ship. According to the sailors at this base, these pirates launched an attack upon approaching. The power of the cannons on their ship was undoubtedly superior to the Marines in this sea. Smoker began his explanation, detailing the recent events. The prisoners and naval criminals said everyone passed out as soon as the group arrived. What? Could that be Haki? Smoker was incredulous upon hearing the news and didn't hesitate to share it with Sengoku. Let them go, are you sure? Smoker questioned Sengoku's decision to let the Straw Hats go. Return to Logetown. Someone is heading to this sea and should already be arriving through the calm belt itself. He'll resolve this quickly. You don't need to worry about it, Smoker. Sengoku instructed Smoker, making it clear that the situation was under control. All right, Smoker huffed, with no choice. Before that, explain to me about the crew, as there's a chance this person may not be able to capture them. I want a report already, as we need to increase their bounties. Sengoku requested information about the Straw Hat crew, indicating that bounties could be adjusted. According to the sailors at this base, these pirates launched an attack upon approaching. The power of the cannons on their ship was undoubtedly superior to the Marines in this sea. Smoker began to report the recent events. The prisoners and naval criminals said everyone passed out as soon as the group arrived. What? Could that be Haki? Sengoku exclaimed with surprise, concerned about the possibility of Haki being used by the Straw Hats. This is much more terrible than I imagined. They're already a threat. I need to know more. Sengoku's voice caught Smoker off guard, but he continued to give his report on the situation. When we arrived at the Cocoyasi archipelago, we quickly realized that there had been a battle on the island where Arlong had established himself. According to the surviving fishmen, only one member of the Straw Hat crew took down all of Arlong's pirates, and it wasn't the captain. Smoker began sharing his team's discoveries. When I asked the captives, former companions of Arlong, they said that when the fight was almost won, a giant monster appeared. Some had hallucinations that, in reality, there were two monsters fighting each other in the midst of the chaos, changing the landscape of that island forever. Smoker revealed the disturbing account from the former captives. From what I heard and saw on the island, it's very likely that this fishman is right. About a large landmass, forests, and even mountains on the island were devastated by the battle, and there were giant footprints on the ground, according to my subordinates. He continued, expressing reluctance in the face of the magnitude of the event. Garp, you damn it. What kind of monster have you created? Sengoku couldn't help but mutter, reflecting on the possible implications of this overwhelming power beyond the understanding of the East Blue. Tell me how they captured you, considering you have a Logia. Sengoku was concerned. I don't know. The pirate captain called a woman to fight me. She had horns and was almost as tall as an admiral. A second after she started walking, she looked annoyed and disappeared, and I couldn't even react when I lost consciousness. He said, a bit embarrassed. So there's a user of Conqueror's Haki and Armament Haki among them at least. Damn, Garp had better deal with this potentially threatening group before they reach the Grand Line. I feel like this group is even more dangerous than what we're seeing in the reports. Sengoku growled, feeling that this group was much more dangerous than he imagined, and they were doing as they pleased in this sea currently. If they grew, they would be an even worse threat. Even that bounty hunter is with them. Damn pirates who still took berries from the Marines through bounties. They don't care about pirates or Marines. They attack everyone they encounter on their way. I'll increase their bounties for the key figures we have information on. Sengoku concluded. With the decision made, the call was ended, and Smoker immediately began issuing orders to his crew. Get ready, declared Smoker firmly. We're heading to Logtown to transport all the prisoners. Tashigi, his loyal subordinate, asked, and what about the pirates, Captain Smoker? It seems the headquarters has already designated someone to deal with them, replied Smoker with determination. Our duty now is to ensure that these corrupt Marines and the remaining pirates of Arlong are escorted and detained in Impel Down. As he spoke, they boarded the ships with the prisoners, ready to return to Logtown. Chapter 73. The world begins to know the Straw Hats. Chapter size, 4,449 words. Third-person POV in various parts of the world. The conversation between Smoker and Sengoku took place a few days ago, while the Black Pearl continued to cut through the waters of the sea in the subsequent days. The days unfolded in an intense routine of training and rest periods for the Straw Hats. Although there were no alarming results, Luffy kept the group's determination high. He could perceive the constant evolution of each member, progress that brought a small smile to his face. The daily routine consisted of training, resting, lunch, resuming training, enjoying the free afternoon, returning to training, resting, and, at the end of the night, celebrating with a modest feast. Luffy would end the day by sharing the night with 3 beautiful women. I'm enjoying this world more and more. Luffy reflected on the building of his crew and the relationships he cultivated, feeling satisfied. Luffy! The sudden call interrupted his thoughts. While enjoying some free time in the afternoon, the captain was sitting on the ship's deck, rereading the manual of the 6 styles. His companions, basking in the sun beside him, also turned their heads in the direction of the call. Wearing nothing more than Hawaiian-style floral shorts, Luffy raised his sunglasses to see Nami approaching with a newspaper and a conflicted expression. Speak, my woman. Luffy smiled at the nickname. She seemed hesitant at first but gave him a dissatisfied look at that comment. In recent days, she had been extremely embarrassed since he slept with her when they were both drunk. However, Luffy had made her accustomed to the new routine. Despite this woman acting normally, she was in love with her captain. She even shared the bed with 2 other companions. She sighed at her shameless captain and spoke. Your bounty increased. Zoro also had an increase, and Lami got a 3rd bounty for the group, she said, and Luffy quickly grabbed the newspaper and wanted posters. As Nami spoke these words, everyone who was busy with some task or pastime at that moment dropped what they were doing and surrounded their captain with curiosity. Look at our picture. Luffy laughed, seeing the whole group with various people behind the fishmen and Captain Smoker. It was all of them except Kuina who ended up taking the photo. In the picture printed in the newspaper, the scene captured on the beach came to life in vivid detail. The white, fine sand stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky displayed a dazzling blue, contrasting with the intense green of the palm trees swaying gently along the coast. In the center of the image, the Straw Hats group was positioned in a relaxed and confident manner. Luffy, with his characteristic straw hat, sported a wide smile while pointing at something out of the frame, likely articulating some bold plan. Around him, The crew members struck unique poses and expressions that captured the diversity of personalities, from Zoro's tough posture to Usopp's contagious enthusiasm. The fishmen and Captain Smoker were also visible in the image in front of the group, adding an unusual touch to the scene. The looks of the prisoners and the Marine, clearly shaken by the unexpected turn of events, added a dramatic touch to the composition. Kuina, not being with them, positioned herself a little apart, holding the camera with which she captured that decisive moment. The result was an image that defied expectations, leaving the Straw Hats crew's mark on the East Blue. "How did she end up in the newspaper?" Kuina asked. "I sent it through a contact to a Morgan news branch," Luffy stated shamelessly. "It's a beautiful photo," Zoro commented, looking at his tough pose. "Ha ha ha ha. We look like a mafia." Hugo seemed excited. "I'm in the newspaper," Usopp exclaimed. "But isn't it cool, Usopp-sama?" Shirahoshi asked curiously. "Sharky," Megalo grumbled. Hachi remained silent as always. "Of course not." Nami protested the young mermaid's question. "Don't get angry. You look beautiful in this photo," Nojiko said to her sister. "I hid my face. I hope that old bastard doesn't recognize me," Yamato said with a smile. Luffy agreed to that during the photo, and she used her usual mask. "Oh!" Bippo seemed to have stars in his eyes seeing their group photo. "Ow! Yeah, it seems we're being hunted now," Lami said. "Too bad you look kind of ridiculous with that sword on your back," Reiju teased. "Speak the addicted smoker in the photo. You look more like a captive than a pirate in that picture." Lami snarled. "What did you say?" Want to fight?" The rest of the crew sighed at the two women who seemed like cat and mouse at that moment. Luffy ignored the women and began reading the newspaper like the front page. In a surprising development, the mysterious figure known as Lami, previously considered a bounty hunter seeking justice, was revealed as an infiltrated member of the Straw Hat Pirates, secretly acting to collect bounties for pirates captured by the crew. This shocking twist adds a new element of mystery to the already enigmatic pirate group. The Straw Hat Pirates, currently composed of 14 members, have emerged as a devastating force in the East Blue, leaving a trail of chaos and destruction in their wake. Their actions include the destruction of 2 marine bases and the ruthless elimination of 4 of the most feared pirate crews in this region. Fear spreads as the extraordinary feats of this crew defy all known conventions. With unparalleled strength, they have become a formidable threat to the established order in the East Blue. The sea is in a state of shock and apprehension in the face of the uncertainty of who will be able to contain the fury of this indomitable group. As the notoriety of the Straw Hat Pirates grows, the East Blue faces a period of despair and uncertainty. The question lingering in everyone's mind is, who can face this threat and restore order to this tumultuous sea? Monkey D. Luffy, 50 million berries, dead or alive. Roronoa Zoro, 10 million berries, dead or alive. Trafalgar D. Lami, 30 million berries, dead or alive. I've increased my bounty by 5 times. Now I'm the most wanted pirate in this sea. Luffy laughed, radiating contagious joy. Not bad, but I still only have 10 million. Zoro complained, examining his own wanted poster. At least you have one, Bippo commented, looking at Zoro's poster with a bit of envy. I don't know how this serious woman has one, and I don't. Reiju expressed her frustration, somewhat irritated. I was a bounty hunter. It's clear they're annoyed with me, but you're not even important enough to have one. Lami teased, with a mischievous smile. Do you want to be kicked into the sea? Reiju snarled, preparing for the confrontation. Wanna try, inconsequential woman? Lami retorted, initiating a chaotic clash of kicks and sword strikes, with Lami using her fencing, and Reiju employing her agility and combat footwork to defend and attack. It was after an hour that the women stopped fighting, and Usopp shouted from the mast. Land ho! He said, and Kuina almost jumped, as Nami informed them that they were close to her homeland, her father's house. Meanwhile, the news in this newspaper was spreading to the far reaches of the world, reaching an island with the peculiar shape of a gigantic skull. In this sinister place, a man, known as one of the 4 dreadful emperors, watched the newspaper with evident disdain. It was the second time in a few days that a group of young pirates appeared on the front page of Morgan's News. Is there nothing else interesting to show in the newspapers? Why is there a picture of that bunch of brats on the front page again? The emperor questioned, displeased with the apparent insistence of the newspaper in highlighting this specific group. What makes this bunch special? They're not even in the Grand Line. Kaido grumbled as he lifted his gigantic sake cup to his mouth, expressing his lack of impression with the notoriety of the mentioned group. It seems Morgan is out of subjects. King commented beside, crossing his arms indifferently. Who is this? Kaido looked at the image with an initially disinterested expression, but as his eyes examined details, curiosity seized him. His piercing eyes scrutinized the figure in the photo, a person with white hair, wearing Wano-style garments, and a mysterious mask enveloping the head. At first, he thought of a little brat seeing this, but he dismissed the possibility, internally denying the idea that it could be her. However, as he fixed his gaze on the image, he noticed familiar nuances beginning to emerge. The stature, the outlines of the clothes, everything aligned in a haunting way. Could it be? No, that brat disappeared a few weeks ago. There's no way he's in the East Blue with a bunch of rookie pirates. A shadow of sadness crossed Kaido's colossal face as he remembered his daughter. Memories flooded his mind, and the initial look of disinterest gave way to heightened attention. Kaido vented in a guttural cry, tears streaming down his imposing face. The furious expression gave way to a complex mix of emotions, from anger to paternal concern. Onlookers watched cautiously, already familiar with the repetition of these turbulent scenes in recent days, fully understanding the generally grim outcome that followed. Damn brat! Yamato, how the hell did you manage to escape from your old man? Kaido bellowed, his voice echoing through the area. Tension hung in the air as he poured out his frustration and anxiety over his missing daughter. King, positioning himself as the intermediary and the only one capable of calming Kaido's turbulent emotions, tried to offer solace. Don't worry, Queen and Jack are searching all over the New World for Miss Yamato. She'll be found soon. King sought to dispel the dark clouds enveloping Kaido, well aware of the issues that had arisen since the news of Yamato's disappearance spread. It's a shame that King wasn't interested in the newspaper. In King's attentive eyes, if he had directed his attention to the photo, he would have promptly recognized young Yamato, even under the mask, as part of that peculiar group. Unlike Kaido, who resisted the idea, King, knowledgeable of the situation, would have identified her presence immediately, capturing details that transcended the physical barriers of the mask. On the majestic Cake Island, where extravagance and opulence were the norms, a commanding and grandiose woman expressed her displeasure at the news presented in the newspaper. Tisk, just rookies in such a weak sea. Call Morgan and tell him to publish more interesting things on the front pages of the next newspapers. Also, send an invitation to the next tea party next week. The woman's voice resonated through the location, echoing among the refined confectionaries and sugar sculptures, leaving a touch of disdain in the air. Yes, Mama. The fearful and hurried servants promptly obeyed the orders, aware that failing in execution could result in unpleasant consequences and disrupt the harmony on the island of eccentricities. The woman, in turn, observed the frantic action around her with an imperious gaze, ensuring that her will would be carried out without delay. On a picturesque island in the heart of the New World, Shanks, the red-haired man with a distinctive scar, emerged from his morning hangover with a newspaper in hand. His eyes quickly scanned the headlines, and an expression of surprise and satisfaction formed on his face. Luffy! The redhead's shout cut through the air, attracting the attention of his scattered crewmates in the area. A man beside him, calm while smoking a cigar, commented nonchalantly, "It's the brat. 10 million and then 50? That's really good. Da ha 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 ha." Shanks began to laugh, a robust and contagious sound that echoed across the island. His crewmates joined in the celebration, observing the photo of the Straw Hat Captain. Luffy has grown so much, exclaimed one of the crew members, marveling at the young man's transformation. True, he has so many companions. How did he recruit a mermaid and a fishman in the East Blue? Dahahaha. It's true. I knew that kid was special. I've never seen a crew with a mermaid. Luffy is truly unique. Shanks shouted with joy, his enthusiasm evident. Hey, that one? Isn't that my son? A man, Usopp's father, pointed to the photo. He looks like you. How he's grown. Ha 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 ha. Luffy too. It's true. HM. But he's changed so much. Maybe it's normal after so many years. Da ha 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 ha. Shanks laughed as usual, appreciating the irony of time. Let's have a feast, he announced, renewing the energy and excitement in his group. Yes, Captain, the members responded, ready to celebrate the Straw Hat's rise. On a boat sailing through the turbulent waters of this chaotic sea, a blond man with a pineapple-shaped head excitedly displayed a newspaper to his imposing father. Pops, this is Ace's brother, the man announced, waiting for Whitebeard's reaction, whose laughter resonated across the deck. Golalalala. These brats are bold these days in the sea. Whitebeard couldn't contain his laughter, revealing an expression of admiration for the youngster's audacity. Pops, there's a mermaid among them. Vista, scrutinizing the photo attentively, brought additional information. Could it be the mermaid princess Neptune told us disappeared a few weeks ago, and we're looking for her and any information in our territories? Fasa, concerned, commented while savoring his cigar. It can't be her. She's 17 meters tall. Wait, can't this be the red-shirt shark that Neptune described? Apart from the size, everything indicates it's the mermaid princess. How did she shrink so much with that shark? Jozu pondered, intrigued by the discrepancy in dimensions. So, she's in the East Blue with Ace's brother? Vista concluded with a question, his mind quickly reasoning. Dot, 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 dot. Call Ace. He should be in the first part of the Grand Line. I'm sure he'll find the brother. While he hunts down that traitor, he must inform us why his brother is with Neptune's daughter. Marco, the 1st Division commander, proposed immediate action. Whitebeard, the leader, just nodded in agreement. Some members of the 2nd Division were already contacting Ace, who was pursuing Teach in the dangerous waters of the Grand Line. On a distant and gloomy island in the New World, Doflamingo, the extravagant and sinister Shichibukai, lounged on his luxurious throne in the heart of his castle. The atmosphere around him was laden with an intimidating aura, with shadows dancing on walls adorned with luxurious tapestries. Doflamingo's sunglasses, gleaming under the candlelight that illuminated the dark environment, focused on a specific image in the newspaper he held with peculiar elegance. His disdainful smile highlighted the sinister pleasure he felt while observing the picture of Trafalgar D. Lamy, the mysterious woman whose wanted poster now occupied the pages. Fufufu. It looks like you've finally decided to step out of the shadows, Lamy. Doflamingo murmured to himself, letting out a malicious laugh. His eyes gleamed with anticipation as he continued to gaze at the woman's image in the newspaper. While his glasses reflected a specific woman in the photo, he opened a wide smile. Fufufu. I can't wait to meet her and make her use her fruit, so I can obtain immortality. Fufufufufufu. The man laughed like a madman in his castle. Elsewhere, beneath the sea, the Fishman Island, located in the depths of the ocean, revealed a stunning underwater spectacle. In an ethereal and translucent environment, the underwater city stretched along vast colorful coral reefs and lush marine gardens. Buildings were made of water-resistant materials, showcasing intricate architectures and adornments carved from shells and corals. The sunlight, filtering through the ocean's surface, cast soft, shimmering hues in every corner of the underwater city. Tritons and mermaids moved gracefully through narrow streets, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Gardens of colorful anemones and exotic sea creatures added a touch of magic to the underwater landscape. Columns of bubbles ascended from openings in the ground, creating a spectacle of lights and shadows that danced on the walls of the buildings. Marine life, with vibrant colors and fascinating shapes, swam around urban structures, contributing to the natural beauty surrounding the Fishman Island. The submerged city pulsed with a vibrant energy, featuring bustling markets, public squares, and majestic buildings that displayed the cultural richness and architectural ingenuity of the Fishman civilization. This underwater wonder, hidden in the ocean's depths, was a testament to the harmony between terrestrial life and the splendor of the marine kingdom. In the majestic audience chamber of the Ryugu Kingdom, an impressive underwater structure boasting intricate coral sculptures and colorful stained glass filtering ocean light, King Neptune, a commanding monarch respected by the sea's inhabitants, sat on his throne adorned with pearls and corals. The three sons of Neptune, Triton, Princess, and Mamboshi, hastily entered the room, each carrying an air of urgency. Their faces reflected a mix of excitement and anxiety, bringing with them a newspaper that had been faxed by Whitebeard's pirates. "Father!" shouted Triton, the eldest son with an impressive physique and greenish hair, grabbing the king's attention. Neptune raised his eyebrows, his gaze instantly focusing on his children. The room was adorned with tapestries depicting the glorious achievements of the underwater kingdom, but the tension in the air disrupted the serenity of the place. "We found Shirahoshi. She appeared," announced Mamboshi, the youngest son, holding the newspaper in his trembling hands. The newspaper displayed an image of Shirahoshi alongside the Straw Hats, highlighting the surprising reduction in size of the mermaid princess. "What? Where is she?" Neptune questioned, his expression alternating between alarm and hope. The king's throne, carved with intricate shells, seemed almost small compared to the grandeur of the monarch. "She's in the East Blue," replied Princess, the king's only daughter, with a hint of disbelief in her voice. Details of the underwater kingdom, such as shell-carved arches on the walls, witnessed the cultural richness of the marine civilization. "What? How could she be there? And how did she get there so quickly?" Neptune expressed his confusion and concern, his fins waving nervously. "She's in today's newspaper. We can't receive newspapers, but we got them from Whitebeard's pirates via fax," Triton explained as the other children surrounded the king with the newspaper, providing a view of Shirahoshi's surprising image. "Look, father, it's her, even though she looks quite shrunken." "There's no doubt it's our little sister," affirmed Mamboshi, emphasizing the image of Shirahoshi next to the Straw Hats. "It's really my girl. How could she have shrunk so much? Who are these riffraff with her?" Neptune growled, his voice echoing through the room. "I don't know, father. She doesn't seem sad, but we have to save her from these humans." The elder brother expressed his concern, while the sumptuous decorations of the room witnessed the grandeur of the marine kingdom. "There's a fishman with that crew, how strange," Triton observed, his eyes attentive to the discussed image. "Anyway, contact Jimbei and ask him to go after these pirates now. I'll owe him any favor if my daughter comes home," Neptune declared, his voice reflecting the urgency and determination of a worried father. The underwater sculptures and shimmering stained glass seemed to witness the king's anguish as he faced the uncertainty of his daughter's fate. On a peculiar island in the first part of the Grand Line, colorful bubbles gracefully rose to the sky, creating a scenery as charming as it was mysterious. At the top of a hill, a modest bar provided a spectacular panoramic view, where the bubbles seemed to dance in harmony with the sea breeze. Inside the bar, with a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, a woman looked at the newspaper on the counter. Her eyes, alert and curious, focused on a specific image. "Is this Hachi?" she exclaimed, surprised, as her fingers flipped through the pages of the newspaper. The counter, made of weathered wood, gave a rustic feel to the place. "It's indeed him, and he's not the only interesting one. That hat," replied an elderly man beside her with a nostalgic look. The bar's interior displayed nautical decorations, including fishing nets hanging on the walls. So, he's the one Shanks boy talked about?" the woman inquired, raising an eyebrow with curiosity. The gentle wind made the light curtains sway softly, revealing a spectacular view of the sea stretching as far as the eye could see. Yes, let's see what kind of turbulence he can cause in the world in this era or the next one approaching. The elderly man said, watching the horizon with anticipation. The soft light of the evening painted the bar with golden hues, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. The lively conversations and soft laughter of the bar's patrons filled the air, blending with the gentle sound of bubbles breaking outside. This was a place where stories intertwined with the unique scenery of the island, creating a unique and mysterious atmosphere. On a boat in the middle of that sea, the choppy waves marked the rhythm of navigation. The sky, painted by a vibrant sunset, provided a spectacular view for the animated crew on board. Ha 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 ha! This is Luffy! Someone shouted with enthusiasm as the waves gently hit the ship's hull. A camaraderie atmosphere enveloped the deck, where the crew shared laughs and stories. Yes, a rookie pirate taking the front page. It's unbelievable, grumbled one of the pirates, contrasting the celebratory mood. The sound of the sea breeze mixed with the crew's animated dialogues. Luffy! The first intruder snatched the newspaper from the other pirate's hand, expressing his unrestrained excitement. The orange sky reflected on the newspaper pages as it changed hands. Hey! Give back the newspaper, you rascal. Wait, who the hell are you? The confused pirate questioned the intruder, whose presence was not recognized among the crew members. Ha 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 ha, Luffy! The man shouted again, choosing to ignore the perplexed pirate's questions. The atmosphere on board became a mix of curiosity and excitement. Captain, he's Ace, from the Fire Fist, 2nd Division Commander of Whitebeard's Pirates. A crew member clarified the confusion as the information quickly spread across the deck. What? His Excellency Ace. The tone instantly changed, the pirate now recognizing the significance of the figure before them. The sunset's light highlighted surprised and respectful expressions. Captain. What? He fell asleep. An unusual observation brought a touch of humor to the episode, revealing the relaxed atmosphere that surrounded the crew even in the presence of such a renowned figure. In the Marine headquarters, a stern and organized environment, a man smoked a cigar while examining the newspaper. His expression indicated surprise, and the room was momentarily plunged into silence. This name? Is he related to Garp? A man with dark, thick hair, dressed in a blue suit, inquired as he examined the newspaper in his colleague Admiral's hands. He has the same name as him, that's scary. Another man, in a yellow suit, dramatized his reaction, emphasizing the possible connection between the two. Well, it doesn't matter. This just shows that he's a threat and must be eliminated, declared the first admiral, wearing a red suit and displaying a serious expression. The atmosphere in the room reflected the tension that the news had brought, and the discussion about the danger represented by Luffy was beginning to unfold among the leaders of the Navy. In the vastness of another island, where sand dunes stretched to the horizon, a desert scene revealed an arid and enigmatic landscape. The scorching sun hung in the sky, casting long shadows distorted by the contours of the dunes. Amidst this panorama, a mysterious figure walked gracefully, their silent steps marked only by the gentle whisper of the sand beneath their feet. The wind blew, lifting small dust whirls that danced around them, as if obeying an invisible command. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in the desert, filled with surprise and interest. "Tudides on one ship? How interesting," she murmured, her words blending with the wind that carried the essence of mystery. The figure, dressed in a cloak that seemed to merge with the nuances of the sand, revealed only elusive outlines of their presence. Their midnight black hair flowed gently in the breeze, adding a touch of elegance to the enigma they represented. While the dunes stretched as far as the eye could see, the mysterious woman remained immersed in her own thoughts, contemplating something that transcended physical sight, something connected to the destiny that enveloped those marked by the D in their names. Near the imposing reverse mountain, where clouds hovered as silent witnesses, the atmosphere was charged with latent tension. The scene stood out with towering rock formations and shadows cast over the area, creating a sinister environment. As the world moved in its complexity, a man with an astronaut helmet, whose face remained hidden under the metallic protection, found himself in the midst of this peculiar panorama. The gleam in his eyes revealed excitement, and a trail of snot escaped from his nose, adding an extravagant note to his figure. Is this the mermaid I heard in the CP5 agent's call? I want her, he exclaimed, making clear his interest in the mysterious mermaid whose name echoed in an emergency call from CP5. His desire was palpable, as if the mere mention of the aquatic creature had ignited a consuming flame within him. The man, immersed in his own ambition, recalled the information received during the emergency call, details about the presence of the mermaid accompanied by her guards. Reverse Mountain, with its majestic contours, served as a backdrop for this unusual scene, creating a contrast between the natural grandeur and the singular determination of the man with the peculiar helmet. All that propelled this individual was the obsession to possess that mermaid, as if his own destiny was intertwined with the unrestrained pursuit of something that transcended the boundaries of the ordinary. The air was imbued with the intense energy of that moment, as the man, driven by his own ambitions, prepared to act in ways that only time would reveal. Chapter 74, Shimatsuki Village 01. Chapter size, 3,114 words. Third-person POV Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. As Black Pearl approached the picturesque island dock, an atmosphere of anticipation and excitement enveloped the crew. The sun, dipping on the horizon, cast its golden rays over the scene, adding a warm touch to the imminent reunion. "We've finally arrived," exclaimed Zoro, his face revealing the excitement overflowing from his eyes as he caught a glimpse of his old island. Kuina, by his side, seemed a bit nervous, but Nami, in a friendly gesture, gently touched her shoulder. "Relax. I'm sure your father will be immensely happy to see you again." "Yes, we'll soon see the master's face." Zoro displayed a confident smile, conveying reassurance to his childhood friend. "I've always wanted to meet that uncle. Let's go." Luffy spoke with enthusiasm, eager to explore the dojo and find Zoro's legendary master. The arrival of the pirate ship did not go unnoticed by the population of the small town. While the anime portrayed it as a village, here it was a developing town, adorned with a port attesting to its growth and participation in trade. The crew's notoriety was evident as people pointed at the ship and hurried to witness the arrival. Luffy's name and his crew echoed throughout the East Blue, the worst recorded threat in the sea, as highlighted in the pages of newspapers. Tension swept through the town like a gusty wind when words like "pirates" and "it's the Straw Hats" echoed through the streets. The villagers, gripped by fear, instinctively sought refuge. "Run, they're the worst pirates in this sea," shouted a resident, echoing the widespread sentiment. "Summon Master Kushiru," cried another, seeking protection under the possible defense of the respected local master. "Yes, he can defend us," agreed a third, as urgency drove people toward the dojo in search of safety. Chaos ensued as Luffy and his companions disembarked from the Black Pearl. The captain, with his typical indifference, shrank the ship and stored it in his pocket, an act that only increased the villagers' already stunned bewilderment. As they walked through the town, the commotion around them was palpable. Shops were hastily closed, windows were locked, and people ran to take shelter in their homes. "I guess it's a scene we should get used to," Luffy murmured, observing the chaos unfolding around him. It was a new experience for the Straw Hats captain, who, despite his pirate history, still marveled at people's reactions to his presence. Kuina watched the city with complicated eyes, a sight that harked back to her old home of years ago, or rather, that persisted only in her memories. The short period from her death until now seemed like an eternity for the girl. Surprise stamped her face as she witnessed the transformations and growth of the place. What was once a small village now expanded like a forming city. The passage of years since her death was evident, and anxiety grew as she approached the reunion with her father. "What will he say when he sees me? He won't believe I'm his Kuina," she thought. Uncertainty reflected in her thoughts. As they roamed the city, It didn't take long for a group of sword-wielding individuals to enter the scene, blocking the group's path and spreading fear among the population. "Straw Hat Pirates! How dare you come here? We'll arrest you!" exclaimed some young ones approaching Zoro's age. Tension was created at this moment. "Wait, Lin, Master Kushiru said Zoro might be among them and told us to know their intentions before confronting them," said another youth beside him, his tense face expressing concern. Lin hesitated for a moment, processing the information. "Yes, it's true. Is Roronoa Zoro among the group?" she shouted to them. Zoro stepped out from behind Luffy, displaying his 3 swords at his waist and a nostalgic smile. The seaweed-haired swordsman quickly approached the small group. "It's only been a few months since we last saw each other, and you've changed so much," Zoro said cheerfully, noting the surprised expressions of the swordsmen around. "It's you, Zoro. Ha 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 ha." The small group of swordsmen laughed upon recognizing an old acquaintance. "We're here to see the master. I have something very important to show him," Zoro explained, his serious eyes indicating the urgency of the situation. The men exchanged glances, contemplating the best approach in the presence of the pirate crew at the dojo. They also believed that, besides Zoro being with them, Master Kushiru could easily handle the group if they wanted to cause trouble. "Come on, Zoro. The master is already waiting and is quite worried about you. You disappeared after taking the wrong path to your dojo," one of them said with a conspiratorial smile, and continued walking normally, unaware of the wide-eyed looks from Luffy and the others. "Wait a moment," Luffy quickly shouted, gaining everyone's attention. "Are you saying Zoro took the wrong path to the dojo and ended up in the sea?" Luffy couldn't believe it, as Zoro had claimed he went to the sea on his own. He knew his swordsman had some directional issues, but this was beyond human limits. "That's right. We were worried for many days about Zoro's disappearance when we separated to meet at the dojo later. It was only after a week that he showed up in the newspaper as a new pirate hunter on a very distant island," one of the youths said calmly, reminiscing about the events with casualness. Zoro's expression indicated a mix of embarrassment and resignation in the face of his navigational mishap. Luffy. Yamato. Shirahoshi. Megalo. Lami. Bippo. Chaochu. Usopp. Nami. Reiju. Hugo. Nojiko. Hachi. Zoro could feel his face turning red at this moment, while Kuina, hidden from the other youths, looked astonished at her old friend, wondering what level of skill it took to get lost so grandiosely. Ha 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 ha. Luffy was the first to laugh in the midst of the silence that left everyone stunned. BFFF. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, with a wide smile and eyes shining with joy. Ha 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 ha. Nami, holding her stomach while laughing and winking at the others. Hee Lami, with an infectious laugh and sparkling eyes. Shishishishi Shirahoshi, laughing gently with her hands over her mouth. Shar. Megalo, showing his sharp teeth in a content expression. Rarararara. Usopp, with a mischievous smile and shoulders shaking with laughter. Zizizizizizi. Bippo, letting out an animated laugh and shaking his head. Oh. Chaochu, barking cheerfully and jumping around. Hee Reiju, with a sarcastic smile and an elegant laugh. Ahahaha. Hugo, laughing loudly and clapping. Hilarious. Akaka. Nojiko, with restrained laughter but a glint of amusement in her eyes. Nay. Shishishishi. Hachi, emitting a soft laughter sound and shaking his tentacles. It was an accident. I already planned to go to the sea anyway, Zoro shouted embarrassedly. But you didn't even say goodbye to us. One of the young and old acquaintances of Zoro protested in the front group, crossing his arms with a disapproving expression while laughing at the situation. Ha 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 ha. Zoro, I've never seen someone start their journey because they got lost. You're truly unique, Luffy declared, releasing a contagious laugh and showing his broad smile. Tisk! Zoro tried to ignore the group. Even those who didn't interact much, like Hachi, were laughing at him. While they still laughed, the famous dojo finally entered their views, leaving the town center, where Kushiro made sure to remain in a more secluded corner. In front of the place, a few other members of the dojo were waiting for the group, looking cautiously at the arriving pirate group, as by now, everyone on the island knew that the mighty Monkey D, Luffy, the most formidable pirate in the current East Blue, had arrived at the island's port. Why did you bring pirates with you? One of them demanded from the first group, pointing at Luffy and the others. Master's orders, and look there, it's Zoro. He's back. One of them spoke, and the others saw Zoro with great surprise, some with expressions of disbelief and others with joy. Zoro, you really came back and became a pirate, some of them said, accusing the user of Santoriu, with surprised and disbelieving expressions. This is my new path. It's good to see you all, but can we talk to the master? I have something important for him? Zoro asked, maintaining a serious expression, and they quickly cleared the path in the next moment, still processing the revelation about Zoro's new direction. Zoro and I will go in first. After that, I'll call Kuina. Luffy instructed, with a determined tone, as not everyone would be able to talk to Kushiro at this moment. Luffy decided to have an introductory conversation before revealing the bomb. Luffy and Zoro entered the dojo. The dojo's room exhibited an atmosphere of Japanese traditionalism, with tatami covering the floor and a serene environment. Rice paper walls allowed the entry of soft light, giving a natural calmness to the place. Decorative elements, such as paintings and scrolls with Japanese calligraphy, adorned the walls, recounting the history of that respectable dojo. In the center of the room, Kushiro was seated, kneeling on a futon, enjoying a cup of green tea. His posture revealed a harmony between strength and serenity, a characteristic image of an experienced master. In front of him, a small low table held the teapot and a few bowls. Luffy and Zoro entered the room, sensing the seriousness and history that permeated every corner. The subtle scent of incense floated in the air, contributing to an atmosphere of respect and concentration. The room was in total harmony with samurai tradition, providing a striking contrast to the bustle of the outside world. Kushiro, with his eyes half closed in meditation, emanated a calm and thoughtful presence. As he opened one of his eyes, revealing the depth of his analysis, the room seemed to respond to his control over it. Luffy immediately identified Kushiro as Kuina's father, not only due to physical resemblance but also the aura he carried. It was evident that this place was more than just a dojo. It was a sanctuary of wisdom and skill, where tradition intertwined with the present. Zoro, it's good to finally see you, and quite a surprise. Your aura has improved a lot, and Wado Ikamanji seems much happier in its sheath since the last time we spoke, many months ago, he said, opening one eye and assessing his former apprentice, then looking at Luffy. This guy is very calm, just like the character I imagined. I'm not sure, but he has some connection to my dad and the revolutionaries, but I doubt he knows about the relationship between Dragon and me. Luffy thought briefly, looking at the man curiously, maintaining his characteristic broad smile. It's good to see you again, master. Zoro smiled as he sat in front of him, displaying a mix of respect and camaraderie. Luffy just nodded and sat next to his swordsman to drink the tea, his eyes shining with excitement as he awaited the stories that would be shared. Tell me about your adventures and how you became so strong, Kushiro said calmly, but he was curious, attentively observing his former pupils. Zoro began recounting his adventures since leaving the island, becoming a pirate hunter to earn money for food, and how he met Luffy, omitting information about Kuina. He detailed the battles, challenges faced, and victories achieved. He described his adventure on a pirate ship to this island. So, you faced Mihawk. Interesting, although even I wouldn't recommend doing something so reckless. But you survived and grew stronger. That's good. Just be more careful. Kushiro commented, maintaining a serene expression, but his eyes betrayed a mix of concern and pride. I promised never to lose again. I will surpass him and become the world's strongest swordsman. The swordsman declared confidently, displaying determination in his expression. "I'm counting on that." Kushiro smiled, conveying support to his former student, and turned his gaze to Zoro's captain, seeing the newcomer from the sea, the infamous Monkey D. Luffy. Kushiro clearly perceived the formidable aura emanating from Luffy. The young pirate was more powerful than anything the sword master could imagine. The powerful aura of the group outside the dojo did not go unnoticed, surpassing even that of Zoro himself. If these groups were to clash, the island would be at the mercy of an imminent catastrophe. Fortunately, however, there was no perceptible hostility between them. Furthermore, Kushiro sensed a strangely compassionate aura directed at him from the renowned pirate group outside. Although one of the more subtle auras, it was as if he felt the presence of a ghost in his heart. However, the sword master quickly pushed aside this thought, knowing it was too painful a matter to address at that moment. Anyway, this pirate group is worth 90 million with their combined bounties. A big miscalculation by the Marines. Kushiro murmured internally, dispelling the last thought from his mind and the aura surrounding him. "Now, my student said there was something important here. Something tells me you're involved," Kushiro said, looking at Luffy with a penetrating focus. "You could say that. First of all, nice to meet you, Kuina's father," Luffy said calmly, causing an immediate somber expression on the sword master's face. Luffy didn't want to waste any more time here after hearing Zoro narrate his complete story. He didn't interrupt them out of politeness, but he wouldn't drag out the main topic any longer. The inside of the dojo remained in a tense silence as Luffy's words echoed. Kushiro, the sword master, stared at the captain of the Straw Hats with an expression that mixed disbelief and danger. "Why mention my deceased daughter? I doubt you knew her over 11 years ago or before she was killed." He spoke, with a dangerous tone, his features stiff, revealing the pain of remembering a painful past. Luffy, maintaining his composure, responded with a neutral voice. "Maybe I didn't know her for more than 11 years, but I certainly spent time with her in the last few weeks. She's a good girl. You should be a proud father." Luffy's words echoed like a gentle breeze in the silent atmosphere, contrasting with the tension on Kushiro's face. However, the displeasure of the sword master became evident as he directed his dissatisfaction towards Zoro. "Zoro, I taught you better than to bring someone to make dark jokes." Kushiro expressed his displeasure, emphasizing his disappointment with his former disciple. "Calm down, master, he's not lying. I spent that time with her myself. My captain managed to bring her back. I know it's hard to explain, but she's out there. You can check for yourself." Zoro intervened, trying to ease the situation. The man stared at Zoro as if he had grown a second head. Not wasting any more time, Kushiro stood up, swearing that both Zoro and his captain would pay for this mockery. It was evident that he never expected such an unexpected turn of events from his trusted swordsman. The dojo corridor was bathed in the soft light filtering through the windows, creating a calm and tranquil atmosphere. The muffled sound of footsteps echoed as Kushiro walked down the passage, unaware of the revelations that awaited him. Upon reaching the dojo entrance, his eyes met with a group of stunned students, lying on the floor as if they had witnessed a supernatural phenomenon. In the center, an adult woman, with a mixture of nervousness and youth in her eyes, stared at the sword master. She appeared to be 22 years old, but her posture and expressions betrayed the uncertainty of someone younger, an 11-year-old girl. "Kuina?" Kushiro's voice almost faltered as he pronounced his daughter's name. His eyes widened, and his face paled as if he had seen a ghost from the past that should remain dead. "Hello, father. It's been 11 years, hasn't it? Funny to find out that I was dead all this time. For me, it's only been a few weeks. Strange, isn't it?" Kuina began speaking nervously, not daring to look directly at her father. Surprise and perplexity dominated her as she tried to articulate her words. Kushiro, still dazed, observed every feature of Kuina's face. His mind struggled between reason and emotion, questioning whether he was seeing an illusion, a projection of his deepest desires. The students, now aware of the incredible twist, watched in silence as the atmosphere in the corridor became dense with tension and anticipation. Kushiru's heart pounded as he tried to process the unexpected appearance of his long-lost daughter. Kushiru's initially shocked gaze gradually transformed into recognition and emotion. His facial expression revealed a mixture of disbelief, joy, and relief. His previously rigid body relaxed as tears filled his eyes. His father, now visibly older after a decade, ignored social conventions and enveloped his long-lost daughter in an emotional embrace. "Kuina, is it really you? How is this possible? I truly feel like you're my girl." Kushiru's usually calm voice overflowed with emotion as he hugged his long-lost daughter. The dojo was still immersed in the unbelieving silence of the students, but the scene before them was living proof of a miracle that defied time. "It's a long story," Kuina said awkwardly but let her emotions show with teary eyes. Chapter 75, Shimatsuki Village 02. Chapter size, 2,818 words. Third-person POV Shimatsuki Village, East Blue. The walls of the dojo reverberated with the emotion contained in the long-awaited reunion. The heavy silence that had hung over the minds of those present now dissipated, giving way to a narrative as unbelievable as it was moving. The presence of the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Monkey D. Luffy, permeated the atmosphere with an aura dense with mystery and power. Things settled down after the initial commotion, but curiosity and incredulity still reflected in the eyes of the dojo master, Shimatsuki Kushiru. His daughter, Kuina, now alive after 11 years of absence, stood there, facing her father with a mix of nervousness and expectation. Inside the dojo, where the gentle scent of tea lingered in the air, the small gathering unfolded like a magical tale. The traditional tatami under their feet witnessed a moment that would transcend the pages of the island's history. Kushiru, the paternal and wise figure, lifted his eyes and fixed them on Luffy. Their gazes met, a portal between past and present, a connection between the lost daughter and the man who brought her back. Kushiru, with a deep and inquisitive look, directed his questions to the Straw Hat Pirates captain, Monkey D. Luffy, whose usually carefree expression now gave way to an unusual seriousness. "Is it true that you brought Kuina back with a unique artifact? Is that really possible?" Kushiru inquired, his voice betraying a mix of skepticism and hope, while his penetrating gaze sought convincing answers. The dojo master could barely believe the reality before his eyes. His daughter, lost for more than a decade, was there, alive and tangible. The once unattainable dream was gradually becoming a tangible truth, but Kushiru still longed to comprehend the depth of this incredible resurrection. "It's something like that, but I could only do it once, and I did it with Kuina, even though I was far from here," Luffy replied, his calm voice carrying a serenity that contrasted with the magnitude of what was being revealed. Doubts persisted in the master's mind. "And why Kuina? I'm sure you never knew her," he asked again, seeking to understand the reasons behind this peculiar choice. Kuina, silent, nodded, indicating that she shared the same uncertainties. This peculiar situation had been questioned by herself weeks ago, but the answers were as elusive as the mist that hovered over the ocean. "Because I believe in the girl's potential. She may be only 11 years old, but she can become a powerful swordsman, even as a girl. If you want to know how I know this, don't ask me because there are things I can't and won't talk about," asserted Luffy, his response resonating with unwavering determination. The dojo seemed suspended in time as the gravity of Luffy's words hung in the air. Silence settled, broken only by Kuina's uncomfortable movements in front of her father, as if each spoken word was carving uncertain paths. "What is your goal with my daughter?" Kushiru inquired, his serious gaze seeking answers in the face of the Straw Hat Pirates captain. Attention hung in the atmosphere as paternal concern manifested in the dojo master's eyes. "I want to recruit her as a member of my pirate crew, just like I did with Zoro, of course. But don't worry, I won't force her to join. I used that valuable artifact to have more powerful and fearless people on the sea, but I would be disappointed if she didn't explore her full potential, staying in this weak sea, even if she wasn't in my crew," replied Luffy, crossing his arms with a seriousness echoing the captain's determination. "Do you really believe that? Even though she's a woman?" Kushiro asked seriously, his words reverberating in the dojo. A slight discomfort filled the women in the group, but they remained silent, awaiting the captain's response. "I can't deny that biologically men are naturally stronger. But this world is a place of endless possibilities and dreams. Kuina can pursue her dream, and that's what I believe. Just as I trust Zoro and his potential, I believe in her," Luffy stated, his eyes fixed on Kushiro's, conveying unwavering conviction. A faint smile appeared on the dojo master's lips, a silent acknowledgement of the trust placed by Luffy. "With just that, you make yourself a better man for my daughter," he admitted, a touch of embarrassment coloring his words. The dojo, a training ground and now witness to intertwined destinies, remained enveloped in a unique atmosphere, where past and future converged in the present, guided by the choices of one man and the promises of a pirate. The dojo remained imbued with the emotion of the reunion between father and daughter. Kuina, still processing the incredibility of the moment, whispered a soft "father," as if words were lacking in the whirlwind of emotions. "In any case, I believe we should give the father and daughter some space," Luffy declared, revealing a keen perception in the face of the sensitive moment. His suggestion echoed as a sensible decision to preserve Kushiro and Kuina's privacy. "Kuina will stay for 2 days. I'll be waiting for your answer," Luffy communicated, leading the group out of the dojo. An expression of gratitude shone in Kushiro's eyes, thanking for the understanding and respect for privacy. Luffy and the others exited the dojo. Outside, Zoro's students and colleagues eagerly awaited some contact with their master. However, the pirates left without Kuina, leaving the perception of the situation hanging in the air, and they respected it, seeing that the dojo would not open that day. "What do we do now, Luffy-sama?" Shirahoshi inquired as they moved away from the dojo, showing concern for the next step. "Let the pair spend some time together after a reunion that took 11 years to happen. Meanwhile, let's continue with the training and enjoy the island tomorrow as a day off. I plan to have Kuina's answer in 2 days. After that, we'll leave, whether she wants to stay in the crew or not," Luffy explained, outlining the plan for the group. Luffy's decision was accepted without questioning, demonstrating the trust placed in the captain. With calm settling on the island, people returned to their daily routines, while the pirates seemed to have established a friendly relationship with Master Kushiro. Luffy led the group to an undeveloped side of the island, choosing that location to continue the training. The day passed with moments of intense activity and regular breaks, while the Black Pearl rested there, providing rooms for the crew to rest overnight. A day later, Luffy enjoyed the break granted to the entire crew, wandering through the streets of the small town that, in the eyes of the young captain, had transformed from a modest village into a vibrant city before his eyes. This place was known as a small village in the work, but I believe it just kept growing, and the population increased to the point of becoming the city before my eyes, Luffy contemplated as he watched the movement in the streets. The local population now observed the pirate walking alone, without the initial apprehension that marked the first day of his arrival. Shops were open, and despite the cautious looks of the citizens, no one dared to bother the pirate crew. Luffy wandered alone, leaving the girls, accompanied by Megalo, exploring the shops in search of new clothes with the money the captain generously released for everyone. Reiju, on the other hand, dedicated herself to acquiring ingredients in the market. Zoro dueled with his old friends, while Usopp and Chaochu carried out activities in the forest. Hugo, Hachi, and Bippo remained dedicated to training on a deserted beach. Deciding to dine at a local restaurant, Luffy immersed himself in the city experience. He appreciated the luxury of having time to himself, choosing to walk alone while exploring. Upon entering the restaurant through the main door, he headed to one of the empty tables, receiving cautious looks from both customers and staff. His imposing presence of 2.1 meters in height, accompanied by the iconic straw hat on his back, stood out, followed by the muscles and tattoos under the pirate mantle. Although he had lost his saber, the pistol on his waist and his distinctive style screamed his identity to everyone in the room. Everything about him betrayed his pirate nature, and he was not surprised by the cautious looks of the people around. Although the group had gained Master Kushiru's sympathy, without them knowing the real reason, everyone remained cautious. Soon, Luffy noticed a shadow over his table in the restaurant. "How may I help you, sir?" A shy and nervous voice made Luffy raise his head to face a young waitress in her mid-20s. She was not devoid of beauty, but neither was it something that would surprise Luffy. "Let me see." Luffy picked up the menu and quickly scanned it. "I'll have the special of the day with a wheat beer," he casually commented. "Yes, I'll get that for you," she replied but remained in place. "Can I still help you with anything else?" Despite her shyness, she did not divert her gaze from him. "I don't think that's necessary," Luffy responded a bit perplexed. "I see. Shouldn't you go get my food?" Luffy asked with a hint of amusement, intrigued by why the woman still remained there, staring at him. I'm sorry." She hurried to take the order, her face blushing. "Man, I've become so handsome that it's even a bit uncomfortable. This girl isn't unpleasant, but I have 3 women satisfying me every day, so I don't need to act like a horny animal," Luffy declared internally, deciding not to pay any more attention to the waitress. While the young lady, enchanted by Luffy's appearance, headed to the kitchen to fetch the food for the infamous pirate, Luffy caught snippets of conversations from customers in the restaurant. "It's him, the captain of the worst pirate group in this sea, isn't it?" The man in dark attire murmured, with a sharp gaze and a serious expression. "Yes," his companion agreed, casting a dark look in Luffy's direction. Luffy turned his attention to the 2 discreet men on the other side of the restaurant. They dressed somberly, like government agents. Although it wasn't the first time he had heard such comments, he didn't like the presence of those 2 in particular. His instincts warned that something was being planned. "Our contact is coming to the island right now," the first man said with a low, sinister voice, revealing a subtle smile. "How generous! A king paying so much for our services," the second man responded, with a sarcastic tone and a disdainful look. "Yes, but you know," the first began to say but was interrupted by the second. "Yes, they got in touch," the second man whispered cautiously, looking around to ensure no one was listening. "Quiet, we can't talk about it. We've just done our job of tracking the crew and reporting their information. They should already be coming here, and we'll receive our reward without having to do anything else," the first man concluded, maintaining a cold and calculating expression. Luffy listened to the entire conversation in silence. It seemed that his group was being monitored by some king and someone even higher. How interesting, Luffy mocked himself. Although he wasn't worried, he couldn't deny his intrigue. He wanted to find out who these people were. "Here, handsome pirate. I mean, sir customer." John had to pay attention to the waitress stumbling over her words and just sighed, grabbing his bottle of beer and enjoying a roasted venison that the restaurant had prepared for him. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates remained calm, but his eyes indicated a spark of curiosity and alertness. While Luffy savored his meal, the pair of suspicious men discreetly left the restaurant, the door creaking softly as it closed behind them. After about 20 minutes of the meal, Luffy got up from the table, leaving the payment and a generous tip for the waitress. The silent atmosphere of the establishment contrasted with the internal turmoil of its customers, especially a woman whose sad gaze and broken heart reflected the loss of the man of her dreams, who left without even noticing her. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates quickly located the 2 suspicious men, tracking them to a small ship that had just docked at the docks this morning. With impressive agility, he sprouted wings on his back without anyone seeing him, and Luffy flew through the skies, concealing himself with the powers of his Ifrit fruit as he approached the boat. He hovered over the small ship and landed silently on its deck. Luffy advanced with determination, entering the cabin door and plunging into the darkness of the ship's corridor. His body, agile as a shadow, slid silently between the narrow walls of the corridor. The cabin, now shrouded in an atmosphere of tension, seemed to hold its breath in the face of Luffy's formidable presence. The internal environment was darkened, illuminated only by beams of light penetrating through the tattered curtains. Luffy found the room where the two men were, conversing and celebrating their future gains with past information. It didn't take long for their door to explode, and their recent visitor entered the room with a smile on his face. "What? Who did this?" "It was me." Luffy's response echoed in the cabin as he entered through the door, a direct confession that sent a shiver down the men's spines. Luffy emerged from the shadows, his imposing figure now revealed by the smoke and debris hanging in the air. His gaze, as sharp as a sword blade, locked onto the two bewildered men before him. The captain of the pirates' expression, once relaxed, now reflected an intensity that showed in his smile, which could be anything but friendly. "You!" The incredulity in their voices betrayed sudden recognition. "What do you want?" "Simple, heard some men whispering in that restaurant. Now I'm very interested in hearing the whole story. You know, I'm off duty and want a bit of excitement on this day." Luffy's menacing smile hung in the air, casting a sinister shadow over the men who began to pale in the face of imminent threat. "What? We don't know what you're talking about. Leave, or we'll call the Marines." One of the men's bravado barely concealed the growing anxiety. "Oh? If you're familiar with me, you know I've already taken down 3 Marine base commanders, leading to the destruction of 2 naval bases." Luffy's words echoed in the room. Each step he took increased the pressure, leaving the men in a state of panic. Without hesitation, Luffy began to interrogate them swiftly, each question a direct blow to the men's defense. 5 minutes passed in escalating suspense until, bang, bang, the resounding thunderous punches echoed like confined thunder in the ship's cabin, creating a symphony of destruction that reverberated through the wooden planks. Each bang was like a sentence pronounced by destiny itself, sealing the verdict of the captain of the pirates' decisive and ruthless hand. The ensuing silence hung in the cabin, a solemn moment that witnessed the swift and merciless execution. Luffy emerged from the cabin's shadows, his figure standing out against the dark backdrop. The lifeless bodies of the men fell like pieces of a puzzle that now completed with the captain's hands. Luffy exited the cabin after swiftly eliminating the 2 men. His thoughts turned into words whispered to the wind, entrusted only to the captain's ears. "This is kind of ironic. They think that King was so bold, but they shouldn't be surprised knowing his personality. It seems that someone from the government with the authority to command a monarch is involved." Luffy's graceful leap took him out of the ship, his feet finding the safety of the dock. The smile persisted on his face. "Looks like I'll be visiting that kingdom. Maybe I'll take the opportunity to see some old acquaintances. It will be very interesting to reunite with Deiden, Makino, and the others. I have memories of them, but I feel a strong longing and am eager to see them again in person." As Luffy walked away, the boat he had left moments before transformed into a purple pyre, fire dancing and expanding. People began to scream for a fire not long after. Comment your favorite part, and subscribe for next part. Thanks for give me like, and don't forget to comment your next audiobook nat ever you want to listening.